Mecha and Sword. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 701, The Unhuman Shipman. Success? People cheered when they saw that the overclocking value of the glory mech remained at 100% when Ji Xinghe took his hand from its knee. But before the cheers could spread completely, they were interrupted by Ji Xinghe's expression. Li Yuanba frowned and asked, "Failed?" "Yeah," Ji Xinghe responded and stood there motionless, with a solemn expression as if he was thinking about something. No one asked anything else. The cheers were like a dud shell, which made a shallow pit after being fired, and then there was no movement. The overclocking value displayed on the screen of the console began to fall, and it returned to 0 in just 1 minute. This also means that the driver of the glory mech, the cripple, did not master the power of Ki, so he could not activate the overclocking characteristics of the biological materials in the glory mech. How is the cripple? The glory mech suddenly moved and began to conduct standard maneuvering tests according to the previously agreed process. So people breathed a sigh of relief. Although the gift failed, at least the cripple was fine. This round of actual machine testing did not take too long. Soon, the cripple began to remove his armor. The cockpit door of the glory mech opened, and the cripple's headless body walked over, jumped up and clung to the hatch, and grabbed the head with one hand and put it on his neck like a plug. The medical team followed and began to test the cripple's physical condition. No damage was detected, but the brain was very excited, as if it had been injected with an overdose of adrenaline, which made the medical team nervous for more than 10 minutes, and then everything returned to normal. It was not until then that Ji Xinghe spoke again. "My Ki is not enough, I need more. You can test the radiation resistance of the glory mech in the recovery room and test it with the highest radiation value." "Yes," someone responded and immediately began to calculate. Shen Mu asked with bright eyes, "Old man, do you mean that if there is more Ki, the gift can be successful?" Ji Xinghe hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Yes." Li Yuanba felt a different answer from Ji Xinghe's state. He knew that Ji Xinghe was actually not sure, but just needed to try. He wanted to remind Ji Xinghe not to be so confident, but he felt that Ji Xinghe did not need his reminder, so he kept silent. Su Chuanian yelled, "Old man, are you going to invite the cripple to eat Ji's private cuisine? Damn, this guy got to eat before me." No one paid attention to Su Chuanian, who was sick again. Ji Xinghe looked at the brothers Li Yuanba and Li Hangfen and talked about the experience he had just gained. When the cripple was in the connection state, the biological materials were indeed a little different. It felt like there was not much difference from the gift I gave to normal people, but the difficulty was much higher. Well, it's not just a problem of insufficient Ki, it seems that there is some invisible barrier. While Li Yuanba frowned and thought, Li Hangfen asked, "Is it possible that the connection mode of Colonel Wang Jiui is different from the connection mode of artificial mechanical nervous system? The connection of biological materials is mainly achieved by the power of Ki, and the connection mode achieved by brain-computer interface is more suitable for mechanical nervous system. In addition, Colonel Wang Jiui's connection device and brain-computer interface are essentially the same. Is it possible that you are worried that your Ki will destroy his connection device and cause accidents, so there is a so-called barrier?" Li Hangfen, who already had a certain level of knowledge, made up for the latest scientific and technological knowledge of the Federation within his authority after returning to the Azure Star. And the relevant scientific and technological knowledge related to himself is naturally the focus. The question he raised made Shen Mu nod in approval, and added, "The incompatibility between the existing brain-computer interface and Ki is mainly a problem of tolerance. Compared with nerve signals, the energy of Ki is much greater. Just like using a weak current system to transmit strong electricity, the line will definitely burn, so the brain-computer interface will be damaged. But because the cripple has undergone maximum transformation, he can carry more brain-computer interface devices. His spine has 52 brain-computer interfaces. According to previous theoretical verification, he is fully able to withstand the power of Ki. So, don't have psychological pressure." The head of the medical team, who came to report that the test results were normal, hesitated and said, "We have set up a protection device for Colonel Wang Jiui's brain, which will automatically interrupt once the threshold is exceeded. In theory, there will be no problem." Although they all said this, their worries and tensions just now did not seem to be like the gift to the cripple, which was not dangerous at all. "Kaisman has the Ki of the second stage?" and the gorilla's physical fitness is very strong. Under the action of Ki, he has a very high self-healing ability. The damage to the brain-computer interface leads to damage to the central nervous system, which can be cured quickly with the help of the federal medical technology. But the cripple is not Kaisman. Not only does he not have the power of Ki, he also has no body. Ji Xinghe said without comment, "I know what I am doing." Others stopped making suggestions and assumptions and started discussing the advantages of using biomaterials. Li Xinghe was the main speaker. Compared to traditional metal materials, the biggest advantage of biomaterials is that they have the ability to self-repair. We have also made metal materials with self-repair capabilities before, but in essence, liquid metal capsules are made in advance and can only be repaired urgently. Biomaterials can truly self-heal if they have culture fluid and sufficient energy. Combined with energy shield technology, in a sense, mechas or other mechas made of biomaterials don't even need traditional metal armor. Of course, the premise is that biomaterials can successfully replace all the vulnerable systems of mechas, just like a human with super self-healing ability, super defense, super strength, and super energy core. In theory, if biomaterials can be perfectly integrated with Ki, it means that biomaterials can also be integrated with the energy generated by nuclear fusion reactors, not converted energy, but energy directly generated when nuclear fusion occurs, which will greatly reduce the loss caused by energy conversion. At present, our nuclear fusion technology has a conversion rate of only 40%. As they listened, everyone noticed something was wrong, because the advantages that Li Xinghe talked about didn't seem to be completely related to mechas, and they were too far away. Many of them were only feasible in theory. And even the theory had not been verified. However, the radiation resistance calculation of the glory mecha has been completed, mainly the radiation resistance calculation of the current state of the cripple, to determine that the cripple and the glory mecha will not suffer other damage due to the extremely higher radiation value of the Ji family private restaurant. The gift experiment on the mecha continues. Fortunately, the Ji family private restaurant has to take into account the power generated by the dirty bomb explosion, and Ji Xinghe may drive the mecha into it, so both the internal space and the passage are completely sufficient for the glory mecha to pass. This time only Ji Xinghe and the cripple who drove the glory mecha were left. The medical team couldn't follow in, and could only wait outside the innermost isolation door in protective clothing. Li Yuanba could actually follow in, and he was not afraid of nuclear radiation in theory, but for his own safety, he also chose to wait outside. Through monitoring, people can clearly see that Ji Xinghe has detonated 3 modified dirty bombs one after another. Moreover, during the detonation of the dirty bomb, Ji Xinghe did not stand behind the glory mech, using the mech with super strong defense to resist the damage, but stood in front of the glory mech. In front of the glory mech, Ji Xinghe's tall body looks very small, and the positions of the two give people a strong sense of conflict and impact. Like a father who protects his calf, even if he is already old, when danger comes, he will still stand in front of his already strong child. It's really invincible, seeing that the shrapnel splashed when the dirty bomb exploded did not cause any harm to Ji Xinghe. Even though everyone knew that it was specially treated and more like popcorn that exploded, they couldn't help but exclaim countless times. Because those shrapnel are really not popcorn. Even if the direction of the explosion is controlled more accurately, there will be accidents. For example, the shrapnel produced by the explosion of these 3 dirty bombs splashed towards Ji Xinghe's location. And people all know that the shockwave produced by the explosion of a dirty bomb can cause greater damage, and the direction is difficult to control. Ji Xinghe was not only fine, but felt a little unsatisfied. After a moment of silence inside, he detonated another dirty bomb. The radiation value alarm appeared, and the monitoring system with extremely higher radiation resistance design, followed by more snowflake-like spots, and the picture was completely blurred. Someone wanted to shout to remind inside, but was stopped by Shen Mu. The old man knows the limit of radiation value that the cripple can withstand, so don't disturb him. I'm worried about the old man. The old man doesn't have to worry. It seems so. Being in a space with a higher radiation value than the nuclear explosion site, Ji Xinghe recovered the Ki in his body in a very short time, and it was stronger than when he gave the cripple a gift just now. Many days have passed since the battle with the king of Xianbei. His strength has improved enough for him to face an opponent of the level of the king of Xianbei again, and he no longer needs the help of Chen Sun's long-range sniping to achieve a strong breakthrough. But he is still not strong enough. If he could reach the 8th stage, he felt that he should have succeeded just now. but the gap between the 7th stage and the 8th stage was too big. The son of Emperor Wu, the king of Zhanbi, who had received the gift very early, had not been able to break through in nearly 200 years. How many years has it been since he got the power of Qi? But it doesn't matter. If the realm is not enough, the radiation will make up for it. Being in the space with the highest radiation value he has ever experienced in his life, Ji Xinghe felt an unprecedented power, which was filling his body. Like soldiers on standby, as long as he gave an order, they would charge with him fearlessly. "You are all my soldiers," Ji Xinghe suddenly spoke, making the cripple in the glory mech a little confused. "You? Who else?" The cripple was a little panicked, but he recovered quickly, and his condition was better than before. He thought to himself, "The blind man is back, Andre's back, the deaf man is back, the lame man is back. Brothers, all are back, brothers, all with me. My brothers and I are all with the old man. I will succeed. I will succeed." At the same time, the cripple had exactly the same idea as Ji Xinghe. This was their spiritual will, and it affected everything they could affect. The cripple affected the biological materials that were connected to him and were about to receive Ji Xinghe's gift. Ji Xinghe affected everything in this space, including the nuclear radiation, the glory mecha, the biological materials, the cripple, and himself. The body was in a standing posture, seemingly motionless, but in fact there was a regular rhythm. The right hand pressed on the knee of the glory mecha gradually deepened and turned blood red, and there was a faint light coming out of it, like shining a flashlight on the palm. But no one could see this scene. The surging air, like a big river, poured into the glory mecha at the speed of opening the floodgates. This time, it was not just the biological materials, but the way of controlling the armor with air, which made the glory mecha become a whole, including the cripple who was left with only a head and a section of the vertebra in the cockpit. The radiation value in the space was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye on the screen of the monitoring instrument. The monitoring screen, which was covered by a blizzard, gradually regained its due brightness and color as if spring had arrived. 0. The radiation value has returned to 0. Do you want to open the door? No, the old man's hand hasn't been taken away yet. Look at the old man, his condition is not right, is that, sweat, his face is too pale. Lieutenant Colonel Shen Mu, stop the experiment. General Li, why are you stopping me? Su Chuanayan glared at Li Yuanba, who suddenly stood in front of him, and his expression changed from astonishment to fierceness in an instant. Li Yuanba, get out of the way. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. People were astonished that Li Yuanba stopped Su Chuanayan, and even more astonished at Su Chuanayan's attitude at this time. Although Su Chuanayan didn't say it, everyone believed that if Li Yuanba didn't get out of the way, he would really dare to fight Li Yuanba. But this is Li Yuanba. Calm down, Li Yuanba said helplessly. I've heard about your problem a long time ago. I advise you to change it, otherwise you will never be able to stand on your own. Su Chuanayan, Shen Mu's roar timely prevented Su Chuanayan from being beaten up first. Although his ki was stronger than Li Yuanba's and one level higher, he was really no match for Li Yuanba. You know, Li Yuanba is the only master who has mastered Gangjin among the active mecha warriors besides Ji Xinghe. Han Li and Jackson, two very famous disciples of Ji Xinghe, have only mastered Gangjin. Of course, this uniqueness will be broken in a while. Shut up, Shen Mu roared for the second time, interrupting what Su Chuanayan was about to say, and scolded. General Li is right, you'd better get rid of your bad habits as soon as possible, otherwise you can forget about participating in the war. Su Chuanayan finally woke up. In fact, he had already corrected a lot of his bad habits, but when it came to Ji Xinghe, he didn't care who was in front of him. After all, he was the one who had once taken down the Nanshanman command with one mouth. It's okay, the old man let go. Open the door quickly, old man, open the door, hurry up. Amid the shouts, the radiation-proof door slowly opened, and the medical staff rushed in first, and no one competed with him. Ji Xinghe's voice finally sounded. Success. No one cheered, because Ji Xinghe's condition did not look good. Li Zhangfen hesitated a little, but still couldn't help a certain ambition in his heart. When the medical staff was about to take Ji Xinghe to the medical area, he leaned over and whispered a question. Old man, do you think it is possible, to bestow a blessing on a space battleship? Su Chuanayan, who had just been confronted, seized this opportunity and exclaimed, Fuck, you want to be a shipman? Li Yuanba was angry. Chapter 702, Independent Regiment Newcomer, Li Yi. The gift was successful, But there were two serious but not serious problems. Colonel Wang Jiyui can only take off his armor for 30 minutes. If he exceeds this time limit, the gift effect of the glory mech will begin to disappear. The time limit for taking off the armor was actually within people's expectations, but they didn't expect it to be so short. Based on the previous experience of using the imperial orangutan as an inflatable treasure, as well as the recent research results of the Federation on gas, and the relevant characteristics of biological materials, researchers estimated that the time for the cripple to take off his armor would be around 20 hours. However, the reality was completely different from the theory, and the gap was so big that the cripple really couldn't be a human anymore. Moreover, the time that Colonel Wang Jiyui can wear armor, or the time to activate the characteristics of the biological material, cannot exceed 1 hour. Judging from the current situation, if this time limit is exceeded, the biological material in the glory mech will begin to grow uncontrollably. Once the outer layer of the biological material is damaged, unpredictable consequences will occur. Be more specific, well, we think that it may cause Colonel Wang Jiyui to never be able to remove his armor, and he will become a whole with the glory mech. But because the glory mech is not the life-sustaining body we made for Colonel Wang Jiyui, this state of being unable to remove armor is fundamentally different from the inability to remove Colonel Wang Jiyui's body when using a life-sustaining body. Be more direct, there are two possibilities in the general direction. One is that Colonel Wang Jiyui will become a glory mech, and the other is that the glory mech does not have the life-sustaining function and cannot support Colonel Wang Jiyui to continue to live. The cripple, who was inside the glory mech and had been listening for a long time, suddenly spoke up. If I become a glory mech, will I become some kind of artificial intelligence life? Listening to the cripple's voice, people felt that he had an inexplicable excitement. No, the expert explained, if artificial intelligence life appears, it must be based on the intelligent core of the mecha, or to be more precise, the artificial intelligence program in it. The integration of you and the glory mecha will not allow your consciousness to be directly converted into program code, or enter the intelligent core of the mecha. Your brain will still be preserved and is the only carrier of your consciousness. The cripple was still full of expectations. Then is there any way to upload my consciousness to the intelligent core of the mecha? With our current technology, it is impossible to do so. Moreover, you were able to successfully accept General Ji's gift because the carrier of your consciousness is your brain, and you still have a body part that contains genetic genes. Even if we have mastered the technology of uploading consciousness, it is unlikely that we can upload your consciousness to the intelligent core or database while ensuring that you have the power of key. Then there is no way. The cripple sighed, and his tone became excited again. But it doesn't matter, I don't want to take off my armor anyway. At most, I will fight for an hour, take my head off the cockpit to rest for a while, and then continue fighting after the biological material calms down. Moreover, ordinary battles do not require me to activate the overclocking state of the glory mecha, so there is no need to worry about it. That's the theory, but I think we should continue the research to make sure it's foolproof. I'll fight while you study me, so we can do both. The two serious problems that are difficult for others to accept and solve seem to be insignificant to the cripple, and they are not important at all. The expert looked at Ji Xinghe, hesitated and said, since you have successfully gifted the glory mecha, we actually have a chance to completely cure General Li. We only need to use his genes to cultivate biological materials, and then transplant them into his mechanical life-supporting body, and you can give him another gift, or even no more gifts, to make him return to normal. Of course, this plan also applies to Colonel Wang Jiyui. If Li Yuanba listened and smiled. If this plan is feasible, then Li Hangfen can be cured and become a normal person. As for a certain idea that Li Hangfen had mentioned before, he pretended not to hear it. Shut up. The cripple suddenly became very rude and said angrily, I don't need treatment, I'm not sick, I'm fine. Whoever wants to stop me from becoming stronger is my enemy. The field suddenly became quiet. Ji Xinghe had been silent for a long time. He had been looking at the tall glory mech. His sight seemed to penetrate the protective armor made of superalloy and saw the cripple inside it. No, it should not be said that he was inside it, but that his brain was inside it. When everyone was silent because of the cripple's anger, he said, Cripple, make your own choice. The cripple answered without any hesitation, I won't choose a human. Someone opened his mouth to persuade him, but was interrupted by Ji Xinghe's voice. Okay, it was settled. Ji Xinghe asked the cripple to conduct more actual machine tests, and then Chen Sun and Qin Tuang would judge whether he could participate in the battle. The cripple was somewhat reluctant, Didn't they say that the dust storm is about to start? And it will last at least half a year. If they insist on saying that I can join the war when the dust storm starts, then I won't be able to fight." Sichuan chuckled twice. "Have you forgotten that you are no longer a cripple, not even a human, but a Class A person? What are you afraid of in a dust storm? Wouldn't it be easier to fight?" "That makes sense." The cripple automatically ignored Sichuan's Class A statement. For him, whether he was called a cripple or a Class A person made no difference. He had already passed a turtle in his heart. Then, the problem focused on Li Xinghe. Li Yuanba said in a tough manner, "We are going to use his genes or my genes to cultivate biological materials, and then according to the previous plan, the old man or I will give him the gift." "I disagree." Li Xinghe refused without hesitation, and once again put forward his astonishing request. "I want a space battleship, and then you or the old man will give me the space battleship." "Ignore him." Li Yuanba spoke in the tone of a general. "I have the final say." "Ignore him." Li Xinghe did not give in at all. "I am the admiral of the Federation. I have the highest military rank except for the old man here. I have the final say. Or do you not recognize my identity? Do you need me to tell you my story in person?" No one on the Azure Star knew Li Xinghe's story. And all the people on the alien planet came from the Azure Star, so why did he need to tell it himself? Needless to say, Ji Xinghe and others at the scene were also Li Xinghe's medical team. Although no one directly said his name, how could they not know who he was? Seeing that Li Xinghe had said so much, it was really difficult for others to say anything more. Sichuan wanted to say something but stopped because he felt Ji Xinghe's gaze, so he curled his lips and trotted away, and started the actual machine test and training like the cripple. "You are not a federal admiral, you don't even have a military rank." Li Yuanba looked at his elder brother and said coldly, "Because your current name is Li Yi." The people around were a little surprised, and Ji Xinghe frowned. He heard Chen Sun and Li Yuanba tell the story about the name, and knew that Li Yi was a name that Li Xinghe used before, which complemented Li Yuanba's previous name Li Yuan. But this name did not become Li Xinghe's official name, because not long after the name change, Li Xinghe sacrificed in the defense battle of Nanchaman Space Station. Considering that changing the name in this case would undermine Li Xinghe's past achievements, the Federation still used the name Li Xinghe in the official documents, and few people in the Federation knew that Li Xinghe had another name. "You are the ones who said I was Li Yi, but I didn't agree." When Li Xinghe responded to Li Yuanba, he was looking at Ji Xinghe, as if he wanted to seek some kind of support, just like Ji Xinghe's support for the cripple. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment, then said, "I'm only in charge of the independent regiment." Li Xinghe laughed, really laughed, and everyone could see it, because a screen was installed on his visor, and a bright and somewhat cute smile was displayed by the pixels. "Okay, I'll join the independent regiment now." Li Yuanba hesitated, regretting very much that he had added this screen to Li Xinghe. If there was no screen, he couldn't see this expression, and he might have directly refused on behalf of Ji Xinghe. But now, Li Yuanba couldn't bear to look at Li Xinghe's expression, so he could only use his eyes to seek help from Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe shook his head slightly. "You know, I can't ask for another space battleship." The image on Li Xinghe's visor changed. Zhengyu translated in Ji Xinghe's ear with a somewhat impatient tone, "My lord, he is being cute with you." Li Xinghe's tone didn't sound cute. He said, "The pinyin is okay. If it doesn't work, you can also grab another one from the Empire." "No." Ji Xinghe refused very straightforwardly this time. "Your idea is better to redesign and build a space battleship. If you only rely on modification, you must use the Federation's space battleships, and the modification may not be feasible." "That means my idea is feasible," Li Xinghe said happily. "You can bless a space battleship. There is no need to bless an entire space battleship." Ji Xinghe thought about the process of blessing the glory mech, and said, "In theory, it is enough to bless some biological materials in you." Li Xinghe understood, there is no need to modify the entire space battleship first. After completing the gift, slowly increase the biological materials that can adapt to me, so that, enough. Li Yuanba said angrily, "I've said that your name is Li Yi now. You are not eligible to apply for a space battleship that belongs to you. If you want to continue to be the captain, you have to start from the beginning. Before that, you must return to normal." My lord, this expression means sadness." Li Yuanba, your elder brother is very sad. Zhengyu translated Li Xinghe's expression truthfully in the ears of Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba at the same time. "Start all over again." Li Hangfen couldn't hear Xingai's translation, and kept a sad expression and said, like before, from a non-commissioned officer to a lieutenant general, and then died and was posthumously awarded the rank of general? I have no objection, but sorry, I am Li Yu now, I want to join the independent regiment. Li Yuanba took a deep breath. You don't have to be so anxious, your proposal is meaningless. The combat effectiveness of the cripple may be improved because of this, but will the combat effectiveness of the space battleship be improved because of your proposal? This is the truth. Space battleships are different from mechas. They require the cooperation of many people to be fully operated. Even if the transformation of the Inhuman series can be applied to space battleships, it does not mean that Li Hangfen can operate a space battleship alone, and this kind of operation alone is really meaningless. Besides, the combat power of a space battleship can be summarized in 3 aspects: speed, defense, and firepower. And these 3 aspects have nothing to do with the transformation of the Inhuman series. Even if Li Hangfen wants to be a shipman, he can't bring any improvement to the space battleship. Li Hangfen was silent for a moment, and the screen on the mask no longer had any expression changes, and his voice became very calm. I don't know how long I can live like this, and you don't know either. You don't know how long I can live after you cure me. You don't even know if you can cure me. But I know, and you know, that if I undergo such a transformation, I can live for at least 50 years. 50 years is a key word. Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba instantly understood what Li Hangfen meant. His transformation was not because of the Empire, but because of the third civilization. It can also be said that it is because of the Empire, because the Empire has a spaceship of the third civilization, and no one knows when it can be repaired and used by Emperor Wu Ii in the war with the Federation. In this case, Li Hangfen's transformation is necessary. Because of their authority, other people are almost unaware of the threat of the third civilization, so their expressions are a bit weird at this time. Admiral Li Hangfen, who chose to sacrifice himself for the Federation, the only recipient of the Federation's Azure Medal, is now so afraid of death? But this idea just came up and was extinguished by themselves. If Li Hangfen is really afraid of death, why should he carry out the transformation that the Federation has no successful experience at all? The fact that the Glory Mecha can successfully accept the gift of Ji Xinghe does not mean that the space battleship can also be successful. The magnitude of the two is incomparable even with what Ji Xinghe said just now. Moreover, although the transformation and gift of the cripple can be said to be successful, they left 2 very serious sequelae. Without a solution. Li Hangfen's decision means that he really gave up the opportunity to be a human being and the opportunity to return to human society. Okay, Ji Xinghe interrupted Li Yuanba, who was about to say something, looked at Li Hangfen and said, your proposal cannot be implemented in a short time. Theoretical certification will take a long time. Let the Academy of Sciences discuss it first. You stay and take a look at the cripple's condition, and then make a decision. Okay, Li Hangfen was happy again. Li Yuanba didn't say anything else. There was still time to stop him. After everything that needed to be said was said, people went about their business. Ji Xinghe, Li Yuanba, and Li Hangfen came to a conference room. With Xinghe here, there is no need to worry about others eavesdropping. Before the 3 of them sat down, Li Hangfen spoke out in a shocking voice. The Empire also has a jump base, right in the Sanliu Grand Canyon. Chapter 703 I will take action. Li Yuanba was really angry. Why did you tell me this information only now? Amidst the roar, Li Yuanba had already opened his bracelet. He didn't need to say much about what he was going to do. If I had told you earlier, could the old man come to base number 6? Li Hangfen's calm voice stopped Li Yuanba's movements, and his emotions also returned to a relatively calm state from the shock and anger when he heard the news. He understood what Li Hangfen meant. Explain it clearly. Okay, but Li Hangfen didn't start talking immediately. Instead, he looked at Ji Xinghe, who had maintained a calm expression since hearing the news, and asked, why aren't you panicking at all? Ji Xinghe asked back, should I panic? Ha. Yes, you shouldn't panic. Everyone in the Federation is panicking, and you shouldn't panic either, because you are Ji Xinghe. Li Hangfen gave the highest evaluation of his life, and then began to talk about his thoughts. This news was told to me by Emperor Wu Ii when I was still in the Empire. I was very panicked and had no hope of returning. When you captured a Dakang, I didn't think I could return because I knew too much. But I didn't expect that Emperor Wu Ii would really let me back, so I didn't tell this information at the beginning. Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba understood what Li Zhengfen meant. Emperor Wu I told Li Zhengfen the news that there was an Empire jump base in the Sanlu Grand Canyon. How could he forget it? In this case, it still chose to let Li Zhengfen return to the alien planet. There are only 3 possibilities. The value of a dakang is more important than the location of a jump base, so it wants to use Li Zhengfen plus a jump base to exchange for a dakang. Li Zhengfen has a problem. He will not tell the Federation this news. The jump base in the Sanlu Grand Canyon is a fraud. Ji Xinghe and the other 2 can think of the above 3 possibilities without communication, and now the second one can basically be ruled out because Li Zhengfen said it, and before the jump base was used by the Empire. Ji Xinghe said, a dakang's value is not that great. The king of Xianbi is stronger than a dakang, and the other 3 kings of the 4 directions of the Empire must also be stronger than a dakang. Even if we consider that Emperor Wu I only pursues evolution, or his loyalty to Emperor Wu I, there are more than one who can replace a dakang. The first possibility was ruled out. Li Zhengfen said, there must be something wrong with that jump base. I thought Emperor Wu I lied to me before, and the Empire's 3rd jump base was not in the Sanlu Grand Canyon. But after reading all the information I can see, I am sure that the 3rd jump base is in the Sanlu Grand Canyon. Old man, do you still remember your first battle? Ji Xinghe certainly remembered that it was not only his first battle, but also the first time he fought side by side with the blind man and the lame man. At that time, the blind man went to base number 3 to get medicine for me. In order to hide, he chose to pass through the 36th Grand Canyon. He should have passed through the communication shielding area quickly, but he was out of contact for a long time. Then, the lame man and I went to find him and discovered 3 imperial mechas. The appearance of those 3 imperial mechas was very strange. Li Zhengfen's tone became serious. I read the report of the subsequent investigation of the 36th Grand Canyon and found no information worthy of attention. It was then determined that the 3 imperial mechas avoided our detection and arrived in the 36th Grand Canyon. After that, Yuan Zhuo encountered more imperial mechas in the 36th Grand Canyon, and it was also the first time that the Federation confirmed that the Empire had a miniaturized jump gate device. The intelligence about the 3 imperial mechas was revised to explore the internal environment of the 36th Grand Canyon to see if it was suitable for a miniaturized jump gate device, and to conduct the first miniaturized jump experiment. But in my opinion, the 3 imperial mechas were directly transmitted to the 36th Grand Canyon through a one-way jump gate, just like when the Empire did not build a jump base on the alien planet. It directly came to the alien planet through a one-way jump gate, and the purpose was to confirm whether the 36th Grand Canyon was suitable for building a jump base. Based on the known information of the Federation and related research results, it can be determined that the Empire's jump gate technology does not actually need to build another jump gate at the destination in theory, and can be directly transmitted. But this involves greater energy consumption and more complex calculations. The former does not need much explanation, and the latter, in simple terms, is that the alien planet is not static in the solar system. If we regard the solar system as a whole, it is also not static, but in motion within the Milky Way. More macroscopically, the Milky Way is also in motion. Vice versa, the Empire and its galaxy are also in motion. And the starry sky that can be seen with normal observation equipment is not the real-time coordinate state of the starry sky. With the existing observation means of the Federation, observing a planet 10 light-years away can only see its appearance and position 10 years ago. The same is true for the Empire, unless they have established a jump base on the target planet that needs to be observed. After the 2 jump bases are connected, the jump becomes much easier. It is also the only interstellar jump method used by the Empire after landing on the alien planet and successfully establishing the first jump base, the Mountain of God's jump base. Jump bases can only be built on planets at present. This is the only good news that the Federation has obtained when studying the Empire's jump gates technology. This can also be confirmed by the fact that the Empire has never directly opened a jump gate in space. Li Yuanba, who had regained his composure, asked in an interrogative tone, "So, you kept silent and waited for the old man to bring the independent regiment to base number 6, yes," Li Zhengfen said without disguising, "since I came back alive and really saw the combat power of the independent regiment, and I knew that you had successfully accepted the baptism of the nuclear explosion, I knew that the old man would be forced to leave." Li Yuanba did not ask Li Zhengfen how he saw it. Although he, like Ji Xinghe, had strategic level command capabilities, he was not a little bit inferior to Li Zhengfen. the fleet commander, in strategic vision. Moreover, with Li Hangfan's authority at the time, he was in contact with more than just his crew members and military superiors. Ji Xinghe couldn't help but be curious and asked, "What if I really left? You won't leave?" Li Hangfan laughed, and a cute smiley face appeared on the screen on the mask. He said, "And I know that they will ask you to come to base number 6, and you will definitely agree to come to this federal base closest to the 3rd Empire jump base. But, I didn't expect that you could bring the entire independent regiment." Ji Xinghe looked at Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba shook his head. "I didn't say anything that I shouldn't say." Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment. "Then tell me everything. Why don't you say it?" Li Yuanba was still a little unhappy, not knowing whether it was because Li Hangfan concealed the information or because Li Hangfan chose to be a shipman. Ji Xinghe did not respond, and looked at Li Yuanba calmly. "Just wait, I will defeat you. Emperor Wu II is mine, I said so." Li Yuanba gave in and began to talk, but it was just the relevant information of the Heroic Spirit Council and the confirmation of the existence of Xinghe. However, after Li Hangfan heard it, he was not surprised. "I guessed it before, but I didn't expect that all of you, plus Xinghe, would develop so slowly." Xinghe's voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, you don't accept it? Then you come." She really didn't accept it, because there were some things that even Li Yuanba didn't know, such as the current state of Shanyang City and the unknown people in Shanyang City. But Ji Xinghe asked Li Yuanba to speak, which meant that Ji Xinghe didn't want to tell Li Hangfan these things, and Xinghe would naturally not take the initiative to say that she was actually very strong and developed very quickly. "Hello, Xinghe." After Li Hangfan greeted him, he said unceremoniously, "I'll come if you want." "Haha, dream on." Xinghe responded with a sneer. Li Yuanba frowned, but not at Xinghe's attitude, but at Li Hangfan. "I've told you not to think of yourself as the same person you used to be," Li Hangfan said indifferently. "Li, you can come too." Ji Xinghe then asked, "What's the matter with Li Yi?" Li Yuanba didn't say anything, and Li Hangfan explained himself. "After all, I sold out a lot of federal intelligence, so there has been a long debate about my issue. Fortunately, my family still had some face and paid some price, such as keeping silent about transferring you to the number 6 base war zone as the commander, etc. So they allowed me to continue staying on the alien planet under the name of Li Yi. This can also be regarded as an explanation to ease the currently tense relationship between Li Anbang and Ji Xinghe, or between the Li family and the Ji family." Xinghe continued to maintain an unconvinced tone. "You don't need to tell us, we already knew it, and your father negotiated with Tu Yuan to decide my fate because of you." Li Hangfan spread his hands. "Then the misunderstanding is resolved." Xinghe was angry. "Hey, you are already 40 years old, don't make such an expression." "Okay," Li Hangfan said helplessly, "it's not me who did it. They insisted on adding this screen to me, and the expression changes are based on my emotional fluctuations, which are not under my control." Xinghe's roar instantly rang in Li Yuanba's ears. Li Yuanba took off his headphones helplessly and explained, "I just made a suggestion. I didn't expect them to do this. I thought it was interesting before, so it's like this." The gossip that was not considered gossip ended here, and the topic returned to the Empire jump base in the Sanlu Grand Canyon. Li Hangfan has the real right to speak. In the past 5 years, the Empire has lost more than 20 million soldiers on alien planets. Even if the Empire has more than 3 billion gorillas and monkeys and can make everyone a soldier, it is difficult to bear such a huge loss. Moreover, the civil strife that is happening in the Empire now has brought them even greater losses. Therefore, the war on the surface of alien planets will truly enter the era of Mecha as king. The Empire will definitely get the information that you brought the independent regiment to base number 6. Combined with Emperor Wu Ii's understanding of me, it can make the judgment that I will tell you the intelligence in the near future instead of telling the Federation. And you, as the hope of all mankind, will definitely become the primary goal of Emperor Wu Ii. Killing you or capturing you alive is more important than breaking through the Federation's blockade of alien planets. Of course, he will be added later. But his importance is definitely not as good as yours." Li Yuanba heard these words and did not object, because this is the truth. The path he is taking now is the path that Ji Xinghe has taken. If Ji Xinghe sacrifices, then the future is equivalent to nothing. Not only his future, but the future of all mankind is gone. Maybe there are people who can open up a way forward like Ji Xinghe, such as him or someone else, but this will take a lot of time and sacrifice, and what the Federation lacks most is time and people like him. Ji Xinghe did not comment. Li Hongfen continued, the Martial Emperor I will gather superior forces to attack base number 6. He knows very well that it is not so easy to kill you, but his priority target is not you, but your independent regiment. At all costs, destroy your independent regiment, and take the opportunity to eliminate other independent regiments and elite mecha warriors who can join the independent regiment. In a sense, the goal of the Martial Emperor I is actually to destroy our generation, and then start a real decisive battle before the next generation has grown up. Of course, a generation cannot be easily eliminated, but what if all the elites of a generation are destroyed? Seeing that Ji Xinghe still had no special reaction, Li Hongfen said again, I think that Emperor Wu I activated a jump base in the 36 Grand Canyon when the dust storm began. This dust storm will last at least half a year. Coupled with the fact that it will definitely make a big move in the Mountain of Guts, base number 6 will basically be isolated and helpless. Ji Xinghe still did not react. Li Hongfen hesitated for a moment. You don't want to strike first, do you? The chance of success is not great. In comparison, I prefer to lure the snake out of its hole. The dust storm is an opportunity for the Empire, and it is also our opportunity. Ji Xinghe finally nodded, I think so too. Cyrillic lettered X. Then why didn't you react at all? What reaction do you want? At least you should frown. Li Hongfen said, although this is our opportunity, it is also an opportunity for the Empire. The independent regiment is very good at fighting, but not that good. We may not be able to withstand it. Xinghe explained for Ji Xinghe. It doesn't matter, I will take action anyway. Li Hongfen smiled. You are indeed very strong, but even if the Empire doesn't know your existence now, how can it not use a communication shielding device? The art of controlling the armor with ki still has a distance limit. Xinghe resisted the urge to say the nameless person. This is a trump card they have hidden with great difficulty, and no one can tell it. Seeing Xinghe silent, Li Hongfen looked at Ji Xinghe, and so did Li Yuanba. Their questions and looks at this time actually wanted to know if Ji Xinghe had any other cards. As the old saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. They don't understand the situation in the Empire now, so they need to understand their own situation even more. Just like the first question raised by Li Hongfen just now, with artificial intelligence life like Xinghe, isn't the development speed of the Heroic Council a little too slow? But Ji Xinghe didn't reveal his cards, but just repeated what Xinghe had just said. He said, it doesn't matter, I will take action. When the two brothers were speechless, Ji Xinghe added, Xinghe will also take action. Chapter 704, Queen and Champion. She's just a child. When Li Yuanba said this, before Ji Xinghe could react, Xinghe was dissatisfied. A holographic projection screen appeared in the conference room, showing Ji Xinghe using the second-generation simulation system to drive a mecha in the virtual world and fight with Fang Wang, Zhang Li, and other top students of the mecha major at Longzhou Zhongkong Military Academy. Driving the same model of mecha, Ji Xinghe, like Ji Xinghe, created a time difference by pulling, defeated them one by one, and achieved a complete victory in a 1-on-10 situation. During the demonstration of the entire battle process, Li Yuanba's eyes widened until they were as big as copper bells. Xinghe reminded him in a smug tone. You have all used the second-generation simulation system. Li Hongfen, have you used it? You don't have to answer, it's not very important. You should be very clear that the physical engine of the virtual world is flawed. For example, in the old man's previous battle with Han Li, if it was in the real world, his gun without a gunhead would definitely be able to pierce the mecha driven by Han Li and destroy it. The inability to completely simulate the physical engine of the real world limits Xinghe's operational level, and she cannot fully display her advantage of ki. So her limit is definitely not to fight 10 against 1 in a mecha of the same model. Moreover, what kind of mecha do you think the old man will give Xinghe? Li Yuanba kept staring, looked at Ji Xinghe and asked, the Prince Armor modified by Shen Mu. Ji Xinghe only brought 4 of the 5 Prince Armors seized in the Shangshan battle, and the other one was handed over to Yangante, or the Mountain of God's War Zone. Others paid much attention to the 4 Prince Armors. At the beginning, there was a lot of criticism for Ji Xinghe's giving 3 of the Prince Armors to Liu Yingluoqi, and Xiu Ziyan to drive when it was not necessary. But as the 3 guerrillas changed their names to apes and drove the 3 Prince Armors to participate in the robbery-like battles, the criticism became smaller and smaller. Because these three apes killed the imperial guerrillas more fiercely than the federal mecha warriors, and the number of destroyed ones increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for the fourth prince armor, people didn't pay much attention to it, because no matter how you look at it, this prince armor will be driven by Ji Xinghe. The overlord armor was sent back to Li Yuanba, and the god punishment armor must be returned to Sichuan. The new mecha that the Federation spent a lot of money to build for Ji Xinghe was determined by Ji Xinghe to be handed over to the cripple before, and required to be adapted and modified. With only the Star Moon armor left, how could Ji Xinghe give up the armor clone technique? But now it seems that Ji Xinghe has given up the top mecha again, and he gave it to a child who will be criticized even more. Yes, Xinghe answered for Ji Xinghe, with that prince armor, I am not saying that except for you, Li Yuanba. Everyone else is a good match for Xinghe. Can I trust Ji Xinghe? Li Yuanba did not say this nonsense, but said other nonsense. At least it all sounded like nonsense to Xinghe. Actual combat and real machine training are completely different, and Xinghe has rarely had the opportunity to conduct real machine training in the past few years on the Azure Star. She has just gotten used to the environment of the Azure Star. It is really not possible for her to come to the alien planet to drive a mecha to participate in the war now. Even if she has the prince armor, it won't work. Han Li, Jackson, Ravik, Kintong, Sichuan, Williams. It can even be said that all the ace mecha warriors of the Federation can exert the combat power and ensure their own survival by driving this prince armor. They are stronger than Xinghe. Xinghe grasped the key point. Why, you only compare the ace mecha warriors with Xinghe? Can you shut up? Li Yuanba was not polite either. He continued to look at Ji Xinghe and said, war is not a child's play. Even if you pamper Xinghe, you can't let her do whatever she wants. I know she has robbed a single soldier starship to come to the alien planet, but when she arrives, I still suggest that she stay in the base, or even better, send her back to the Azure Star. Ji Xinghe finally spoke up. He asked, war is not a child's play, so why are you unwilling to tell the Nanshanman command such information? The two Li brothers were speechless. Logically speaking, there is no reason not to tell the federal top leaders about the news that the Empire has a third jump base on an alien planet. Even if they want to implement a plan of luring the snake out of its hole and use superior forces to annihilate the superior forces of the Empire, they should not only discuss it here and only use the power that the three of them can control to implement the plan. Li Xinghe has no actual power, at least for now. You all know that there are many people who don't want to fight, and there are many people who want to fight, Ji Xinghe said calmly, like a teacher in the classroom, talking about knowledge that has been taught many times. We want to fight, but we alone are far from enough, so we have more of us, and we also need more of us. Li Yuanba asked, we do need more of us, but must your granddaughter Ji Xinghe be included? Ji Xinghe looked into Li Yuanba's eyes. The power of Qi did not work, but there was an invisible pressure, which made Li Yuanba's breathing stagnate. Although both of them were awakened by the baptism of nuclear explosion, the gap between the second stage and the seventh stage was too big. Ji Xinghe asked, everyone knows that my granddaughter wants to fight, but I don't let my granddaughter fight. Tell me, how can I let others fight? The calm voice revealed an unspeakable majesty, which reminded Li Xinghe, who was beside Li Yuanba, of Emperor Wu Ii, with whom he had been with for a long time. And the content of what was said reminded him of another person. Li Yuanba also thought of another person, as well as some memories he had mentioned to Ji Xinghe. His expression became ferocious, and when he stood up, he broke through the restraints that Ji Xinghe had unintentionally imposed on him. He asked angrily, what's the difference between you and him now? Why do you want to become like him? You are Ji Xinghe, not Li Anbang. Ji Xinghe looked at him calmly. Li Xinghe looked at the angry Li Yuanba, and an inappropriate image appeared on the screen of the mask. He is still Ji Xinghe, not Li Anbang, Li Xinghe said softly, because it was not him who asked Ji Xinghe to come to the alien star to participate in the war, but Ji Xinghe himself must come to the alien star to participate in the war. Li Yuanba's ferocious expression froze instantly. As he said just now, he knew that Ji Xinghe followed Ji Xinghe and robbed a single soldier starship on the Blue Star and headed straight to the alien star, and was stronger than Ji Xinghe, because Ji Xinghe failed and Ji Xinghe succeeded. It doesn't matter whether Xinghe helped or not. What's important is that this is Ji Xinghe's own choice. Just like Ji Xinghe, just like Ji Xinghe, just like Li Xinghe, just like his second brother Li Sheng, his sister Li Pengan. Ji Xinghe is like many people, but not like him. Xinghe wanted to say something but couldn't. During the 3 years since Ji Xinghe returned to the Blue Star, she had been fighting side by side with Li Yuanba, so she knew Li Yuanba's obsession better than Ji Xinghe. It can even be described as a demon in the heart. Ji Xinghe remained calm, but the majesty revealed in his voice was still there, as if it had become an instinct. No need to say more about Xingqian's affairs, and no need to say more about those things about you. There is only one thing we want to talk about now: how do we fight? The tone was said in one sentence. They would not tell the Federation in advance about the Empire's jump base in the Sanliu Grand Canyon. Compared to the fact that Ji Xinghe were going to come to the alien planet to participate in the war, this matter was not controversial. Li Yuanba sat back again, as if nothing had happened just now, and joined the formal discussion. Xinghe, tell me about our situation. Yes, Xinghe began to report. When the dust storm started, we were able to save up 400 mountain slang armors. Of course, the premise is that they don't deduct the resources we snatched back. We have 54 general-class mechas, of which 46 are modified Imperial Duke armors. We have 5 national-class mechas, of which 3 are Prince armors with only the communication module modified. We have 4 Peerless-class mechas. Wait a minute, Li Yuanba frowned and asked, where did you get the 4 Peerless-class mechas? The Cripple's Glory armor, Sichuanian's Divine Punishment armor, the Old Man's Xinghe armor, and Xingqian's Queen armor, not to mention the Li brothers. Even Ji Xinghe was speechless and reminded them, Xinghe, be serious. I'm serious, Xinghe said naturally. The Glory armor and the Divine Punishment armor were originally mechas close to the unparalleled level. After replacing the biological materials and combining the operation level and the power of Key of Lame and Sichuanian, they can fully exert the combat power of the unparalleled level, that is, the combat power of the Imperial Prince. Of course, the premise is that the Imperial Prince they meet is not an Imperial Duke like Wu Liasheng, Ada Kang, and the King of Xianbei. This is a fact. The Federation's mountain slang armor is benchmarked against the Imperial Marcus armor, the general level mecha is benchmarked against the Imperial Duke armor, and the national level mecha is benchmarked against the Imperial General armor and Prince armor, but because of the difference in average combat power, they are actually downgraded by 1 level. The Imperial Anti-Galaxy Corps used only the Earl armor to fight back and forth with the Independent Corps, which has already proved this point. But after the upgrade of the Lame and Sichuanian's mechas, the combat power has been significantly improved. And it is not a problem to deal with the Imperial Prince armor. Xinghe continued. As for the Xinghe armor, there is no need to say more. It is a peerless class mecha whether it is driven by an old man or not. Li Yuanba, if you disagree, let's practice. And Xingqian's Queen armor, judging from the name, can't it be called a peerless class mecha? Don't forget, the mecha level of the Federation was established by Xingqian. Li Xinghe asked helplessly, what about other aspects? As for other aspects, we are very short of them, but it doesn't matter. We still have enough time to exchange for resources, Xinghe said. Anyway, they don't want to see us have more mechas. If we exchange for other resources, they will definitely be happier. The specific reserves are, as Xinghe introduced. Li Xinghe's expression became increasingly serious. It's much worse than I thought, Li Xinghe asked directly. If you have any trump cards, I think you should tell us in advance so that we can make arrangements early, Xinghe said without hesitation. No, who told you not to tell me earlier? I sent all those space battleships to Xinghe, preparing to mine the resources needed to make tungsten steel alloy on this Xinghe ring. Ji Xinghe looked at Li Xinghe and asked, what do you need? Space fleet, do you have it? No. What about space battleships? Only Ping and, for the others, you need to find 2 yuan. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment and added, or, you can find them yourself. Li Xinghe was silent. As the commander of the Eastern Kanglong fleet of the former Federation Longzhou Space Fleet, he can be said to have many students and old friends in the current Federation Space Fleet. Even if it is someone he has never met before, as long as he can appear as Li Xinghe, no matter what he did in the Empire, when he fights for the Federation, he will definitely be responded to. It is similar to Ji Xinghe's influence in the Mecha Warriors. Let's talk about it later. Li Xinghe stood up and said sincerely, please allow me to join your independent group. If there is no suitable position, I can be a consultant. Consultants can be very powerful or have no power at all. Facing Li Xinghe who lowered his posture and Li Yuanba who was silent, Ji Xinghe nodded after a brief pause. Okay, only when the name is right can one speak smoothly. Li Xinghe began to talk about his combat ideas. He may not have any actual invisible power, but he himself is a force that no one can ignore. The meeting lasted for a long time. Xinghe, as a recorder, compiled detailed minutes of the meeting. When the meeting ended, Li Xinghe really became Li Yu because he was determined to stay in base number 6. The reason is simple, because Ji Xinghe successfully gave glory to Jia and the cripple. He wanted to return to normal, or he wanted to become a shipman, so there was no problem staying with Ji Xinghe. Li Yuanba, who couldn't become Li Yuan, had to leave base number 6. His helplessness was one of the main reasons why Li Xinghe could stay in base number 6. However, he was ready to return to base number 6 at any time. Although the takeoff and landing of space battleships would be seriously affected when the dust storm began, mainly due to missile attacks that could not be detected in advance, if Li Yuanba wanted to come to base number 6 for support, he did not need space battleships at all. He could perform orbital airdrops. This also means that other independent regiments can also use orbital airdrops to support the upcoming war in the battle zone of base number 6. The fact that Ji Xinghe would take action was ignored by Li Yi and Li Yuanba. No matter how talented an 11-year-old child is, he should not be Ji Xinghe's trump card, because this is not only related to Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe, the grandfather and grandson, but also to the life and death of everyone in base number 6. What Queen Armor was regarded as a joke by Xinghe. The Queen Armor transformed by Xinghe and Shen Mu is certainly not a joke. Li Yuanba and Li Xinghe both know that it is stronger than the previous Prince Armor. But Ji Xinghe, who was driving it, only had the strength of the 3rd stage at most, while the Imperial Duke who had driven the Prince Armor before had the strength of the 5th stage. The gap was extremely obvious, and it was not at all a Wushuang level combat power, and it was a bit difficult to even reach the Guoshi level. Xinghe, they don't believe you. When Xinghe's voice sounded, Ji Xinghe was standing at the porthole of a space battleship, looking at the planet that had appeared at the end of her sight. An orange-red alien planet. I don't need them to believe it. Yes, I think so too, but you are the queen, I'm not a queen, and I don't want to be a queen, so change the name of that mecha, change it to what? Champion Marcus. This was the name of the mecha that Ji Xinghe had used before, and it was also Ji Xinghe's dream. She wanted to replace her grandfather and become the champion Marcus of the Federation. Chapter 705. The 2 kings of the empire arrived on a different planet. Although the king of Xinghe, one of the 4 kings of the empire, obeyed the order of Emperor Wu Yi and arrived at the alien planet, took over the command of the Imperial Expeditionary Force and became the new general, it did not follow the request of Emperor Wu Yi to continue fighting. If I don't participate in the war, Ji Xinghe will not come to kill me. The king of Xinghe said impatiently to an orangutan wearing royal clothes on the screen. Our nephew is really interesting. He doesn't even look at what orbital airdrops Ji Xinghe's independent regiment is doing everywhere. I am really afraid that Ji Xinghe and his independent regiment will smash directly into the entrance of the headquarters one day and rush in to kill me. It is not surprising that the king of Xinghe, who has arrived at the imperial command of the Mountain of Gods, has such concerns. Although the area of the Mountain of Gods exceeds 300,000 square kilometers, and because of the alien base altitude of 22,000 meters, the slope area is larger, but because of the previous defeat in the war, most of the areas suitable for activities have been occupied by the Federation, and a large number of surface monitoring equipment have been deployed at great expense. The precise coordinates of the Imperial Command are being narrowed down. Once they are narrowed down to a certain range, the Federation's massive offensive may begin at any time. With Ji Xinghe's character, if the Federation really wants to fight, then the situation you are worried about is indeed very likely to happen. Ji Xinghe will bring his independent regiment to attract our most elite troops and a large number of conventional troops, creating opportunities for other Federation troops to go up the mountain. The Wangfu gorilla on the screen is this Hendong King, one of the 4 kings of the empire. It has a calm face and a calm voice. After recognizing the concerns of this Henan king, he said, "But you can't negotiate with the Federation because of this." "Negotiate?" The Henan king laughed. "I didn't say I wanted to negotiate. I just said I wanted to talk to humans. As for how to talk, what to talk about, and how long to talk, it depends on when you start to attack base number 6. The Zhendong king frowned. "You know, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't come, so I don't want to do it." The Zhenan king kept smiling and asked, "Is it because of me, or because you don't dare to stay on the ancestral star by yourself?" The Zhendong king was silent. Emperor Wu I had told Ada King that King Zhendong would not be willing to take over the jump base of the Sanliu Grand Canyon, because taking over the jump base meant taking on another order, to kill Ji Xinghe. Although King Zhendong's strength ranked second among the 4 kings of the empire, second only to King Xinghe, who had become one of the leaders of the imperial resistance army, and stronger than King Zhendong, who was killed by Ji Xinghe before, how could it dare to face Ji Xinghe? But as King Zhendong said, King Zhendong was dead, King Xinghe betrayed the empire, and King Zhendong came to the alien planet and became the general of the imperial expeditionary force. It was equivalent to only leaving it alone on the imperial star, called the ancestral star by the gorillas. It was more afraid of the brothers of Emperor Wu and Ada King. Therefore, the leader of the imperial army on the alien star is now the strongest in history. And unless Emperor Wu personally visits the alien star, there will be no higher commander configuration than this. This is true in terms of power and strength. The king of Zhendong said again, I can buy some time under the pretext of a talk and delay it until the dust storm begins. Our nephew has nothing to say on this point. Even if the talks fail, the Federation will not make any big moves based on the duration and coverage of this dust storm. I still have a lot of time. But you are different. If you don't take action when the dust storm occurs, then you will become the 12th imperial prince killed by your own nephew. Unlike the 37th brother, he was killed by Ji Xinghe, so his descendants who stayed in the ancestral star can retain a certain power, but you were killed by our 2 nephews. What can you leave behind? The king of Zhendong is the 37th son of Emperor Wu, but he is not the youngest, because Emperor Wu, who lived for nearly 200 years, had more than 100 sons. But in this generation, before the king of Zhendong was killed, there were only 7 left. In addition to the 4 kings, there were 3 who had no power and only knew how to eat, drink and have fun all day long. In addition to those who died of normal aging and those who died in the earliest wars, 12 were killed by Emperor Wu and some were killed by Ada King himself. Of course, Emperor Wu also killed many after he ascended the throne, so Emperor Wu and Ada King, the 2 gorillas, actually inherited their father's career and killed their uncles. The king of Zhendong was not convinced by the 2 words of the king of Zhendong. He asked back, I can't kill Ji Xinghe directly. After the Federation reacts, do you think I still have a chance? Do you still have a chance? Why do you have to kill Ji Xinghe? A strange smile appeared on the face of the king of Zhendong. Capture live? And then get the gift of power. When the king of Zhendong asked back, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He said, how did the 37th brother die? You won't forget it. The empire also has certain information about how the king of Zhendong was killed by Ji Xinghe. Without discussing the source of the information itself is enough to let them know that the main reason for the death of the king of Zhendong was his greed. If it had gone all out from the beginning, together with its 4 sons in the 5th stage, even if it could not kill Ji Xinghe, it would not be killed one by Ji Xinghe. Capture live? No. King Zhendong continued to maintain a strange smile and said, in fact, there is another possibility. King Zhendong understood, or perhaps he understood it just now. It's impossible. Ji Xinghe's attitude towards our empire is already very obvious. We can't be like the 3 traitors Liuer, Ying Luoqi, and Xu Ziyan. Liuer had some fame in the empire before, after all, his white hair was too eye-catching, but Ying Luoqi and Xu Ziyan were truly unknown. However, now, their names have appeared in the mouth of King Zhendong. If they knew, they would definitely be very happy. Ji Xinghe's attitude cannot determine the attitude of all humans. King Zhendong's expression returned to indifference, otherwise, those humans would not agree to talk to me. From the news they have sent us so far, they sent a combination of the federal commander-in-chief, the vice president, and several important officials and congressmen for just a talk, which has proved that their attitude is different from Ji Xinghe's. King Zhendong frowned, if you tell them the coordinates of my jump base, we will all die. How could I tell them? Besides, I don't know the exact coordinates, King Zhendong said, but you can tell Ji Xinghe that after you take action, use the captured federal mecha to try to contact Ji Xinghe in the Sanliu Grand Canyon. I said that Ji Xinghe will not negotiate with us, but Ji Xinghe is very interested in killing us, and if he can't kill us, he can only kill the elite troops who obey our nephew. He is also very happy to have you and insiders like me to help him weaken the power of our empire. To be more precise, it is the power in the empire that does not belong to us. What's the point? Before Ji Xinghe led the Federation to 2 great victories, I came to the Federation and told them that we wanted to talk. Do you think they would talk to me? Would they talk to us? The premise of the talk must be that both sides are evenly matched. If the negotiation is to succeed, the Federation must have enough advantages. Vice versa, unless it is in a desperate situation, our nephew will not wake up, King Zhendong asked. Then what? Then, King Zhenan laughed again and asked, brother, do you really need me to teach you how to do things? Or are you going to tell our nephew who wants to kill us everything I said? King Zhendong looked at King Zhenan in silence for a moment, and then asked, do you really think that the Empire and the Federation have a chance to coexist peacefully? King Zhenan shook his head. It is impossible to coexist peacefully. Only one of the Empire and the Federation can exist, but if we continue to fight like this, we will lose. As for why, you have also taken Li Hangfan's class, I think I don't need to say it again, Li Hangfan. Hearing this familiar name, King Zhendong seemed to be immersed in memories, and the content was the courses that King Zhenan mentioned. Before Ji Xinghe, there were only 3 people in the entire Federation who were worthy of being remembered by Ada Kang. For the same reason, the guerrillas such as the King of Zhendong and the King of Zhenan were only willing to remember the names of 3 humans, who were father and son, Li Anbang, Li Hangfan, and Li Yuanba. Compared with Li Yuanba, who personally killed an imperial prince, an imperial general, and an imperial prince, the guerrillas who were able to contact Li Hangfan in the Empire were more concerned about Li Anbang and Li Hangfan, the father and son. If Ji Xinghe had not mastered the ability of the gift, like their father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, the guerrilla who created the Empire, they would still think that Li Anbang and Li Hangfan posed a greater threat to the Empire. Of course, Li Yuanba is now more important than Li Hangfan and Li Anbang, because the Empire has determined that Li Yuanba is very likely to become the second human to master the ability of the gift. However, if it were Ji Xinghe and the others, knowing that Li Hangfan had taught lessons to the Empire's 4 kings, Ada King and other imperial gorillas and monkeys, and instilled certain ideas in them, then Li Hangfan would not have used the name Li Yi to live in the Federation. He is still Li Hangfan, the only recipient of the Azure Medal in the Federation, a 3-star general in the Federation. And even further. But unfortunately, Li Hangfan did not say what he did in the Empire, because there is no point in saying it, he can't produce evidence, and the guerrillas who can prove that he did these things, such as the King of Zhendong, the King of Zhenan, Ada King and other guerrillas, will not be willing to testify. When the King of Zhendong was silent, the King of Zhenan continued to speak. Our nephew wanted to seek further evolution, but he took the wrong path, just like our brother. 300 years of federal time have passed since our father received the gift of grace, but only our 2 nephews have the gift of grace, and Ada Kang's gift of grace was picked up. The Federation has known the existence of Qi for only 10 years. It has only been more than 5 years since Ji Xinghe arrived at the alien planet, but Ji Xinghe has already mastered the gift of grace, and Li Yuanba is almost there. After the 2 humans, how many people will master the gift of grace? Judging from the ability of Ada Kang to receive the gift of grace, if Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba succeed, then in a short period of time, at least 4 people in the Federation will master the gift of grace. 1 or 2, 2 or 4, the difference in quantity is not big, but in essence, there is a huge difference that can determine whether a race can complete the evolution. So I said that we took the wrong path, but we do not have the gift of grace, and it is impossible to get the gift of grace, which means that we can't lead our people on the right path. After a brief pause, the King of Zhenan said sincerely, I don't want to die, and I don't want to give up my power, but I'm really old. Brother, you are older than me, and you will definitely die before me. Aren't you afraid of death? Aren't you afraid that although you can live, you will have nothing, just like Kazman and Bilrosi who were captured by Ji Xinghe, and become human beings? Intelligence says that they are called inflatable apes by humans. Seek opportunities for evolution, negotiate with the Federation to buy time, and then lead the Empire on the right path to achieve the final victory. The King of Zhenan's tone became louder, as if he was giving a speech. Brother, don't hesitate anymore, we are all dying. This is our last chance. The King of Zhendong was silent for a moment. That's it, I'll think about it. The communication was hung up. The King of Zhendong, who is already in the 36 Grand Canyon jump base, could not calm down for a long time. Just as the King of Zhenan said just now, they are both very old. The 7th stage of Qi can only bring it a limited lifespan, and this limit cannot be broken at all in the current situation. Unless it gets the gift of power, although after getting the gift of power, it will die earlier. just like its father and its younger brother who succeeded the throne of the empire. When Emperor Wu Ai died, it was somewhat fortunate that its father did not choose it to succeed the throne. But later, the more brutal, dictatorial and crazy Emperor Wu Ai made it resentful as before, why its father did not choose it to succeed the throne. But now the gift of power and the gift of power earlier, in its opinion, must be obviously different. It can live longer, and even achieve true evolution, with a longer lifespan and more powerful power. The age of the king of Xinghe is not only the highest among the 4 kings of the empire, but also the highest among all the gorillas. But now the king of Xinghe has also joined the rebels. Although the reason why the most talented son died on the alien planet may be that he was cooperating with Emperor Wu Ai as an insider, did he really not have the same idea as it and the king of Xinghe? And if they want to obtain the gifted ability, since Emperor Wu Ai has already passed this ability to Anakin, their only hope is Ji Xinghe. King Zhendong began to think seriously about how he could establish communication with Ji Xinghe through the seized federal mecha after the dust storm began, and reach an agreement on certain things. But what it didn't know was that the king of Xinghe, who had just persuaded it sincerely, and its younger brother, applied for a jump communication with Emperor Wu Ai after hanging up the communication with it. Your Majesty, King Zhendong really has a rebellious heart, and he really wants to reach a cooperation with Ji Xinghe. Chapter 706. Did you hear that? Emperor Wu Ai listened to the report of the Prince of Xinghe quietly, without any change in his expression. Your Majesty, the Prince of Xinghe's attitude was very respectful, not like an uncle treating his nephew at all. Even with the power controlled by Emperor Wu Ai, he was a little too humble. As long as the Prince of Zhendong fails and Ji Xinghe breaks into the warp base of the Sanlu Grand Canyon, I will take the weapon to kill Ji Xinghe. Of course, the premise is that Ji Xinghe will choose to occupy the warp base according to our previous analysis in order to continue this war. If he doesn't go, I won't have a chance. He will definitely go. Emperor Wu Ai was very confident, as if he had become a roundworm in Ji Xinghe's stomach, or a roundworm in Li Hengfen's stomach. He looked at the Prince of Xinghe, who was bowing his head, and said in a calm tone, as long as you kill him, I will pass it on to you and let you get the gift of power. Once this sentence was said, it was no wonder why the Prince of Xinghe had such an attitude. But unlike when he heard Emperor Wu Ai say this before, the King of Xinghe was more confident than before, and he finally asked the question he wanted to ask before coming to the alien planet. Your Majesty, you have already passed on the inheritance to Dakang. Is it true? Can it be passed on again? Emperor Wu Ai hesitated for a moment before asking again, do you know where the gifted ability came from? I don't know, the King of Xinghe said with some regret. Father didn't mention it to us, it came from another alien civilization. Your father, my grandfather, discovered a spaceship that crashed on our planet 300 years ago? Emperor Wu Ai began to tell the story again. The content was almost the same as what he had told Dakang and Li Hengfen before, except for some additional supplements at the end. The essence of the gift of power, we call it God's blood. According to the Federation, it is a gene that has evolved, and contains special information that can change the target's genetic genes through gifts. The reason why my grandfather and my father lived much less than you is because there are irreconcilable differences between our genetic genes and the genetic genes possessed by the intelligent life of the ruined civilization. When their strength reaches its extreme, they will awaken their own God's blood, and the conflict between the two God's blood will lead to death. So, my grandfather passed the God's blood he obtained to my father, and tried to use his own God's blood to maintain his own life when the God's blood from the ruined civilization left his body, but he failed. The same goes for my father, he also failed. And I succeeded, the King of Xinghe had guessed before, and with his understanding of Emperor Wu and Emperor Wu Ai, he would never believe that they would pass on the gift of power to the next generation for the stability of the empire. Even if we look at the lifespan of the King of Xinghe, Emperor Wu Ai has a chance to live until Emperor Wu Ai can succeed to the throne. The succession of the throne is not unacceptable in the empire. Emperor Wu Ai, or the second generation, has no chance to resist even if they want to. Now, all its speculations have been confirmed. If it inherits, it will die, and if it does not inherit, it will also die. It can only choose to pass on its power to the next generation and fight for a chance to survive. In this way, it seems to be a blessing that it was not chosen in the first place. So, Dakang will die in the future, unless he masters the same ability as you, passes the blood of the gods from the ruined civilization to his descendants, and then relies on the blood of the gods that he awakens on his own to survive. The words of the king of Xianan were not interrogative sentences, but were very certain. It continued, and the gift you want to pass on to me is the divine blood that you awakened on your own. There is no irreconcilable conflict between your genes and mine, so I can perfectly inherit your divine blood. After a brief pause, it asked again, but, you gave me your divine blood, will you really be fine? Emperor Wu I laughed and whispered, it's not that I give you my divine blood, but that I give you your own divine blood. The king of Xianan looked surprised. Have you succeeded? I haven't succeeded yet, but Ji Xinghe will succeed. He has a granddaughter, and he loves his granddaughter very much. And now, his granddaughter is coming to the alien planet. The surprised expression on the face of the king of Xianan became more obvious, and it was already at the level of astonishment. You mean, Ji Xinghe will pass on his divine blood to his granddaughter? No, use his divine blood to let his granddaughter also have divine blood? How is this possible? With what the king of Xianan has seen and heard for nearly 200 years, he really can't believe this possibility. What's a granddaughter? Sons and daughters are nothing. Although it knows that Ji Xinghe is already 70 years old and that Ji Xinghe only has this one relative left, it does not believe that Ji Xinghe will really take the risk of death for a granddaughter. After all, with Ji Xinghe's current strength, he can give birth to dozens or even hundreds of sons and daughters like it. With hundreds of sons and thousands of grandchildren, why bother about one? Humans are different from us. The education they receive makes many of them unwilling to give birth to more offspring, let alone marry many wives and concubines. It has to be said that this will be the biggest loss to mankind. The smile on Emperor Wu I's face has been put away, and his tone has gradually become majestic. It said, Ji Xinghe will definitely succeed. He is more anxious than me. So, when you see his granddaughter Ji Xinghe appear on the battlefield, don't be surprised, and don't rush to kill Ji Xinghe. You have to see clearly whether Ji Xinghe's strength exceeds the gift that the duke can get. King Xianan understood. If Ji Xinghe surpasses, it means Ji Xinghe succeeded, which means I can get the blood of God. Yes, but there is a problem. King Xianan frowned and said, if the blood of God can be passed on to more people in this way, then how could Ji Xinghe pass it on to only Ji Xinghe? When the Federation has many people who have mastered the blood of God, it is difficult for us to compare with the Federation in this regard. It is still because of the system. From the Empire's understanding of the Federation, if there is really a way to allow more people to obtain the blood of God, the Federation will try to let as many people awaken the blood of God as possible. The Empire is different. If they give more gorillas the blood of God, then the Empire itself will be destroyed by the rebels. Emperor Wu frowned slightly. Did you listen to me carefully? Your Majesty, I'm always serious. I just said that the Federation's monogamy will be the greatest loss to mankind. The expression of the king of Xianan suddenly became pleasantly surprised. Your Majesty, you mean that Ji Xinghe can't pass on the power of the blood of God to others, unless he starts to marry and have children crazily from now on. But even if he starts now, it will take a long time for his children to grow up. Yes, Emperor Wu nodded slightly. So, you must kill Ji Xinghe. After killing Ji Xinghe, if there is a chance, then kill Ji Xinghe. But there is no need to rush this matter, because Ji Xinghe is only 11 years old. According to the laws of the Federation, she must be at least 21 years old before she can get married. Your Majesty, please rest assured that I will definitely kill him. The king of Xianan was full of confidence. After the communication ended, the respectful expression on its face disappeared in an instant. You want to tell me that as long as you have the same blood as us, you will have the opportunity to get the blood of God in the future, so you will definitely give me the blood of God as you promised me before. And my brothers and their children are too disobedient, so you want to kill them with the help of the Federation and Ji Xinghe. Do you really think I am an idiot? The expression of this Henan king, who was alone in a room, gradually became angry and his voice became louder. Do you think I don't know that 16 has always had a good relationship with you, and given 16's personality, if you hadn't made some kind of promise to him, he would never be willing to join the rebels for you even if he had a good relationship with you. The 16 it mentions should actually be 16 brother, the Xinghe king, who is the oldest of the 4 kings of the empire. There are many gorillas in the empire, such as Ada King and Hendong king, who all suspect that this Xinghe king chose to join the rebels because of the order of Emperor Wu II. But there are really few who are as sure as the Henan king. Ada King is relatively sure, So he wants to insert his guerrilla hands into the imperial forces against the rebels. But it doesn't matter. I will kill Ji Xinghe, and then capture his granddaughter who has the blood of God alive. If his granddaughter really has it. After leaving the communication room, the king of Xianan continued to talk with the Federation. Although it was just using talk to delay time, for the Federation this was a negotiation, and it was a negotiation of unprecedented standards. The previous negotiations between Ji Xinghe, Ada Kang and Emperor Wu Ii were not counted because only Ji Xinghe participated in the decision. This time, the Federation needs more preparation time, that is, to mobilize more people to participate, and to formulate countless plans in advance. Even if it is ready and can start negotiations, and the king of Xianan is really willing to talk, it is impossible to have any specific results within 3 to 5 days. Therefore, there will be no problem with the king of Xianan's plan to buy time. Ji Xinghe, who was preparing for war, also learned the news before the negotiations officially began. But he ignored it, because his granddaughter Ji Xinghe finally arrived at the alien planet under the attention of everyone. The atmosphere at base number 6 suddenly became tense. It had nothing to do with Li Hangfan's arrival and the preparations for war as a consultant. Except for a limited number of people such as Li Hangfan, such as Shen Mu and Qin Tong, no one else knew that there was an imperial jump base in the Sanlu Grand Canyon. They would hardly question Ji Xinghe's decision, not to mention the involvement of the brothers Li Hangfan and Li Yuanba. It can be said that this is a joint effort of the two most powerful families in the Federation, the Li family and the Ji family. With the arrival of Ji Xinghe, the Ji family no longer had any disadvantages in terms of numbers. It was precisely because Ji Xinghe really came that the atmosphere at base number 6 became tense. Who doesn't know that Ji Xinghe doesn't want Ji Xinghe to come? But despite the tension, the morale of base number 6 did not drop because of this, but instead suddenly soared a lot. Have you heard? The old man's granddaughter robbed a single-person starship and flew directly to the alien planet from the Blue Star. Yes, I heard that. I also heard that she dismantled the communication module of the single-person starship herself, for fear that the single-person starship would be remotely controlled. That's amazing. She can drive a single-person starship at the age of 11, and she also knows where the communication module is and how to dismantle it. It's really amazing. The old man can't compare to her. What are you talking about? I'm telling the truth. Let's not talk about what the old man was doing when he was 11 years old. Let's say that when the old man was 65 years old, he was stealing, robbing a single-person starship, but he was caught alive by the police on the spot. Ha ha ha. When the laughter rang out, the people who were discussing felt inexplicably sad. Someone said in a low voice, I really can't imagine what the old man was thinking at the time. I saw in the documentary that he didn't bring any food or water. He just brought a few knives, all of which were kitchen knives. He dared to rob a single soldier starship and come to the alien planet to join the war. Did he know that the things he brought would not allow him to survive to the alien planet? The topic changed, but it seemed to have not changed. I think Ji Xinghe is braver than the old man. When I took the spaceship to the alien planet before, the officer in charge didn't let us go to the porthole, saying that he was afraid of affecting our mentality. But even if I couldn't see the boundless space, I felt unprecedented palpitations staying in the spaceship. I was really scared. And the single soldier starship, the space of the single soldier starship is very small, but the porthole is not small. When Ji Xinghe drove the single soldier starship to the alien planet, she must have been able to clearly see the truly boundless universe. Why isn't she afraid? Is it possible that she was afraid too? If she was afraid, why didn't she return? She was afraid, but she still came to the alien planet. Just like we are actually afraid of death, but we still have to kill gorillas, she is different from us. Her grandfather is Ji Xinghe. Now that she is here, she is the same as us. At least, in terms of choice, she is the same as us. It's good to have this choice. I don't want her to join the war. I don't want it either, but can we stop her? The old man couldn't stop her. Because she wants revenge just like the old man. People were silent. No one refuted this statement. Ji Xinghe drove a single soldier starship to the alien planet alone, which proved her attitude and courage. Someone took a deep breath and spoke in a sighing tone. A 65-year-old man, in order to avenge his son, wanted to rob a single soldier starship to cross the interstellar. An 11-year-old girl, in order to avenge her father, really robbed a single soldier starship to cross the interstellar. These grandfather and grandson are really trying to kill people. Why are they trying to kill people? I gave my life to them, grandfather and grandson. Do you think they want to kill people? That's right, I gave my life to them, grandfather and grandson too. Count me in, don't dare to leave me out. Although I can't fight, I'm fat and can block a lot of firepower. Ha ha ha, you are not counted. Let's give our lives to them, grandfather and grandson together. The voice from the loudspeaker gradually disappeared. Ji Xinghe lowered his head slightly, looking at Ji Xinghe who was standing in front of him with her head held high. He asked softly, Xinghe, did you hear that? Chapter 707, The Grandfather Who Tricked His Granddaughter. When Ji Xinghe landed on the alien planet and arrived directly at the number 6 base, she was very nervous. Whether it was to form an unknown group or to force her way to the alien planet, it could be described as unreasonable. Ji Xinghe was even prepared to be sent back to the blue planet. Although she begged and asked He to make some preparations for her to come to the alien planet to participate in the war, these preparations did not exist in the face of Ji Xinghe's attitude. But what she didn't expect was that Ji Xinghe didn't say anything, but just let her listen to some of the discussions recorded by Xinghe, and then asked her a question. After a long silence, the voices she had just heard kept echoing in her mind. But Ji Xinghe's attitude became more determined. She held her head high, and some of the nervousness in her eyes disappeared, leaving only the purity that Ji Xinghe couldn't bear to look at. She said, General Ji, I heard it, I will not live up to their lives, let alone my own life. This time, it was Ji Xinghe who was silent. Ji Xinghe said I heard it, but to Ji Xinghe actually said I understand. The difference appeared in a child who was only 11 years old. What else could he say? In a trance, it seemed like he had returned to many years ago. Ji Xinghe, who was about to take the college entrance examination, applied for Long's Kong Military Academy without telling Ji Xinghe. When the college entrance examination results came out, Ji Xinghe's score met the standard and began to conduct background checks. Ji Xinghe learned of this fact. Ji Xinghe was very angry at that time. But the 18-year-old Ji Xinghe stood in front of him like this, facing him with the same head held high and chest out, looking at him with the same pure eyes. Ji Xinghe, who had soared to 1.83 meters like a bamboo shoot, was as tall as Ji Xinghe at the time. So the two figures overlapped in Ji Xinghe's eyes and heart. He once made a request to Ji Xinghe, which Ji Xinghe failed to do, but Ji Xinghe knew that Ji Xinghe did it. Now, he made a request to Ji Xinghe. You are not allowed to use the power of Qi to complete Sichuan's challenge. Yes, Ji Xinghe smiled happily, without any fear in his eyes, only the satisfaction of finally getting what he had longed for. Grandpa, what will be my rank after I join the independent regiment? The change in the title made Ji Xinghe feel relieved. No rank, huh? Ji Xinghe stepped forward, grabbed Ji Xinghe's arm, shook it and said softly, Grandpa, it won't work without a rank, I still need to be promoted. If it doesn't work, you can give me a rank of private, just like you at the beginning. Ji Xinghe's expression softened. Federal law stipulates that people under the age of 18 are not allowed to join the army. Even if they are over 18 and join the army, they are not allowed to fight before they are 21 years old unless there are special circumstances. Then you joining the army at the age of 65 does not meet the regulations. There was no upper age limit for conscription at that time, no, but the problem is that the federal government stipulates that 65 is the retirement age. Besides, you were not a soldier before, so there is no such thing as re-employment. Grandpa, you violated the rules first. I'm a special case too. And I'm almost 12 years old. According to federal law, I can bear criminal responsibility. Ji Xinghe shook Ji Xinghe's arm even more vigorously. Tell me, how can people who can bear criminal responsibility not join the army and fight? Xinghe's voice came from the loudspeaker that played the recording just now. That's right. Is there any justice in the world? Is there any law? If there is no law, our Queen Xinghe will ascend the throne and replace federal law with law. The grandfather and grandson looked at Xinghe at the same time, who was everywhere but could definitely see that they were looking at her. Xinghe's heart tightened, and she stopped talking nonsense, and her tone became serious. Our independent regiment is an independent regiment, my lord. You have a high authority. You don't have to worry about any federal laws. All are handled according to special circumstances. Under normal circumstances, if Xinghe can pass Sichuan's challenge and officially join the independent regiment, she must have the rank of second lieutenant and be treated as a federal first-class mecha warrior. Xinghe is just asking for a rank of private now. Speaking of it, is private really a rank? Ji Xinghe received strong and normal support, stopped shaking Ji Xinghe's arm, put her hands behind her back and looked up at Ji Xinghe. Grandpa, private is enough, I really need a rank. The significance of military rank is not only legitimate, but also related to the promotion of military rank and the corresponding command rights. Ji Xinghe wants to be a champion Marquess, not a lone hero. Ji Xinghe hesitated for a moment and asked, why do you think I didn't give you a military rank? Why did I have to make you pass Sichuan's challenge? Ji Xinghe didn't even think about it and answered without hesitation, you are afraid that Uncle Qin Tong will ask Qin Wangzhen to come to alien planet, and Commander Yang Ete will also ask his grandson to come to alien planet, and many people who have joined our independent regiment's youth training team will be asked by their parents, grandparents, and grandparents to come to alien planet like me. You are worried that there will be many powerful people like you who will use me as an excuse to pave the way for their children and grandchildren in advance, so that our army can no longer remain as pure as before. This worry is very necessary, because now the participation of mercenaries in the war is an unstoppable trend. One fear, the other worry, made Ji Xinghe feel relieved, but also very worried. This kid. Then how should these two problems be solved? Ji Xinghe said seriously, be more direct and tough, give orders in your name and let them give up this idea. Regardless of whether Uncle Li Yuanba can successfully master the power of the gift, your opinion is something they cannot ignore. But this is not conducive to unity, because it takes a lot of time and some opportunities for me to show my strength to make them shut up. After all, the imperial apes will not be stupid enough to keep sending conventional mechas to be killed by me. They will either be killed by me until there is nothing left to kill, or they will avoid me like they avoid you. The dust storm has not started yet, and the Empire will not move the jump base in the 3-6 Grand Canyon. Even if it moves, we cannot attack rashly without understanding the enemy's situation. So I can't be sure when I can use my strength to make them all shut up like you. I suggest using a relatively tactful method to let them come and formally join the Independent Regiment Youth Training Team. I will serve as the captain. If there are too many people, we can also develop the youth training team into a youth training camp, and I will serve as the battalion commander. Then, following Sichuan's challenge, set the rules for Ji Xinghe's challenge. If you can't pass it, don't even think about getting a military rank or participating in the war. Ji Xinghe was more relieved, but also more worried. But, you also said that it's not just the children who want to become mecha warriors who can come, but also the children like Qin Wangzhen who want to become mechanics. Well, mechanics are no problem for you, but what about computational ballistics? What about communications engineering? What about space battleships, etc.? It doesn't matter. Ji Xinghe had a bright smile on her face, like the Count of Monte Cristo who escaped successfully from prison, or Zhang Wuji who escaped from the secret room of Guangmingding. Her tone was calm but full of amazing confidence. Whatever, Ji Xinghe can challenge you. To be honest, Ji Xinghe only knew that Ji Xinghe had extraordinary talent and strength in aspects related to mechas, such as mecha operation and mechanics. But other aspects were not what Ji Xinghe was good at, so he didn't teach Ji Xinghe. But what Ji Xinghe lacks the most is teachers, and there are countless experts who want to be Ji Xinghe's teachers. But the problem is, she is only 11 years old? When Ji Xinghe looked surprised, Xinghe asked proudly, my lord, do you know why your memory has improved, Qi? Yes and no, Xinghe explained to Ji Xinghe in a popular science way. Our storage technology has reached an extreme. For example, the storage units used by my current spider-shaped bodies are the size of fists, which can only have a storage capacity of 2000 terabytes, 1 TB equals 1024 GB. If I need more data information, I must rely on the support of cloud servers. However, the success of biological materials and the improvement of genetic technology have allowed us to find the future direction of storage technology and begin research, that is, using genes to store information. The human genome has a storage capacity of up to 40 EB, 1 EB equals 1 billion GB, to record genetic genes. The storage capacity of 40 EB is even larger than the storage capacity of the largest cloud storage data company in the Federation, which is hundreds of thousands of servers. Theoretically, if this technology can be realized, 1 cubic millimeter of genes can store 9 terabytes of information, but this is really difficult to achieve. Before the power of Qi, the Federation's research in this area was like studying controlled nuclear fusion technology 100 years ago. But with the power of Qi, it is different, because Qi can change the genetic information and genetic genes. Ji Xinghe interrupted. Speaking of the point, Xinghe immediately said the key point. I think that the direction in which Qi makes organisms evolve is not the body, but the wisdom. The improvement of memory means that more and more comprehensive information can be known, and a person can achieve the effect of brainstorming and burst out inspiration that can make science and technology achieve leapfrog development. My lord. The dog gorilla of Emperor Wu I went in the wrong direction, so it must not succeed. Ji Xinghe understood and asked, then I also went in the wrong direction. No, that's different. You are not only the strongest person in the Federation, but also the #1 mechanic in the Federation. Don't count me, I'm not a human. And you have never stopped learning knowledge to improve yourself. In terms of knowledge reserves, you must be far beyond the dog gorilla of Emperor Wu I. After Xinghe corrected her statement, she said, Xingxin's knowledge is even broader. If I don't have network support to connect to all databases in the Federation, I can't compare with Xingxin. If the Federation's storage technology cannot be developed into biological material storage technology, 100 years later, even if I have network support, I may not be able to compare with Xingxin. This is of course an exaggeration, because no matter how large the storage capacity is, the data transmission speed must be considered. Ji Xinghe sees with his eyes and hears with his ears, and the transmission speed is much slower than Xinghe who can use optical fiber. Ji Xinghe understood that Xinghe said so much, but it was just one sentence. Ji Xinghe is very strong, stronger than him. Therefore, some of the problems he was worried about, Ji Xinghe could completely solve them by himself, as long as he gave Ji Xinghe a chance. After thinking for a moment, Ji Xinghe spoke. Xingxin, after you pass Sichuan's challenge, I will ask them to arrange for you to participate in actual combat. If you get 10 gold stars, you will be given the rank of private. After that, for every 10 gold stars you get, your rank will be promoted by 1 level. Private, corporal, sergeant, second-class sergeant, first-class sergeant, third-class sergeant major, second-class sergeant major, first-class sergeant major. With 100 gold stars, you will be given the rank of second lieutenant, and for every 100 gold stars you get, your rank will be promoted by 1 level, until the rank of colonel. Xinghe immediately objected, my lord, I won't even say how unfair you are. The promotion of military ranks is not like this. Privates are all conscripts, and sergeants and the like can be skipped directly. You were promoted directly from sergeant to second lieutenant. Ji Xinghe ignored Xinghe and continued, moreover, your rules for calculating gold stars must be the same as mine and Li Yuanba's. This means that all the imperial noble mechas, including Erlei and Marcus A, are only counted as 1 gold star. This is certainly fair to Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, but it is too unfair to Ji Xinghe, a new recruit who does not even have a gold star. Xinghe spoke again with dissatisfaction, my lord, you should promote the virtuous regardless of your relationship with them. You are simply pitting your granddaughter. When it comes to Ji Xinghe, Xinghe has always been very bold in front of Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe ignored Xinghe again, looked at Ji Xinghe and asked, do you think it's unfair? Ji Xinghe's face showed a brighter smile than when Ji Xinghe agreed to let her join the independent regiment. She said, of course it's fair, because I am the granddaughter of a legend. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708 Please advise. When the news that Ji Xinghe was going to start the Sichuan challenge spread, everyone thought that Ji Xinghe would succeed. Even though people didn't know how talented Ji Xinghe was and how strong she was. People only needed to know that she was Ji Xinghe's granddaughter and that the independent regiment was Ji Xinghe's independent regiment to get the answer. People waiting in line at base number 6 to receive the gift didn't even have the interest to go and see. What's so good about an 11-year-old girl making trouble because of her grandfather's prestige and power? But before the start of this Sichuan challenge, when Ji Xinghe told the soldiers who came to take the test and wanted to join the independent regiment, as well as the mecha warriors sent by the independent regiment to meet this challenge, Everyone flocked to the training area of base number 6 before the test began. The venue was limited and couldn't squeeze in, so those who couldn't go also connected to the monitoring of the training area, or established video communications with people who were already in the training area and had a good viewing angle. Moreover, it was not just the people at base number 6. As Ji Xinghe said, she is the granddaughter of a legend. When the legend is being watched by the whole world, the countless pairs of eyes looking at the legend will also make her be watched by the world. Ji Xinghe said in public, "I don't want her to join the independent regiment, and I don't want her to drive a mecha to participate in the war. She has some skills to repair mechas. I want her to stay in the repair area and be a mechanic. You can say that I am selfish, but as long as you recognize me as the commander of the corps, then listen to my orders and defeat her." After saying this, the new recruits and veterans who wanted to take the opportunity to let go after receiving the order will naturally not let go anymore. They can all understand Ji Xinghe and support Ji Xinghe's idea. Mechanic soldiers are very important. I think they are more important than us mecha warriors. Yes. Without them to repair and build mechas, we'd be useless. By the way, Ji Xinghe is the old man's granddaughter, and she has been learning from the old man for 5 years. Her mechanic skills must be very strong. She's still a child. She's only 11 years old. What's wrong with 11 years old? When the old man was 11 years old, he already started to build transformers, but didn't they build them? It can be built now. It's just the switching between the two forms of mecha and car. It must be easy for the old man, but it's not necessary. Just because you can build it now doesn't mean you can build it when you're 11. Ji Xinghe is only 11 years old. Wait, what about that female soldier? Amid the discussions in the training area, Ji Xinghe, wearing a set of combat clothes specially designed for mecha warriors, followed Sichuan, walked out of the metal gate of a passage, and headed straight for the central arena in the training area. With delicate facial features and fair skin, she looked like finely carved ice and snow, with the natural beauty of silver. As she walked with a proper gait, her neat short hair swayed slightly, and she looked like a pile of snow formed by white waves. She was full of vigor. Even if she was not standing next to Sichuan, people would not have thought that she was Ji Xinghe. When she appeared in front of people, she could attract all the attention. When people confirmed her identity, the eyes focused on her turned into amazement and pure shock. Fuck, this is 11 years old. Some people were shocked and subconsciously said swear words, but when they thought of Ji Xinghe's identity, they raised their hands and slapped themselves. It was pretty fierce. How tall is it? This was the first question that people paid attention to. Ji Xinghe, who was next to Sichuan, looked almost as tall as Sichuan. Because of the angle, some people even thought that Ji Xinghe was taller than Sichuan. 1.83 meters is right. I remember Colonel Sichuan was 1.83 meters tall. They both look about the same height, 11 years old, 1.83 meters? What the hell? Slap. The person who subconsciously uttered the swear word subconsciously slapped himself. Adults with a sense of right and wrong, no matter what their verbal habits are, will subconsciously avoid swearing in front of children. Although Ji Xinghe couldn't hear, they felt it was related. Nurse Wang hadn't seen Ji Xinghe for several years. Not only her, but few people in the Federation had been able to see Ji Xinghe in the past few years. Her appearance was highly confidential in the Federation. Even if someone had seen Ji Xinghe, they would not disclose it to the public without restraint. Thinking back to the little girl who was thinner than her peers, with some sparse hair that finally fell on her shoulders, wearing a dress she made by herself, holding a doll and standing at the porthole of base number 6, looking at the desolate world outside, with a firm expression but pitiful and distressing. Looking at this moment, Ji Xinghe walked to the ring neatly and generously, standing in a standard and impeccable military posture. When he looked around the whole place, he felt that he had the whole place under control, as if Ji Xinghe was in front of him. Nurse Wang really couldn't believe it. Is this Xinghe? If we really talk about height, she has grown to 1.83 meters at the age of 11. In this era, it is not an exaggeration. It is rare, but it is easy to see. The key is the temperament displayed by Ji Xinghe, which makes many people, including Nurse Wang, feel like they are looking at Ji Xinghe. Moreover, this is not the Ji Xinghe who just came to the alien planet, but the Ji Xinghe who has returned as a king and came to the alien planet for the second time. Why? People are puzzled. Quiet, Sichuan's loud voice rang out. Without using a microphone, his voice can be clearly heard in every corner of the training area. He has become more and more proficient in using the power of Ki. After saying only 2 words, Sichuanian stepped back and gave the ring to Ji Xinghe. This is not the same as the process agreed at the beginning, but Sichuanian doesn't care about the process. He can clearly feel that no one is looking at him at this time. In the past, even if I was with the old man, I could get a lot of attention, but now, I, the great General Numa, have come to this day. Ji Xinghe was not stage fright. She stood there with her hands behind her back and spoke calmly, but her voice spread throughout the venue like Sichuanian. I, Ji Xinghe, in the name of the independent regiment, challenge Sichuanian. I, Ji Xinghe. In the name of Ji Xinghe, promise not to use the power of Ki in this challenge. I, Ji Xinghe, in my own name, ask all uncles and uncles to go all out in this challenge. The voice was calm, but there was a kind of majesty that should not appear on a child, which made people even more puzzled. Is it really just because Ji Xinghe has the power of Ki? Is it really just because she is Ji Xinghe's granddaughter? Ji Xinghe, standing in the center of the ring, suddenly laughed. At this moment, the frozen mountains and rivers were awakened by the warm spring sun. Her voice became a little playful. In the eyes of 8 billion people, it's a bit embarrassing to lose to me, an 11-year-old child. People laughed with her unconsciously, but before the laughter spread, Ji Xinghe's voice sounded in the loudspeaker in the training area. The challenge begins. The first one is Sichuanian. Sichuanian was a little confused. This was different from the agreed process. He just broke the process, and now he hated a person who broke the process, even if this person was Ji Xinghe. Everyone was confused. Ji Xinghe's voice continued to sound. Sichuanian, if you lose, you are not allowed to touch the armor of divine punishment within a month. Hiss. The air pressure in the training area suddenly dropped a few degrees, and the temperature rose a few degrees. At this moment, everyone was absolutely convinced that Ji Xinghe really didn't want Ji Xinghe to join the independent group through Sichuanian's challenge. Sichuanian's eyes instantly turned red, and he looked at the surveillance camera in the training area, his eyes full of pleading. But Ji Xinghe, who was not at the scene, seemed not to be watching the surveillance screen. Uncle Su, Ji Xinghe's brisk voice sounded behind Sichuanian. Sorry, you can only rest for a month. Sichuanian turned back in surprise. His red eyes looked like he had stayed up 10 all night to finish the manuscript, but when he handed it in, the boss said it was no longer needed. Xinghe, Sichuanian turned around and looked at Ji Xinghe, his tone somewhat helpless. If I knew the old man would arrange it this way, I would never come today. But it doesn't matter. The entrance examination of our independent regiment is not about winning or losing, but a mental will that is still unwilling to give up in adversity and desperation. So, just because you lost to me, it doesn't mean you have failed. Ji Xinghe blinked and smiled slightly. Really? Then Uncle Su, you must go all out. Sichuanian shook his head. Xinghe, you must go all out, otherwise. The smile on Ji Xinghe's face became a little more obvious, and then quickly subsided. The sense of majesty once again appeared on an 11-year-old girl. Even though she is 1.83 meters tall, she still gives people a great sense of disobedience. Why? Ji Xinghe took a step back, stood with her feet one in front and one behind, raised her hands and posed the starting posture of Ji family boxing. Let's get started, okay? Sichuanian didn't hesitate. He responded and rushed directly to Ji Xinghe. Although the distance was only 5 meters, he felt like he was charging at full speed. After 2 big steps, he leaped up. Sichuanian twisted in the air and kicked Ji Xinghe sideways. It happened in a split second. Sichuanian's movements were so fast that few people in the field could see clearly. Even if he didn't use the power of Ki, the blessing brought by Ki would not disappear. He had already kicked Ji Xinghe, and in the eyes of many people, he had just started charging. But Ji Xinghe saw it very clearly, and she felt. It was so slow. The moment he raised his hands, he had already grabbed Sichuanian's right leg. His feet seemed to be rooted in the ground and did not move at all. His waist sank slightly and then suddenly straightened up. The power burst out. The power of Sichuanian's kick was instantly unloaded. He realized something was wrong and was about to break free, but he felt an irresistible strange force coming. Huh? When the wind hit my face, everything in my sight flew by quickly, like sitting in a single soldier starship and looking at the scenery outside the porthole. The left foot kicked into the air, and the right foot loosened. Su Chuanyan just felt the centrifugal force, and saw the independent regiment mecha warriors under the ring. The surprised expressions kept magnifying in his sight. Bang! Ouch! Fuck! Captain! The exclamations continued, but the training area gradually became quiet. Everyone was trying to recall what had just happened. Su Chuanyan, who was clearly rushing towards Ji Xinghe, suddenly flew under the ring and knocked over several mecha warriors. It seemed like a very handsome flying kick, and then Ji Xinghe grabbed his right foot, swung it twice like a pendulum, and threw it directly under the ring. So simple? How is it possible? The spectators couldn't see Su Chuanyan's movements clearly. Ji Xinghe, standing on the ring, seemed to have done nothing just now, standing there and giving people a feeling of calmness. Su Chuanyan, who was knocked out of the ring, naturally had no chance to go on stage again. When he stood up, his expression was extremely surprised. You just came yesterday, don't you need to adapt to the environment of the alien planet? This question made people even more surprised. Yes, coming to the alien planet from the Azure Star, don't you need to adapt to the change in gravity? Gravity is not the smaller the better. When you are used to the gravity of the Azure Star, suddenly coming to the alien planet, even if you feel that the restraints have been lifted and you have become stronger, but when you really move, you will feel a strong sense of disobedience. Especially when fighting, knowing yourself and the enemy will win every battle. If you are not used to the changes in gravity, it is difficult to know how far you can go. How can you win when you can't even fully control your own body? So, it's not that Su Chuanyan underestimated the enemy. Ji Xinghe laughed, and she whispered, Uncle Su, have you forgotten? I was born here, this is the alien planet, and it is also base number 6. Ji Xinghe did not come to the alien planet, she returned to the alien planet, returned to base number 6. Why does it take time to adapt to the environment here? Su Chuanyan calmed down from his stunned expression and started to laugh. Next, when the next person came on stage, Ji Xinghe once again performed the opening pose of Ji Family Fist with a serious expression. Ji Family Fist, Ji Xinghe, please teach me. Chapter 709, Eyebrows and Eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4. The new recruits and veterans who received the order yesterday and were well prepared for it all chose to go all out because of the 2 orders Ji Xinghe issued before the challenge began. Perhaps, part of the reason was what Ji Xinghe said. The eyes of 8 billion people, there is really someone behind her. Back then, in base number 6, he used the eyes of 300 million people to win a very important privilege for Ji Xinghe. What kind of privilege can the eyes of 8 billion people win? At least from the current point of view, the only privilege of Ji Xinghe is that she can start the Su Chuanyan challenge that is already famous throughout the Federation in the name of the independent regiment at the age of 11. During the entire challenge, except for Su Chuanyan's obvious underestimation of the enemy, no one else gave Ji Xinghe other privileges. But the challengers who came on stage one after another were all thrown down by Ji Xinghe, whether they were new recruits or veterans. Needless to say, the veterans of the independent regiment, even the new recruits, are veterans of other units, and can be called the real elite. Otherwise, how can they have the courage to apply to join the independent regiment and get the approval of their original units? Even if Li Yuanda has begun to exert his strength, if they are not strong enough, they can't come to the number 6 base. However, when these people faced Ji Xinghe, it was as if their age and identity were exchanged. They were 11 years old, and they were defeated by an experienced soldier king. People went from astonishment to numbness, and then to sudden enlightenment. I finally know why I felt like I saw an old man when I saw her. Why? Because they look alike. No, because they are both very strong, so strong that they don't need recognition from others, nor do they need to show their own strength. They can have absolute confidence. Now that you put it that way, it seems to be the case. This is the truth that reading thousands of books can make you write like a god. And this is the truth that a person with a belly of poetry and books can be elegant. That's so good, it just hits the nail on the head. No wonder I feel that Ji Xinghe looks like an old man. Is there a more appropriate description? There are hills and valleys in the heart. And mountains and rivers in the eyebrows. Good. When Ji Xinghe threw off 56 recruits and veterans to the ring unscathed. Even Nurse Wang, who didn't know how to fight, could see that Ji Xinghe was so strong that she had exceeded the normal range. Isn't this incredible? No matter how high her talent is or how many famous teachers she has, she is only 11 years old. People figured it out, but they still don't understand. Suhi, who was also watching the battle, finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He knew that Ji Xinghe joining the independent regiment had become a foregone conclusion. Don't you all understand why Ji Xinghe is so strong? Some soldiers watching the battle beside Suhi shook their heads and looked at Suhi with expectant eyes. There are actually many reasons. For example, she is the granddaughter of Ji Xinghe and has extraordinary talents. For example, she has many masters, including Ji Xinghe, Li Yuanba, Han Li. For example, she got the power of Qi. What Suhi said were all things that these soldiers could not have, including Ji Xinghe's gifts, and it was difficult for them to line up. So, the hope in their eyes began to disappear. But Suhi changed the subject. But in my opinion, there is only one core reason why Ji Xinghe can be so strong. Do you want to know? We want to beat you. The smile on Suhi's face was as bright as the smile on Ji Xinghe's face. He whispered, if you want to know, remember to watch Ji Xinghe's personal documentary. Documentary? Is it a documentary like The Old Man and the Sea of Stars? It is a documentary, but it is different, because there is only one protagonist in this documentary, Ji Xinghe. When will it be broadcast? Is the name Ji Xinghe? It will be broadcast from today, and the name is, the legendary granddaughter. Oh, isn't this name a bit? Let me give you a spoiler. Suhi began to tell the story, his voice melodious, like a bagpipe in the fields. At that time, Ji Xinghe's health was very poor, and our treatment methods were limited, and there was no guarantee that the treatment would be successful. In fact, the mortality rate of children like Ji Xinghe was very high at that time. The doctor said that in order to make the treatment smoother, Ji Xinghe must have a stronger mental will. Ji Xinghe thought about it for many days, then made a decision, and said something to Ji Xinghe. He said, you are the granddaughter of a legend. At that time, Ji Xinghe was just an ordinary mechanic at base number 6. He didn't even have his own operating range. He had been helping Master Liu and Shen Yu. He was too far away from the legend and out of reach. But it doesn't matter, because he decided on that day that he would become a living legend. Becoming a legend is a responsibility. Becoming the granddaughter of a legend is also a responsibility. The grandfather and grandson are unwilling to disappoint each other's efforts for this, so they are working hard every day to take on their respective responsibilities. Regarding Ji Xinghe's efforts, when Ji Xinghe and his grandson returned to the Blue Star, Suhi released some clips to make it easier for people to accept Ji Xinghe. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. Due to her physical condition before getting the key, Ji Xinghe's efforts would only make people feel distressed, and would not make people think that she would become stronger because of it. Starting today, the documentary Legendary Granddaughter released by Suhi will tell people how much effort Ji Xinghe made after she solved her physical problems, and how she has become so incredible today. Of course, when this documentary is broadcast, Suhi will no longer have to hide. He can return to Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe, and continue to tell two legendary stories to everyone in the Federation, and even the Empire, in his own way. Base number 6. Ji Xinghe's physical strength was finally completely exhausted. She was knocked to the ground, she got up, she was knocked to the ground again, and she got up again. In the quiet training area, people have forgotten Ji Xinghe's invincible posture just now, and their eyes are full of heartache. No matter how tall she is just an 11-year-old girl. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Nurse Wang was the first one who couldn't hold back. When she screamed, the energy she had just gained was successfully released, making her voice resound throughout the training area, just like Sichuan and Ji Xinghe just now. The quiet people suddenly became noisy, and some people even directly stopped the challenger who was about to go on stage, and there were more people glaring at the challenger who was at a loss on the stage. The challenger on the stage had no doubt that if he started again now, the people below would rush up and tear him to pieces. Although this is impossible, is it really impossible? Ji Xinghe didn't know how many times she climbed up, and her combat uniform was still not damaged, but everyone knew that this was only because the combat uniform was of good quality. But no matter how good the combat uniform was, it was impossible to isolate her from the damage. Like the hot summer on the Blue Star, like the cold night on the Alien Star, wearing only the combat uniform could not isolate it. The neat short hair was already wet with sweat and wrinkled on the head. The eyebrows and eyes like the splendid mountains and rivers looked a bit hideous at this moment. She stood up, staggered back a few steps, and then gritted her teeth and stood still, her back straight, and her pine-like posture once again appeared in people's sight. Don't fight, old man, that's enough, that's enough, she has reached her limit, she passed the test, old man, what are you thinking about? If you really care about someone saying that you use privileges, are you still Ji Xinghe? Sichuan didn't do this at the beginning, she really passed, old man, I really didn't do this at the beginning. You still don't call a stop? Do you want Sichuan to challenge, and then turn it into Ji Xinghe's challenge? Okay, I agree, Ji Xinghe, that's enough. In the training area of base number 6, there were constant voices calling Ji Xinghe's name, which was a scene that had never appeared before. Even when Ji Xinghe just came to base number 6, with his identity as an 8th level fighter and his real skill level, few people would call him by his name, let alone now. But when Ji Xinghe was on the ring, she didn't know how many times she had posed the opening posture of Ji Family Fist, and she didn't know how many times she said, please teach me. People knew that she didn't even have the energy to say the opening line of Ji Family Fist. Ji Xinghe, what did Ji Xinghe count for? The angry eyes that had never been seen before made Ji Xinghe, who was watching the surveillance, have a change in expression that shocked Xinghe. He actually laughed. My lord, can you still laugh at this time? If Xinghe continues to fight, the independent regiment will be gone. I'll tell you the ugly words in advance. If the independent regiment supports Xinghe as the head of the regiment, for the sake of all mankind, I will choose. What will you choose? I will choose to help you reorganize an independent regiment while helping Xinghe manage her independent regiment. Ji Xinghe's smile disappeared, but there was still a smile in the corner of his eyes. He looked at Ji Xinghe on the screen and smiled distressedly. Ji Xinghe, who finally stood firm, did not take a break when the opponent did not dare to attack, but took the initiative to attack the opponent. Her attack was already very slow, so slow that it looked like a slow-motion shot of a movie from the screen. Her opponent, a special mecha warrior of the independent regiment, could only dodge at this moment. While dodging, he was also worried that Ji Xinghe would fall. He wanted to help her but didn't dare to do it. Hesitant, like a child. Ji Xinghe was not disappointed with a special mecha warrior, because he knew very well how much pressure this special mecha warrior was under at this moment. It was already precious that he could still insist on staying on the ring. Ji Xinghe, Ji Xinghe's voice finally sounded in the training area. Congratulations, you passed the assessment. From now on, you are a soldier of the independent regiment, you are, my soldier. Cheers rang out, just like when the news of the victory of the chessboard battle and the mountain battle came, people gathered around the ring, but they were very restrained and did not rush up, and left a smooth passage for medical staff. Nurse Wang rushed to the front. She had the power of the second stage of state Qi, and recently she had some experience in how to use Qi to treat others. But before she and other medical staff could rush forward, Ji Xinghe, who was standing on the ring and was about to collapse, suddenly stood up straight, and the feeling of exhaustion disappeared instantly, just like when she just came to the training area today. Heroic and valiant. People's movements all stopped, the cheers suddenly disappeared, and their eyes were full of disbelief. What's going on? Ji Xinghe on the ring stood at attention and saluted. She couldn't even finish her opening remarks just now, but she made a loud voice that could echo throughout the entire training area. Independence Regiment, Private, Ji Xinghe, report to the Corps Commander, please give instructions, Private. Passed the assessment to join the independent regiment, but he is just a private? This kid, he doesn't understand how high the rank standards of the independent regiment are. The average second lieutenant is not a joke. When people were thinking about this, they heard Ji Xinghe's response. Private, Ji Xinghe, is he really a private? This is not right, it's against the rules. Similar thoughts just flashed through people's minds, and the conversation between Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe, the grandfather and grandson, explained Ji Xinghe's abnormal state at this time. Here, you are allowed to use the power of Qi and fight another 100, yes, no one is allowed to be hurt, yes, don't get hurt, yes. Ji Xinghe's voice became louder and louder. Begin. When Ji Xinghe gave this order, her voice sounded like thunder, shaking people's hearts. It was a psychological effect. Yes, after the fourth yes, Ji Xinghe on the ring began to stretch her muscles and bones, as if she had just started. The messy short hair was shaken, and the sweat on it had disappeared. Su Chuanayan, who saw this scene, was shocked again. He couldn't do it as he was in the third stage. Ji Xinghe, who had recovered and was in a better state than before, felt a key in her body that seemed to be freed from constraints and flowed like a river, and showed a bright smile to the audience. She said, "Uncles and aunts, I'm sorry to make you worry. But from today on, please don't worry about me anymore, no matter what happens to me. Because I am Ji Xinghe, I am the granddaughter of a legend, and I will become a new legend. People with eccentric personalities are not uncommon in the military. But someone like Ji Xinghe may say in front of 8 billion people that she will become a new legend, and people will not feel disgusted, but will only look forward to it. There is only one of them." When people like Nurse Wang and Su Chuanayan heard Ji Xinghe say this, they all felt distressed. "Really, do you want to put so much pressure on yourself? Your grandfather Ji Xinghe has put enough pressure on you. You have a starting point that surpasses everyone, but it is also destined that you have to shoulder the responsibility and obligation to surpass everyone. Are you really not afraid?" Ji Xinghe couldn't hear the voices of people who felt sorry for her. When she pushed herself to a position that hundreds of millions of people were paying attention to, she said silently in her heart, "Dad, from today on, I will avenge you. Mom, from today on, I will fulfill your dream. Grandpa, from today on, I will stand in front of you." Ji Xinghe's voice sounded again in the quiet training area. She said, 100, not enough for me to fight. Uncle Su, you are also in the third stage, do you want to try your hand again? Or, you call all those who can fight, and I will fight slowly. Su Chuanayan laughed and slowly walked to the ring. Everyone made way for him. No one thought it was strange that Ji Xinghe was in the third stage. Su Chuanayan could accept the gift of the third stage. If Ji Xinghe was not on the third stage, there would be problems. People began to look forward to a showdown in the third stage, which was extremely rare in the Federation, and it could even be said to be unprecedented. Of course, people did not believe that when Su Chuanayan also used the power of Qi and no longer looked down on Ji Xinghe, Ji Xinghe could still beat him. After all, in people's opinion, Ji Xinghe should have received the gift of the third stage when she came to base number 6 yesterday. Ji Xinghe, who had not broken through before, did not seem to have the gift of the second and third stages. Su Chuanayan stood on the stage, but he didn't face Ji Xinghe, but looked at the audience. In the base, all combat arms, assemble immediately. Huh? After a moment of stunned silence, people suddenly realized that perhaps, P.S. Extra update for the Silver Alliance rewarded by 9 buses of Chunayanjian, 36/66. Chapter 710, Unable to Escape Fate. The peaceful space battleship, which was carrying out combat missions outside, returned to base number 6 with a full load to rest. The mecha warriors of the independent regiment were shocked by the noisy scene when they left the battleship and entered the base. Fuck, why are there so many people? Are they all here to see Ji Xinghe? How is that possible? They should be here to receive the old man's gift, but there are too many people. How many can the old man give in a day? It should be related to the dust storm. It is said that this dust storm will last for half a year, so they have to come early. Can our base feed so many people? There is definitely no problem in feeding. The productivity of our base is enough to support the survival of 200,000 people when it is running at full capacity. It's just a little crowded. It's not like we haven't encountered it before. That's true. As the dust storm approached, the number of people at base number 6 soared from 2 or 3,000 before Ji Xinghe came to more than 50,000, reaching the carrying capacity of base number 6. Although productivity can support 200,000 people, it does not mean that it can accommodate 200,000 people. The materials produced by the Federation's living base on the alien planet are mainly for supplying the front line. The number of people in base 6 now is about the same as the number of people that base 5 could accommodate when the Federation only had 3.5 bases on the alien planet. However, because base 6 has been expanded once in the past 3 years, the pressure on base 5 is less than that of base 5 at that time. Moreover, the people on the alien planet have very low requirements for the living environment. Not to mention rooms, many people don't even need sleeping bags and quilts if the constant temperature system can operate normally. Among them, more than half are queuing up to receive the gift. After the dust storm began, with the Empire currently trapped in the Mountain of Guts, it is theoretically difficult to attack the Federation spacecraft and warships entering and leaving base 6, but it is better to be safe than sorry. The Empire has every chance to use the cover of the dust storm to reach the vicinity of Base 6, whose coordinates have been accurately determined by them before, or to determine the most accurate coordinates of Base 6 for the purpose of reconnaissance, and then arrange guidance beacon devices to provide opportunities for precise strikes for the Empire's long-range firepower. What is more likely is to use a miniaturized jump gate device to transport a large number of surface-to-air missiles and take the opportunity to destroy the spacecraft and warships of the Federation. Compared with Mecha, the value of space battleships is needless to say. From a strategic perspective, as long as the Empire destroys a certain number of Federation space battleships, their space battleships will be able to break through the Federation's blockade of alien planets. In order to avoid this situation, the Nanchaman Command sent a large number of people who had obtained the authority to receive the gift to Base Number 6, and at the same time, there were naturally a large number of materials that Base Number 6 could not produce. Because these people will stay at Base Number 6 for a long time. After receiving the gift, you still need to learn and train to better master the power of Ki. In addition to some people with urgent tasks. Those who have recently received the gift at Base Number 6 will undergo special training at Base Number 6 for a month. Considering the magnitude of this dust storm, the special training time for this group of people will be longer. There are also some people who need to use Ki to treat the wounded. Ji Xinghe can perform the second and third stage of the gift. As the medical staff of the Number 6 base and the medical soldiers of the Independent Regiment all successfully received the second stage of the gift and gradually showed the healing advantages of Ki, it is no longer a secret. I didn't think about keeping it secret before. After the communication between the Nanchaman Command and Liu Mian, some medical staff will give priority to the second stage of the gift. It's just that they are all waiting in line at the Number 6 base, so some wounded who can't wait are transferred to the Number 6 base for treatment. This is also one of the reasons why the Number 6 base is overcrowded. The gift of the second stage is much more difficult than the gift of the first stage. Even though Ji Xinghe has the Ji family private restaurant to recover quickly, he can only give the second stage of the gift to a few people every day. Another reason lies in the brothers Li Yuanba and Li Zhengfen. To be more precise, it should be Li Yuanba and Li Yi now. There is no such thing as brothers. They arranged some personnel to arrive at Base Number 6 in advance, nominally to accept Ji Xinghe's gift, but in fact to prepare for the upcoming war. Judging from the number of people, Base Number 6 can't support a war at all now, but considering the special environment of the dust storm, the war will inevitably turn into a mecha war. Base Number 6 with the Independent Regiment is not at all weak. You guys get ready, and we can arrange for you to come to the alien planet in a few days. Ji Rongzhenai was communicating with the Blue Star. The people on the other side were Ma Ergao, Lin Shu and other children from the Xing team's youth training team, who were also the earliest batch. Those who joined later were all considered to be members of the Independent Regiment's youth training team. Although they were older, they were not as capable as Ma Ergao, Lin Shu and others, so Ji Rongzhenai would not arrange for them to come for the time being. Big sister, are you going to join the war? Ma Ergao was extremely excited. Well, the Pinyin is back. Before the dust storm starts, it will go out to perform combat missions for about half a month. I can participate, Ji Rongzhenai said. Once I prove that we can do it, it won't be a problem for you to come to the alien planet. That's great. I'm so anxious. Yes, he's so anxious that he's going to rob a single soldier starship. Aren't you going to rob it with me? I'm just cooperating with you. If you really go to rob a single soldier starship, believe it or not, we will be shot down by the Lingshan space defense system. This is true. It was because Ji Rongzhenai robbed the single soldier starship that no one dared to open fire. If it were someone else, they would have been beaten to pieces. From this point of view, it was a kind of luck that Ji Xinghe failed to rob successfully. At that time, if he really drove that single soldier starship into the air, he would definitely be shot down at the first time. Haha, you are afraid of death? Yes, I am afraid of death. I am afraid of dying without any clear reason or meaning. Okay. Stop arguing. Just leave it at that. Wait for my good news. Ji Rongzhenai didn't say much. The communication resources between the alien star and the blue star were still a little tight. It was not a technical problem, but the communication control of the Federation. After ending the communication with the blue star, Ji Rongzhenai started communicating with Shanyang City again. It would be better to say that the nameless people are Ji Xinghe's soldiers than her soldiers. After all, they all joined the nameless people under her persuasion. Wow, big sister, you are so awesome. 1 against 100, that's too exaggerated. Feng Wang, Zhang Li and other young people called Ji Xinghe the same as Margao and Lin Shu. It sounded a little inappropriate, but no one cared about it. Those veterans who retired before were a little embarrassed to use this name because of their age, and used another one instead. An old soldier asked curiously, Miss, have you ever fought with Su Chuanayan? Can he not beat you? Ji Xinghe was a little shy. She was not used to being addressed like this by a group of adults, but she knew she could not refuse such kindness, so she simply agreed. No, but he should not be able to beat me, because his boxing skills are not as good as mine, and he has not been able to practice Danjin. If Ji Xinghe had said this before, the unknown people might still have some doubts. She is only 11 years old. Even if she is the granddaughter of Ji Xinghe, it is a bit too exaggerated to practice Danjin, right? But now, no one doubts it anymore. On the contrary, if Ji Xinghe said that she did not practice Danjin, many people would doubt it. That's the ace level. No, it's the sub-galaxy level. After all, armor-piercing and armor-removing combat are different, so they can't be compared like this. But when the young lady was driving the mecha to fight, it felt like her strength was stronger than when she was not wearing armor. I couldn't do many operations, or I couldn't bear the overload. The ace level is definitely no problem, but the sub-galaxy level, I think it will take some time to grow. That's right, the young lady hasn't reached her limit. After seeing Ji Xinghe's challenge at base number 6, the nameless people were all very pleased and proud. Because in their opinion, Ji Xinghe represented the nameless people like them. Neither, I'm just a small private, an ordinary mecha warrior. Ji Xinghe denied people's claims, but his tone was a little playful. The nameless people all laughed. How could it be ordinary to have a national level mecha before going into battle? Okay, let's talk business. When Ji Xinghe was serious, the nameless people also became serious. According to reliable intelligence, there is an imperial jump base that has been built in the Sanlu Grand Canyon. The shock of the nameless people needs no further explanation, but there is more than one reason for the shock. Another reason is that why did Ji Xinghe come to inform them of such news? Could it be that the old man really wants to hand us over to Ji Xinghe's leadership? If it was before Ji Xinghe joined the independent group with the most stringent standards, the nameless people would definitely have a lot of doubts at this time, but now they are just confused. In fact, the nameless people were originally an independent group-like organization prepared by Xinghe and Ji Xinghe. In the previous plan, Ji Xinghe planned to come to the alien planet secretly and lead the nameless people in Shanyang City. But now Ji Xinghe has come to the alien planet openly and can only stay in base number 6 and stay in the independent group. This is related to Xinghe asking for a prince armor for Ji Xinghe. Xinghe's previous plan was to save some tungsten steel alloy and tungsten steel gold to build a national level mecha similar to Xinghe armor for Ji Xinghe, but plans cannot keep up with changes. With a better prince armor that can be modified, it is natural to abandon the previous plan. Then Ji Xinghe didn't know what he was thinking, but he still wanted to hand over the nameless to Ji Xinghe, so there's the present. Ji Xinghe didn't explain anything, but continued to speak. The Empire will launch an attack on base number 6 when the dust storm begins, with the main force being mechas. We have to fight this battle ourselves. Therefore, I need you to complete your preparations before the dust storm begins. When the dust storm begins, I will find an opportunity to meet you in Shanyang City, and use the cover of the dust storm to lead you to officially participate in the war. The plan that Ji Xinghe said was very simple, but it made the people of the nameless feel complicated. An Empire's jump base? We have to fight it ourselves? Finally, we can kill gorillas. The excited shouts made people's complicated emotions suddenly stagnate. It was rare that they came from Zhang Li, not Feng Wang, who is usually very noisy. Feng Wang then shouted loudly. I have waited for this day for too long. Ha ha ha, I can finally drive a mecha to kill gorillas. The voices of these two people made the complicated emotions of the unknown people gradually disappear, and finally return to purity. Yes, as long as it can kill gorillas, how to fight, does it matter? Ji Xinghe's eyes flashed with relief that should not be there at this age. Before hanging up the communication, she said, I won't let you down. Disappointment? What disappointment? Some people were puzzled, and Zhang Li gave an answer. The big sister just said that she is just a private now, just an ordinary mecha warrior, and she hasn't received even a gold star. So, If she comes to lead us now, we will be disappointed. People understood, and then began to prepare for the war with full expectations. With Xinghe's ability and the shared resources obtained from Li Anbang, Li Yuanba, and Tu Yuan after the establishment of the Heroic Spirit Council, the nameless people are not short of mechas, and the basic configuration is all mechas of the breaking formation level. In terms of performance, the breaking formation level mecha is equivalent to the count armor of the Empire, so this configuration is not low. It's just because of physical fitness that the Federation mecha warriors are rarely opponents of the Empire mecha when driving mechas of the same level. But the nameless people are different. All of them have received the gift of Ji Xinghe, and it's not just the gift of the first stage. It's not just the breaking formation level mecha. The mecha resources were originally intended for Ji Rongzhenyu, Margao, and Lin Shu, but because Ji Rongzhenyu came to the alien planet publicly, they were no longer needed. Xinghe used these resources to build a mecha of this Hanshin level for Feng Wang, Zhang Li and others. In terms of defense, because tungsten steel alloy and tungsten steel gold are used in part, it is even better than this Hanshin level. This was the promise that Ji Rongzhenyu had made to Feng Wang, Zhang Li and others before. She fulfilled it and made a new promise. The rest and recuperation of the Pinyin was completed soon. The mechas of the independent regiment's mecha warriors were all repaired and maintained, and they began to go out again. There were many people who came to see them off. After teams of Zun Shanjia boarded the ship, Qin Tong and others who were driving the general level and national level mechas stayed in place and waited. Everyone's eyes were on the passage leading to the machine repair area from the parking area. When a mecha that few people had seen before, with a height of more than 7 meters, a slender body, and no gold star on the tungsten-colored body, appeared, people knew that it was Ji Rongzhenyu's mecha. Applause rang out, and people expressed their respect in this way. No matter how Ji Rongzhenyu performed, when she really started to participate in the war, she was worthy of the admiration of adults. But the applause soon stopped, and people's eyes gradually became surprised. Because after Ji Rongzhenyu's mecha boarded the ship, Qin Tong and others also boarded the ship. When the preheated engine of the Pinyin space battleship began to emit light blue arcs, the other 3 mechas that people expected did not appear. The Divine Punishment Armor and the Star Moon Armor did not appear. The Glory Armor, which was rumored to be the first unparalleled level mecha in the Federation, also did not appear. Whereas the Divine Punishment Armor, Colonel Sichuan lost. He is not allowed to drive the Divine Punishment Armor within a month. He definitely can't go. No, Colonel Sichuan can't go, but the old man can drive 2 mechas at the same time. He won't go. The old man actually didn't go. With Colonel Qin Tong and the others, there's no problem. Can it be the same? Can it be the same? Is the old man too harsh on Ji Rongzhenyu? I think it's cruel. Suhi, who had just arrived at base number 6, couldn't help laughing when he heard these discussions. Is it possible that it is trust? The people who heard this question fell silent, but Suhi's smile did not last long. Just as he was about to continue his unknown work, he heard a gloating voice from his bracelet. It was Shen Mu. Suhi, hurry to the machine repair area. The old man wants to see you. No, it's Admiral Ji Xinghe who wants to see you. Immediately, run forward. If you don't run, I will interrupt your retreat for the old man. Ha ha ha. Suhi's face fell instantly. This disaster seems to be unavoidable. But it doesn't matter, the Empire can't escape this disaster either. Chapter 711. She needs a bigger stage. Ji Xinghe did not go, because the combat mission of the Pinyin would take more than 1 day. He needed to hurry up to bestow gifts on people, and he also needed to sit in on a negotiation between the Federation and the Empire. In fact, no one wanted him to participate in this meeting, because his attitude was too obvious. But no one dared not to let him participate, so after discussion, Ji Xinghe had the right to sit in. The reason given was that only the relevant personnel who represented the Federation in the negotiations were qualified to speak in this negotiation, and no one else had the right to speak. This reason was very good. Li Hangfen also obtained the right to sit in, and he followed behind Ji Xinghe, watching Ji Xinghe repair the mecha in the machine repair area, and then began to repair Suhi, as if he didn't care about the negotiation at all. I couldn't help asking, old man, when will you start to sit in on the lecture? If you're in a hurry, you can go sit in on the lecture yourself. I'm not in a hurry, but you're not in a hurry at all, so I'm a little anxious. It's all meaningless temptations at the beginning. There's no need to listen. That makes sense. After repairing Suhi, Ji Xinghe took Li Hangfen to a conference room. The military police transferred from Nanchunman ensured that only the two of them could enter. It's just that the military police and related technical personnel can't restrict Xinghe, so this restriction and confidentiality agreement are actually meaningless. The first formal negotiation between the Federation and the Empire has been going on for 3 hours. The theme is certainly not peaceful coexistence. Both sides have demands that are so high that the other side cannot agree to them. After Ji Xinghe and Li Hangfen entered the conference room, relevant personnel introduced themselves online. Our main demand is that the Empire surrender and use the war compensation of Wargate technology, holy crystal ore, and tungsten steel gold formula as our war compensation. At the same time, the Empire's space fleet must be disbanded. The Empire's main demand now is to cease fire and use the alien planet as a trading planet to exchange what they have, although both sides are asking for a sky-high price. From the Empire's demands, the Federation's recent victory on the alien planet and its support for the Empire's rebels represented by Dongosilian have put the Empire at a disadvantage in this negotiation. This is also one of the reasons why the Federation's peace advocates will cheer for the victory. The peace advocate must be discussed, and the negotiations that have an advantage and the negotiations that are at a disadvantage are like the current Federation and the Empire. The demands put forward are not on the same level. At present, the Empire's performance is not tough, but it is very persistent and there is no sign of loosening. During the introduction, Ji Xinghe and Li Hangfen both understood the content of the previous 3 hours of negotiations. To sum it up, it is a sentence: nothing was negotiated. After listening for a while, Ji Xinghe wanted to leave. His time was precious and should not be wasted on such things. Li Hangfen also wanted to leave. He originally thought that with his understanding of the Empire, he would definitely be included in the negotiation team this time. However, he did not expect that he could only listen in. Not only did he not have any right to speak, but he also had to listen to both sides wasting time here. It was really unbearable. But neither of them left. The guerrillas of the Empire's negotiation team suddenly stood up at the same time. A gorilla wearing a royal robe appeared in the screen where the Empire's negotiation team was located and sat in the main seat. Let me introduce myself. I am the King of Xinghe of the Empire. The King of Xinghe, who facilitated this negotiation, was not originally going to appear at the beginning. It did not even think about appearing. After all, it just wanted to buy time by talking, not really negotiating with the Federation. But for some reasons, it had to appear. The Federation's negotiation team did not mean to stand up and say hello, but still made corresponding arrangements in accordance with a previously formulated plan at the first time. Ivanovich, the commander-in-chief of the Federation's alien star, appeared in the screen where the Federation delegation was located and also sat in the main seat. The King of Xinghe, who waited patiently, was very satisfied with the Federation's attention to him. If it were more than 20 years ago when it just knew about the existence of the Federation, it would not have such a feeling even if the president of the Federation appeared in front of it. Respect and attention have always been based on strength. The feeling it has now was earned by the Federation and the lives of tens of millions of soldiers of the Federation. The Federation negotiation team analyzed the changes in the eyes of the King of Xinghe and understood his feelings. There is no need to say more about the significance. I came here just to ask, what do you mean? The King of Xinghe spoke after Ivanovich introduced himself. His tone was calm and he did not mean to question, but it brought Ivanovich a lot of pressure. The key of the 7th stage? As the King of Xinghe spoke, the main perspective of the mecha appeared on a holographic projection screen behind it. Judging from the data information displayed on it, this was from the main perspective of the imperial mecha. Soon, the Federation was able to confirm this from the picture seen from this perspective. This mecha was facing the Federation mecha. The start of the battle was not unexpected. Although the Federation and the Empire had reached the negotiation table, neither side had much hope for such a negotiation. The main demands of both sides were to fight while talking, determine advantages from both aspects at the same time, and prepare for the next negotiation. The process of the battle was naturally not much to see from the main perspective of an imperial mecha. However, the information of the relevant battlefield was also transmitted to the Federation negotiation team at the first time. Therefore, before the King of Xinghe explained the real intention of its appearance, the Federation had already understood it. The evenly matched battle between the two sides was completely changed with the fall of a Federation mecha from the sky. Unlike the orange-red paint of most Federation mechas, the tungsten-colored body is at least made of tungsten steel alloy. The height of the body exceeded 7 meters, indicating that the core engine used by this Federation mecha is the most advanced in the Federation. After landing, it did not launch a charge, nor did it use the automatic firepower weapons equipped with a mecha. Instead, it chose to use 2 electromagnetic rifles that only Ji Xinghe had used before, indicating that the energy core of this mecha is a nuclear fusion reactor. Such a mecha, even if it just appeared on the battlefield and did nothing, was enough to change the situation of the local battlefield, not to mention that it participated in this battle with incredible destroying efficiency. The Federal mecha that fell down like a smash through the orbital airdrop appeared at the highest point of the battlefield at the first time. The mecha's arms stretched out horizontally, and the muzzles of the 2 electromagnetic rifles kept lighting up light blue arcs. Then, the Imperial mechas on the battlefield fell one after another. Within a radius of 500 meters, all were within the range of this mecha. After destroying all the Imperial mechas in this area like a sweep, this Federal mecha began to charge. The 2 electromagnetic rifles that had not been scrapped were retracted to the mounting points on the legs of the mecha. The mecha's arms stretched out behind it. When it returned to the front again, it was already holding 2 swords. Those Imperial mechas that had already begun to flee were as slow as a turtle facing a rabbit in front of the speed of this Federal mecha. When the rabbit was no longer careless, they were caught up one after another. There were no accidents in the process of breaking. The double knives made of tungsten steel gold were like sickles in the wheat field when facing the conventional Imperial mecha. One after another, the wheat ears disappeared on the stalks. Those wheat ears were the bayonets, heads, and limbs of the Imperial mecha. They were the harvest of this Federal mecha and the harvest of the Federation. The perspective of the Imperial mecha played by the King of Xinghe came from the last Imperial mecha that was destroyed on this battlefield. When its perspective became dark, the battle ended with a victory of the Federation. Ivanovich watched the video quietly, and the voices of the rear staff team kept ringing in his ears. Then he asked, "What's the problem? What's the problem?" A smile appeared on the face of the King of Xinghe, as if the Imperial mechas that had just been destroyed had nothing to do with it. It asked, "Why? There is no red star on this mecha, not even a gold star." As the King of Xinghe asked the question, the screen behind it that had just darkened showed photos of the front, side, and back of the Federal mecha. There was indeed no star on it. This is indeed a problem, but it seems to have nothing to do with this negotiation. Ivanovich's attitude was very tough. "I don't think this is a problem. Do I need to remind you that Wu Liasheng, as the prince of your empire, is driving your prince armor, but pretending to be an earl armor? Trash." King Xinghe cursed in his heart, his expression unchanged. "So, you let your Federation's ace mecha warrior, or even Ji Xinghe, pretend to be a recruit?" King Xinghe raised his tone. "I think this is not good news for our ongoing negotiations. If you can't be honest, I think there is no need for us to continue talking. We are better than you at pretending to be recruits, this is a fact. Because of the system of the Federation, even if the Venus system and the Red Star system are abolished, it is difficult for standard mechas of various levels to make appearance corrections. Not only does the Empire not have a system in this regard, but it also has more abundant resources for manufacturing mechas than the Federation. Even if tens of thousands of mechas were annihilated by the Federation before, it can still do what King Xinghe said." Ivanovich listened to the voice in his ear and frowned slightly. "I repeat, this is not a problem, because the one driving that mecha is a new soldier. In fact, her rank is only a private." The smile on the face of the King of Xinghe became even more sarcastic. "Are you kidding? Then I can tell you that this joke is not funny. This level of mecha, according to your level classification, is at least a national soldier level mecha. How could it be given to a new soldier to drive, and do mecha warriors have the rank of private? Ivanovich, you are not honest. Why not change someone else?" Such an obvious provocation, even without a staff team, Ivanovich himself can hear it. The King of Xinghe wanted to know the identity of the driver of the mecha, and he might even have guessed it, but just wanted to get a confirmation. Although he didn't understand why the King of Xinghe was like this, Ivanovich was not going to say it, because according to the news he just got, this Federal National Soldier level mecha transformed from the Imperial Prince armor is very strong, and Ji Xinghe, who drives it, is even stronger and more worth looking forward to. As the commander-in-chief, he would not mind the embarrassment that Ji Xinghe had given him. "I'm not kidding, she is just a new recruit, and today is her first time to drive a mecha to participate in the battle. If you want to entangle this kind of problem, Then there is really no need to talk about it. Let's continue to fight. This threat is meaningless. Ivanovich did not want to lose the initiative. He stared at the king of Xinghe and said a more powerful threat in a calm tone. Within a day, Ji Xinghe will appear in the Mountain of Gods with his independent regiment. We will go all out to cooperate with him and start a real mountain battle. The king of Xinghe's eyes changed a little. When the federal staff team was analyzing, his upper body leaned forward slightly, staring at the camera and speaking word by word. Ji, wrong, Xin, you. Ivanovich suddenly laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke. You know Ji Xinghe you? Ha ha ha, then do you know how old she is this year? The king of Xinghe also kept smiling. I do know that according to your federation's calculations, she is only 11 years old this year, but she is Ji Xinghe's granddaughter and has legendary blood, just like my blood, so what's so strange about her being Ji Xinghe? This kind of alienation certainly doesn't make any sense. Ivanovich reiterated, our federation is not like your empire. At the age of 11, it is not allowed to join the army according to the law. King Xinghe pondered for a moment, and then gave an order in front of the Federation negotiation team. See where the Federation mecha has gone, and increase troops at all costs. This negotiation, stop, the Federation's negotiation team suddenly panicked. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be the case, but Ji Xinghe is Ji Xinghe's granddaughter. Her first victory is worthy of cheers from the entire Federation, and it is an unprecedented first victory that destroyed 67 imperial mechas in one battle. When she has enough spare energy, she should continue to fight, continue to win unprecedented victories, and bring greater morale to the Federation. At this time, whether the Empire frantically increases its troops or asks Ji Xinghe to leave the battlefield, it is not on the interests of the Federation. The former will make Ji Xinghe furious, and the latter will make the entire Federation criticize them, which is indeed not on the interests of the Federation. What to do? Before they could come up with a response strategy, the king of Xinghe had already stood up, looking like he was going to leave immediately to end the negotiations, and the gorillas and monkeys of the Empire's negotiation team also made a move to leave. So, Ji Xinghe's ears rang with the anxious inquiries of the negotiation team. General Ji, what is your opinion? Don't tell the Empire now. Yes, we will respect your opinion, but please notify Ji Xinghe immediately to stop the mission of supporting operations. The mission of supporting operations will not stop, but the king of Xinghe of the Empire has clearly stated that it will increase its troops, and it will increase its troops at all costs. General Ji Xinghe is not only your granddaughter, but also one of our most talented mecha warriors. We can't let Ji Xinghe take such a risk. Hearing this, Ji Xinghe's face showed a clear smile. Although he has always believed in Ji Xinghe's strength and does not need the recognition of others, he still feels relieved to hear such words from others, especially from members of the negotiation team representing the highest level of the Federation. The smile soon disappeared, and Ji Xinghe spoke calmly with an expressionless face. She is not the most talented mecha warrior in the Federation. She was able to destroy 67 conventional Imperial standard mechas in her first battle only because she was driving a national-level mecha. This record is not worthy of the mecha she is driving. Li Hangfen, who was sitting next to Ji Xinghe, was speechless, not to mention the members of the negotiation team, but he still had to speak. General Ji, you are asking too much of her. The reason why she only destroyed 67 Imperial mechas, and they were all regular Imperial standard mechas, was because there were no more Imperial mechas or Imperial noble mechas on the battlefield she was on just now. This is not a problem of her ability. From what she showed during the battle, Ji Xinghe interrupted the other party and said, you are right. It is not a problem of her ability, but a problem of too few enemy troops. I know, then what do you mean? I said it, Ji Xinghe said in an unquestionable tone, let the Empire increase its troops. People finally understood, all understood. It's not that Ji Xinghe's requirements for Ji Xinghe are too high, but as a grandfather, as the most legendary mecha warrior in the Federation, he wants to provide his granddaughter Ji Xinghe with a bigger stage. There are too few enemy troops, so the ability cannot be demonstrated. What should I do? Then let the Empire increase its troops. Chapter 712 She will tear apart the dignity of your empire. The communication between the negotiation team of the Federation and the Empire was not terminated by the Empire. Although the king of Xinghe had left, the Empire negotiation team that was about to leave sat back again as if because of the latest news, and began to order reinforcements in front of the Federation delegation. The Federation negotiation team completed the analysis in a very short time and put forward the most likely hypothesis. The Empire wants to know the level of grace that Ji Xinghe has received, that is, what is the highest level of grace that General Ji can currently perform. There is no other reason for an 11-year-old girl to be able to kill all sides on the battlefield except for accepting Ji Xinghe's grace. No matter how powerful the performance of the mecha is, if the driver does not have the operating level to bring out the performance of the mecha, it will only make the mecha an indestructible target on the battlefield. It is even possible to be captured, just like Sichuan, who was driving the God's Punishment armor before, was captured alive by a regular level Empire mecha when his physical energy was exhausted and his mental will was in a critical state for a long time and collapsed. Why Ji Xinghe? Because Ji Xinghe is the granddaughter of General Ji. The Empire has known this information for a long time. The previous attack on base number 5 was caused by Ada Kang using Ji Xinghe as a hostage. From an emotional point of view, General Ji will definitely give Ji Xinghe the highest level of gift he can perform. From a rational point of view, when Ji Xinghe really joins the war, she must also have the highest level of gift that General Ji can perform. Can the Empire judge the level of gift Ji Xinghe has received through her battles? In theory, it is feasible. When the Empire has determined through unknown means that the driver of the mecha is Ji Xinghe, by analyzing the normal levels of age and gender, as well as the Empire's understanding of ki, it is very likely that when Ji Xinghe shows all her strength, it will be determined that the gift Ji Xinghe received is the third stage. That is, the Empire's Duke-level gift. Do we want to expose the level of gift Ji Xinghe received? The key lies in General Ji's attitude. Does General Ji really have no objection? Is he speaking in a sarcastic way? General Ji has no objection. We are very sure that this is General Ji's opinion. Moreover, the Ping space battleship has returned to the sky above the area where Ji Xinghe is located. Except for General Ji, Colonel Sichuan and Colonel Wang Jiyue, all members of the independent regiment are here. Therefore, no matter how many mechas the Empire dispatches, Ji Xinghe's safety can be guaranteed. Even if the Empire wants to use nuclear weapons, the Ping space battleship can also drop the final fortress at the first time. There is no time to make more and more detailed analysis. The Federation must make a decision as soon as possible. And the authority to make this decision can only be in Ivanovich's body. A summary-like explanation sounded in his ears. Ivanovich thought of Ji Xinghe's bodyguard group configuration at this time, which was unprecedentedly powerful. In his heart, a trace of envy rose. Even if he has the ability to kill millions of gorillas with one order, how can he compare with those mecha warriors who personally drive mechas and show the courage of thousands of gorillas on the battlefield, which can be regarded as the peak of human individual force? Anyone can give the order to use nuclear weapons. Anyone with a hand can press the button to launch nuclear weapons. But in a federation where the total population has been above 8 billion for many years, there are only two people, Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba. In the future, or even now, there may be one more person. Her name is Ji Xinghe. I really hope that I can start my life over again. My grandfather is also Ji Xinghe. Ivanovich would not tell anyone about his strange wish at the moment. He looked at the imperial negotiation team that issued the order to increase troops and spoke calmly. Someone in our federation once said, dignity is only on the edge of the sword, and truth is only within the range of the cannon. When you came to the alien planet, we wanted to talk to you, but you were unwilling to talk to us. After more than 20 years of fighting, you are finally willing to talk to us. Why? Because we used the flesh and blood of tens of millions of soldiers to forge the sword that can break your dignity. We used the wisdom of countless humans to melt the cannon that can make you succumb to the truth of the Federation. But now, you are unwilling to talk again. It doesn't matter, you can refuse to negotiate, but the facts will tell you that the sword and cannon of our Federation will make you beg to restart the negotiations between your empire and our Federation in the most humble manner. That mecha and the knife in her hand will make you lose the opportunity to negotiate with us. When you surrender, I will reject your last entity just as you rejected our only good intentions towards you today. The combat resounding words made the expressions of the gorillas and monkeys with strong psychological qualities in the Empire's negotiation team change uncontrollably. Ivanovich gave orders as openly as they had just given them. Take the combat perspective of the federal mecha, and let these arrogant gorillas and monkeys see how our mechas and our knives can tear apart their last dignity. Although he was the commander-in-chief, Ivanovich's order was not executed immediately because people were afraid that Ji Xinghe would get angry. It is one thing for me to let my granddaughter participate in the war, and it is another thing for you to use my granddaughter as a trump card. Taking the initiative to disclose Ji Xinghe's mecha combat perspective, in terms of the Empire's technological level, it is completely possible to know yourself and know the enemy. Putting Ji Xinghe's granddaughter? It's really like lighting a lantern in the toilet. The relevant personnel asked Ji Xinghe immediately and were prepared to refuse to execute Ivanovich's order. It has to be said that the weird wish that Ivanovich just had is really understandable. Carry out the order of the Commander-in-Chief. Ji Xinghe's voice surprised many people, not only the content, but also the first time that Ji Xinghe addressed Ivanovich as the Commander-in-Chief in the 3 years since he took over as the Commander-in-Chief. Is it because of what Ivanovich said just now? People thought about these seemingly unrelated issues, and their eyes became more determined. Whether they were pro-war or pro-peace, they would admit what Ivanovich said just now. The weak are not qualified to negotiate. If the Empire can really be destroyed, what reason do the pro-peace factions have to keep the gorillas and monkeys who will compete with them for the resources of the Empire? Intentionally or unintentionally, Ji Xinghe, who appeared on the real battlefield for the first time as a mecha warrior, facilitated the two sides to unite against the outside world. Just like many years ago, when the Empire did not give the Federation a chance to negotiate, more than 8 billion people in the Federation were united and went all out to support this war. Ji Xinghe's mecha main perspective appeared on the holographic screen behind the Federal negotiation team. The relevant personnel made a certain degree of technical processing. There was no voice of Ji Xinghe, no picture inside the cockpit, and the coordinate information and other data that should have been displayed on the mecha main perspective were also covered. A time delay was also set. So, the picture that made the Imperial negotiation team stay appeared in everyone's sight. Just after finishing the first real battle in her life, destroying 67 conventional Imperial standard mechas and creating an unprecedented record, Ji Xinghe did not choose to evacuate the battlefield and enjoy the cheers of hundreds of millions of people. The grandfather and grandson had the same idea. Not to mention the identity of Ji Xinghe's granddaughter, just because she was the first mecha warrior in the Federation to receive the third stage of the gift and drive what can be said to be the strongest first-level mecha in the Federation, she should not be satisfied with a small victory. She did not call the peace space battleship to take her to the battlefield that the Empire could not make a plan in advance in a way that the Empire could not detect in advance. Like Ji Xinghe, Ji Xinghe chose to drive the mecha alone, and rush to the nearest battlefield at full speed from the ground. The Empire, which also deployed a large number of monitoring equipment in the God's Mountain, was also able to discover this, and based on the order of King Xunan, it sent reinforcements to the battlefield where Ji Xinghe was about to arrive. A mecha corps composed of 600 conventional-grade Imperial standard mechas. This is also one of the reasons why Ivanovich can remain confident and face the Empire with a benefactor's attitude. There is no anti-galaxy core. Whether it is because the Empire's anti-galaxy core was almost annihilated by the Federation, or because the Empire just wanted to test it, or because it was worried that the independent regiment would appear. It doesn't matter. What matters is that there are no Imperial mechas of the early level or above. Many people already know the strict promotion standards set by Ji Xinghe for Ji Xinghe. Before today, they'd criticize it privately, but now everyone understands it, and even has ideas that would never have appeared before. Perhaps, the promotion standards set by Ji Xinghe for Ji Xinghe are a little too simple? Yang Ante, the commander of the Mountain of God's War Zone, issued an order when 600 conventional class Imperial mechas appeared and rushed to the battlefield where Ji Xinghe had not yet arrived. Prepare for saturation fire strikes. When they approached the battlefield, cripple them for me. Yes, the preparations began immediately, but the staff raised questions. Commander, the independent regiment is in the Ping and space battleship. Ping and is cruising with Ji Xinghe and can provide support by orbital airdrop at any time. Isn't it a waste of resources for us to provide fire strikes now? With the combat power of the independent regiment, there is no need for all members to orbital airdrop. As long as the 3 apes of the ape team each drive 3 Prince armors, it is completely enough to cooperate with Ji Xinghe to annihilate 600 conventional class Imperial mechas. The loss caused by mecha battles is not a little different from the loss caused by using saturation fire strikes. If we don't fight, the independent regiment will drop from orbit, Yang Ate explained patiently with a smile on his face, but if we fight, the independent regiment will not drop from orbit, huh? The people at the headquarters of the Mountain of Gods understood what Yang Ate meant in a moment of stunned silence. Well, you think the stage provided by the old man for Ji Xinghe is not big enough, and you only want Ji Xinghe to perform alone. But, it doesn't make much sense. Save as much as you can, Commander. You should save as much as you can, but can you save as much as you can? Can you save as much as a Ji Xinghe? Can you save as a Li Yuanba? Hiss. People's perception of Ji Xinghe's strength has been refreshed because of the battle just now, but now after hearing what Yang Ate said, people have refreshed their perception of Ji Xinghe's strength again. One staff officer frowned and said, Commander, I understand what you mean, but the problem is that you have to consider what happened to General Li Yuanba. Another staff officer was enlightened and added, General Li Yuanba was already a full-grown adult at the time, 22 years old, and more mature in mind, and could withstand those brainless public opinions, but Ji Xinghe is only 11 years old now. If she is affected by those brainless public opinions, the first thing we have to consider is how to explain to the old man. As they spoke, people remembered what happened to Li Yuanba at the time, and some people were even one of the people who created those experiences at the time. The youngest son of Li Anbang, the commander of the Mountain of Gods War Zone, a 3-star general of the Federation, killed all sides on the battlefield and became an ace mecha warrior in a short time. Including Li Yuanba, there were only 6 active ace mecha warriors in the Federation at that time. When many people learned of the news, they did not even read the more detailed reports and the public war report information of the military, and began to criticize. This also included many soldiers who participated in the war on alien planets and non-military personnel who came to alien planets for support. Li Yuanba had experienced millions of verbal attacks, but it was not the fault of those who participated in the verbal attacks. Just like the son of the world's richest man, no matter how he started from scratch and became a billionaire, no one believed that he really started from scratch. And Li Yuanba's achievements are more like the son of the world's richest man becoming the new world's richest man. Who would believe that he started from scratch? Who would believe that he had never received any resource tilt? In fact, Li Yuanba certainly received resource tilt, but he proved that he deserved those resource tilts. Now, Ji Xinghe has received far more resource tilts than Li Yuanba at that time, and it can even be said that they are not of the same order of magnitude at all. Not to mention the gifts and mechas, just using the strongest independent regiment of the Federation to ride on a main-class space battleship as a bodyguard. If Ji Xinghe had not run away to base number 6 at this time, this would be enough to put Ji Xinghe on a military court. So the staff's concerns are justified. Yang Ante also pondered for a moment because of this, and the smile on his face disappeared. After a while, when he saw Ji Xinghe when the imperial reinforcements were about to arrive at a target battlefield, he finally spoke. The Ji family is different from the Li family. Those who cheered for Ji Xinghe will not forget so quickly that Ji Xinghe is a real grassroots person. He is a mecha warrior who still drives a mecha to fight at the age of 70 and always shoulders the most difficult combat missions, rather than a general who needs thousands of bones to be achieved. Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba are also different. You are right. Ji Xinghe is just an 11-year-old girl. She may not be able to bear the pressure that Li Yuanba could not bear at the beginning, but people also know this. People are always more tolerant of children, and the reason why this little girl wants to drive a mecha to fight is that she wants to avenge her father, she wants to fight side by side with her grandfather, and she wants to fulfill her mother's last wish. If there are still people who cannot accept the resource tilt she has received, then we must give her a chance, give her the opportunity to use facts to shut those people up. After saying this, Yang Ate ordered. Fire. Chapter 713 Important things should be said 3 times. Old man, do you want Wang Shizhen to come over? Li Xinghe asked in the conference room. He's very fast and will make it in time. Wang Shizhen is actually quite famous, but not in the circle of mecha warriors. It is normal for Li Xinghe to know Wang Shizhen. He used to be the commander of the Eastern Kanglong space fleet of the Federation. Compared with mecha warriors like Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, he would naturally pay more attention to ace pilots like Wang Shizhen. Ji Xinghe shook his head slightly and continued to stare at the picture displayed on the screen. When he saw that the Imperial mecha used by the Empire to block or test Ji Xinghe encountered a long-range fire attack from the Federation, a smile appeared in his eyes. Li Xinghe also saw these scenes, and said with a relaxed expression, "It is indeed a bit too much to use the entire independent regiment to serve as Ji Xinghe's bodyguard. However, if only you serve as Ji Xinghe's bodyguard, then I believe that no one can say anything." Li Xinghe must have been able to imagine the worries of the staff around Yang Ante. In the past, he felt the most deeply about Li Yuanba's experience, except for Li Yuanba himself. That's why he made such a proposal. There was no such proposal before, just because Ji Xinghe did not need to face a difficult battle, but the reaction of the Empire was beyond their expectations. Ji Xinghe, who can be said to be fighting alone at present, must need protection. It must be said that Li Xinghe's proposal makes sense. Does a grandfather need a reason to protect his granddaughter? But Ji Xinghe asked softly. Who do you think is more excessive, me or the independent regiment, to serve as a bodyguard? If someone else asked this question, Li Xinghe would definitely let Shen Yu add the function of spitting to his metal body, and then spit on the faces of others, including his own brother Li Yuanba. But when the person who asked this question was Ji Xinghe, Li Xinghe fell silent. He thought of what he saw in the Empire before he came back, that Emperor Wu Yi had been angry and even mad because of Ji Xinghe more than once. The recognition of the strongest and most powerful enemy was enough to explain everything. Ji Xinghe would never treat Ji Xinghe like a normal grandfather, even if he was Ji Xinghe's grandfather. You think I didn't say anything? That's what Li Xinghe said, but after Yang Ate's order, the firepower strike was over, and the mecha corps composed of 600 conventional imperial-level standard mechas was reduced to more than 400, and the formation was scattered, and many mechas were damaged. Still couldn't help but say, the matter of Ping and bringing the independent regiment to Ji Xinghe as a bodyguard can be said as highly confidential with your authority. Although such a thing cannot be kept secret all the time, when someone exposes it, Ji Xinghe doesn't need to care about those voices anymore. In fact, those people have already shut up with the facts. Ji Xinghe glanced at Li Xinghe and thought of Li Yuanba, who had once confided his secrets to him. Well, you tell them. Okay. Li Xinghe immediately started to contact, and as the independent regiment consultant Li Yi, he represented Ji Xinghe to set up a corresponding confidentiality agreement. This is also what generals such as Yang Ante, Tu Yuan, and Davis are doing. Ivanovich represented the Nanchaman command, and had no opinion on this, but was very supportive. The reason is needless to say, a new round of battles has already begun on a battlefield in the God's Mountain. Ji Xinghe, driving a mecha, finally arrived at her target battlefield. Before she appeared, the battle here was already coming to an end. The victorious federal mechas are about to start a mopping up operation. There are less than 30 remaining imperial mechas. The Federal Command Department estimates that at most 10 more mechas will be destroyed damaged to achieve the combat goal of annihilation. However, due to the arrival of Ji Xinghe, the Command Department issued an order to suspend the attack. The 27 imperial mechas that had a chance to breathe had the opportunity to retreat, but because of the order from the Empire, they chose to stay on the battlefield. Therefore, the two sides entered a state of confrontation on the battlefield as if they had suddenly ceased fighting. The 52 conventional and Wangshan-class federal mechas were a little angry. They had sacrificed many comrades today. Now the enemy was lingering in front of them, but they could not avenge their comrades. This was a torture for them. Who are we waiting for? We can win, we can annihilate them. Yes, we will have some casualties, but we are not afraid of sacrifice. Please, give the order, let us continue to fight, let us kill them all. Obeying orders is their duty. Without orders, they will not attack even if they are angry. A captain driving a Wangshan-class mecha said in a suppressed angry voice, if you need to give others gold stars, it doesn't matter. I can give up my gold stars. I just want to kill them. Let's fight. Even after saying this, the command department still did not respond, but they heard a response. Follow me, I will cripple them, and you will destroy them. The federal mecha warriors were all stunned, because this voice was a female voice? Who is it? Olimia, Elena, by Xiu. It's not that there are no female mecha warriors in the Federation, but there are only 3 whose names can be remembered by these mecha warriors at the first time, because among the active special mecha warriors in the Federation, the number of which has exceeded 500, only these 3 are female. None of them. I remember their voices very clearly, and this voice is very young. Young? A mech warrior said very confidently, and his tone turned into doubt. Young as a child? Why are you so familiar with their voices? Children? What are you talking about? This is a battlefield. The voice just now came from the regional full-band broadcast dedicated to mech warriors. The mech warriors who were extremely angry just now regained their composure because of a voice in a sentence. The female factor is not a big deal. The real key is that this female mech warrior said that she can cripple those imperial mechs who are ready to fight to the death, and then they will follow up and defeat them. This means that the other party wants to give in to them. The captain who just spoke without thinking to the command center was a little ashamed at this time, but he did not forget what he should do. Please report your unit, level, name, and access our communication channel to share coordinates and mech information. This is what a normal mech that comes to support should do, instead of shouting in the full channel broadcast mode. Judging from the many Federation mechs and communication devices seized by the Empire, as well as the efforts made to crack the Federation communications, it is not a true full-channel broadcast communication mode, and it is actually very likely to be deciphered by the Empire. However, the response to them was exactly the same as before, and even the tone did not change at all, as if it was repeated. Follow me, I will cripple it, and you will destroy it. When this sounded, the Federation Mecha team finally saw a Federation Mecha running towards them within the visual range. Without access to the same communication channel and without intelligence support from the command department, they could not see the coordinates of this Federation Mecha in advance, and their airborne radar could not detect this Federation Mecha. In fact, even now, they have clearly seen this Federation Mecha, but the data information displayed in their visual window still does not show the existence of this Federation Mecha. The opponent's anti-radar capability is very strong. Hey, don't follow the old man. Who are you? Tell me clearly. Command, who is she? The command is a little entangled now. On the one hand, they can't reveal Ji Xinghe's identity at this time. On the other hand, they don't know how to say it. Ji Xinghe's rank is still a private, and it is only an internal rank of the independent regiment. The relevant military departments have not approved the application submitted by the independent regiment. The mecha driven by Ji Xinghe also has no name. When submitting the report, the independent regiment said that it would use the name of Champion Hao, but this name was previously used by Ji Xinghe. In the military command sequence and database, it is equivalent to being occupied. If it were someone else, it would be changed at will, but that was Ji Xinghe. Even if it was his granddaughter. Obey orders. In the end, there were only 4 cold words. It was only because of Ji Xinghe's appearance that these federal mecha warriors were no longer angry. Even if they didn't know anything, they could see the uniqueness of this mecha from the shape of the mecha that was getting closer and closer. Follow me, I'll cripple them, and you guys will destroy them. The young, childlike female voice sounded for the 3rd time, repeating what she had said twice before. When the 3rd voice fell, Ji Xinghe had already passed a location of the federal mecha team and rushed alone to the 27 imperial mechas that had gathered in a defensive formation. Fuck, charge, everyone, charge, who the hell is she? With the shouts, the federal mecha team launched a charge and directly turned on the full power mode, as well as the silent mode that must be maintained during combat. However, their speed was still too slow, and the distance between them and Ji Xinghe, who had just passed them, was getting farther and farther. The encounter happened in an instant. Facing the imperial firepower, Ji Xinghe's speed was not significantly affected, and the power accumulated from the long-distance charge finally broke out. The 3 imperial standard bayonets that stabbed at her at the same time were chopped off by the waving double swords before they could hit, just like a hot knife cutting butter. The remaining gun barrels still have lethality, but facing the body made of tungsten steel, this lethality can be completely ignored. Ji Xinghe, who is very clear about the performance of his mecha, did not choose to use superb operating skills to make any incredible non-standard maneuvers. The simpler and more direct the battle is, the more efficient it will be. With the body directly crashing into the 3 spears without gun heads, swinging her arms horizontally and smashing them hard, the resistance disappeared instantly. Ji Xinghe successfully rushed to the front of the 3 imperial mechas, and the 2 swords in her hands crossed and passed, like a butterfly spreading its wings and flying. Between the flaps, it had already broken the transmission device on the right shoulder of the 3 imperial mechas. Turn around again. The imperial mecha behind her had just raised the spear in her hand and launched an attack, but suffered the same fate as the previous 3 imperial mechas. They are extremely hard and can break many bayonets of federal mechas. Before they can hit Ji Xinghe's mecha, the spearheads have been cut off. Then the knife was like a butterfly wing, breaking through the right shoulder transmission device of their mechas in a lightning speed. In just 5 seconds, 6 Imperial mechas were crippled, and the encirclement they formed collapsed because of their sudden loss of mobility. Ji Xinghe raised her foot and kicked an Imperial mecha that surrounded her, and kicked it directly away, and used its body to hinder other Imperial mechas that were besieging her. A gap appeared, and Ji Xinghe escaped calmly, and launched a charge again at the moment of escaping. Within the distance of 2 steps, the national-level mecha that had not yet officially received the name of Champion Marques had already obtained the opportunity to go all out. When the 2 knives split in different directions at the same time, the mecha driven by Ji Xinghe completed the maneuver of slightly bending the knees and sinking the waist at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. This was a maneuver that Ji Xinghe had done a long time ago, and later it was called waist and horse integration. In an instant, the tungsten golden sword seemed to glow, bringing 2 afterimages. Then, the right hands of the 2 Imperial mechas separated from their bodies at the same time. The broken parts were extremely smooth, as if they had been cut by an ultra-high temperature laser and then cooled. Even a sword made of tungsten steel is a little too sharp, right? Facing Ji Xinghe's Imperial mecha at this time, they had never seen such powerful weapons, nor had they seen such a way of fighting. After their mechas were crippled, they did not encounter fatal attacks. The powerful and arrogant federal mechas seemed to disdain to kill them, and only attacked those Imperial mechas that still had combat power. After escaping death, they suddenly thought of a rumor they had heard a long time ago. In that rumor, there was a human mecha warrior who used this method to fight many times. So they were terrified to the extreme. Ji Xinghe? Chapter 714 Here I come, here I come. Ji Xinghe? When the guerrillas in the Empire Mech thought of this name, the Federation Mech warriors who finally caught up also thought of this name because of Ji Xinghe's efficiency in breaking, the 2 swords he used, and the fighting style of injuring but not killing. Even though they just heard a female voice very clearly. No way, I can still fight side by side with the old man in my lifetime. Someone broke the rule of silence during the battle, not to mention that 12 of the 27 Empire mechas had been crippled by the mech suspected to be driven by Ji Xinghe. Not to mention that there is a mech warrior suspected to be Ji Xinghe. Even without this support, they can achieve complete annihilation with a complete victory. It can't be, it's a female voice. It was clearly a female voice just now. Could it be the old man's communication soldier? Compared with mech warriors, there are more female soldiers in other arms. This is not a difference in treatment between men and women, but caused by different systems for men and women. Just like the esports industry, not to mention world-class players, there are no female players in the professional players of the Continental League, unless it is the Women's Professional League. Old man, there is no need to use the habit of signal soldiers, that's right, and, shut up and start fighting. The captain finally shouted and led the team to kill the Imperial mecha whose defensive formation had been torn apart by Ji Xinghe, and more than half of them were disabled. Victory soon appeared. Just looking at the last wave of battle, it was indeed a complete victory. The federal mechas that might have been broken damaged were now intact. Moreover, all the 27 gold stars were taken by them, and the mecha warrior suspected to be Ji Xinghe did not take any. Although there were 52 of them, 27 gold stars were not enough, but as long as the enemy was completely wiped out and there were no new casualties, this was a victory worth cheering. There was no cheering, and the 52 federal mecha warriors were even a little disappointed. The battle was over. Whether the mecha warrior who led them to victory was Ji Xinghe or not, they had no chance to follow the other side to fight. This desire and loss is not because of these readily available gold stars, but because of the growth opportunities represented by these gold stars. All the mecha warriors of the Federation know that the reason why the Galaxy Squad and the Independent Regiment are so strong that they can be ace level and special level per capita is not because they can follow Ji Xinghe and get these readily available gold stars. Instead, they seized these opportunities to defeat the Empire's mechas and truly grew up. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold, and the sharpness of swords comes from sharpening. Of course, flowers that can adapt to harsh environments cannot be grown in a greenhouse. But if seeds are always sown in the cracks of cliffs, how can they be harvested if nature constantly creates an extremely harsh growth environment with violent storms, scorching heat and severe cold? The harsh environment of alien planets and the battlefield where life and death are only a line apart are bitter cold enough to make plum blossoms fragrant and sharpen the sharpness of swords. Mecha warriors who want to grow up need these easy-to-get gold stars to become their nutrients, so that they can thrive and become stronger. Captain, that guy doesn't seem to be ready to leave. When a team member reminded him, the captain, who was even more disappointed, realized this. It was undoubtedly the national class mecha, which was standing solemnly in the same place at this moment. The seemingly slender body, but relative to its own height, standing next to the conventional class imperial mecha that had been destroyed, there was a sense of strength. Captain, ask who it is. Who is it? Do we still need to fight? Is there still a fight? Captain, ask quickly. We can still fight. The captain listened to the anxious voices of the team members in the communication channel and initiated a communication application again. The other party's authority is very high, and he cannot talk to the other party directly without authorization. Hello, are you General Ji Xinghe, Ji Xinghe, who had just learned the location, number, direction of travel and other information of the enemy reinforcements through the ping in space battleship, felt a little embarrassed and a little happy when he heard you and General Ji Xinghe. I'm not, but I belong to the independent regiment. He's from the independent regiment. He's from the independent regiment, the captain excitedly shouted in the team communication channel. He's not an old man, but he's really from the independent regiment. Without the prefix, people immediately thought of the independent regiment, so the powerful and selfless fighting style that Ji Xinghe showed just now became a matter of course. The team members also became excited. I didn't have the chance to fight side by side with the old man, but I had the chance to fight side by side with the independent regiment. My life is worth it. Who is from the independent regiment? Colonel Sichuan's mecha is the divine punishment armor. Colonel Qin Tong and their mechas are not like that. Is it the new recruits of the independent regiment? How could new recruits drive mechas of this level? Could it be those gorillas, cough, or orangutans? This mecha seems to be made of tungsten steel gold. Isn't it normal that the veterans of the independent regiment got 100 gold stars to become the ace, and then got a new mecha? But the independent regiment seems to have no female mecha warriors. Only the crew of the Pingan, their staff, and the medical team have female soldiers. Wait a minute, someone suddenly yelled, and then asked in a trembling voice, Captain, she can't be. The name was not said at the first time, but his tone and the content that everyone had just discussed while cleaning the battlefield made them all think of the rumors they had just heard 2 days ago. It's not entirely a rumor. Some mech warriors took advantage of the time when the mechas were being repaired and maintained to watch the battle video that had been widely circulated. It was a challenge. Before the video was circulated, people called it the Sichuan challenge. After the video was circulated, some people began to call it by another name. So, people all thought of that name. The old man's granddaughter, Ji Xinghe, 11-year-old Ji Xinghe. The communication channel suddenly became quiet, and everyone was silent. The maneuvers to collect the battlefield all stopped. The 52 federal mechas that did not need to turn their heads all turned their heads and looked at the solemnly standing mech with the eyes on the front face armor. The captain wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Now he finally understood why the command center did not reveal the other party's identity and why the other party did not reveal his name. If the news that the old man's granddaughter, or the only living relative, appeared on the battlefield was known to the Empire, the Empire's reaction can be imagined. Although he believed that none of his team members would betray the Federation, and the Empire was unlikely to crack their communications, but yes, Ji Xinghe's voice sounded in the communication channel of this mecha team. I am Ji Xinghe, the granddaughter of General Ji Xinghe. She put her own name before the title of Ji Xinghe's granddaughter, and did not confirm the fact that she was only 11 years old. The voice that was too young interpreted the calmness. It didn't seem like she was on the battlefield, nor did it seem like she had just finished a one-on-many battle. It was like she was in the classroom, but people felt that she was not a student. She continued to speak while people continued to be amazed. Now, there are 439 Imperial mechas attacking our location. No noble mechas have been found so far. They are all regular standard mechas, but this information cannot be guaranteed to be accurate. The staff of our independent regiment believes that there is a high possibility that there are Imperial mechas of the Earl armor or above level hidden among them. Hearing this information, the captain wanted to say something, but once again couldn't say anything. The three identical sentences he just heard echoed in his mind. Recalling that in the battle just now, Ji Xinghe single-handedly crippled 27 Imperial mechas. Age? Female? New recruit? None of it matters. She is so strong that she has surpassed the total combat power of the 52 mechas in her temporary squad. Colonel Chen Sun, Chief of Staff of our independent regiment, proposed a plan to dispatch 3 national-level mechas from our ape team to provide orbital airborne support. Ape team. 3 Prince Armors? 3 apes who have received the old man's gift? The pressure that people just felt disappeared instantly. Although there were only 3 mechas as reinforcements, they and Ji Xinghe were not counted. The combat power of these 3 mechas alone was enough to annihilate more than 400 conventional Imperial standard mechas. The key is not the difference between breaking the defense and not breaking the defense, but the huge difference in the mobility of the mechas. It is impossible to encircle 3 Prince Armors, let alone more than 400 conventional Imperial standard mechas, even if the number is doubled. If you can't block it, then wait to be eaten. A blunt knife can slowly dismember a pig, not to mention that the weapons used by the 3 mechas are made of tungsten steel gold with the strongest armor-piercing ability. This is why the Empire had already given up using conventional mecha core when facing the independent regiment. However, the pressure had just disappeared, and the joy in my heart had just given birth to a fingertip-sized flame, but it was extinguished by Ji Xinghe's words. I refused support. Ji Xinghe's tone did not sound like she was saying that she refused the strong support force, but it was like she refused the chocolate that Ji Xinghe wanted to buy for her when she first met her grandfather Ji Xinghe 5 years ago. The captain finally couldn't help but speak, but the words were completely changed when they came to his lips, and they were completely different from the voice that just burst out in his heart. Colonel, the change came from this pause. The captain really didn't know how to call Ji Xinghe. He could only regard her as an ace mecha warrior based on the level of the mecha driven by Ji Xinghe and the level of combat power she had shown. The Federation's ace mecha warriors usually hold the ranks of lieutenant colonel, and major general, and he was one of them. How do we fight? When people heard the captain's question, their expressions became even more shocked. A Federation mecha warrior who had just picked up an Imperial mecha weapon, out of shock, he dropped the weapon on the ground. But no one cared about this scene, all eyes were focused on Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe's gaze briefly stopped on the mecha warrior whose weapon had been dropped. She knew that this was what Ji Xinghe had reminded her of more than once, and it was the greatest pressure that brought her, responsibility and obligation. I'm not a colonel yet, Ji Xinghe corrected the captain's statement. You may have heard that after I passed the assessment and joined the independent regiment, I only had the rank of private. And the conditions for my rank promotion are, her pause made the captain understand, so he spoke quickly and clearly in the communication channel, 10 gold stars will be promoted to the first rank, and after 100 stars, 100 gold stars will be promoted to the first rank. This is also one of the reasons why people didn't guess at the first time that the mecha that came to support was Ji Xinghe. For everyone, this unfair promotion condition is Ji Xinghe's restriction on Ji Xinghe. As a grandfather, and a grandfather who is still fighting on the front line at the age of 70, he can use the most unfair way to prevent his 11-year-old granddaughter from driving a mecha to participate in the war. But Ji Xinghe still came. Do you know, General Ji, why do you set such conditions for me? Ji Xinghe's tone suddenly became relaxed, like a child spreading his palms and asking a group of adults, count, how many candies do I have in my hand? The adults were silent. Ji Xinghe continued in a brisk tone, because he is afraid that my rank will surpass his, and then, just like he set various conditions for me to prevent me from participating in the war, I will order him to retire and return to the Blue Star to retire. Is this a joke? People don't know whether to laugh or not only the 52 mecha warriors who are in the same battlefield with Ji Xinghe at this time, but also everyone in the Pinyin space battleship, paying attention to the Federation headquarters of the Gods Mountain here, the conference room of base number 6, and the headquarters of the Nanchunman space station. People are getting more and more silent, and they all have a feeling of forgetting the more than 400 Imperial mechas. At the same time, people also forget Ji Xinghe's age and gender without knowing it. This is an equal dialogue, with only Ji Xinghe's voice. Her first and second battles have won the respect of everyone with 2 completely different fighting methods. And this respect will help her win the dominance of the third battle. But if she wants to really win, she still needs to say something. More than 5 years ago, General Ji was just an ordinary auto mechanic. Then he became a mecha warrior, and then he became a mecha warrior, an ace mecha warrior, and what many people call a god. Ji Xinghe did not show any tension at all in the face of a powerful enemy. Her tone was still relaxed, but serious, like a child who was beginning to try to tell a bedtime story to her parents. I remember it very clearly, and you should also remember that General Ji was once the focus of federal recruitment propaganda, but he rejected the propaganda that shaped his image more than once. He even said that he was just a speck of dust and should not be carried by the wind to height that did not belong to him. But later, he still became a god. Not only was he a god in people's eyes, but he also regarded himself as a god when he taught many people in the Battle Scar Canyon war zone. It's just like what he said, it's better to ask yourself than to ask Buddha, and it's better to become a god than to worship God. These two attitudes are in conflict. At that time, I was only 8 years old and couldn't figure it out, so I asked General Ji why he went back on his word. Yes, the word I used at the time was go back on my word, because I was only 8 years old at the time, and my vocabulary reserve was not very large. Ji Xinghe seemed to be telling a joke again, but still no one laughed. She continued in the silence of the people. General Ji answered me because I am his granddaughter. He said, the people have faith, the Federation is hope, and hope represents strength. He said, the fastest way to shape faith is to shape a god. If this war needs a god, I will do it. So, he chose to become the god in people's eyes, the invincible god on the battlefield, the god he thought the Federation needed. But what kind of price do you have to pay to become a god, and what kind of pressure do you have to endure? Do you know, at the age of 8, you didn't know what word to use to replace going back on your word, but at the age of 11, you said such a thing? While people continued to remain silent, in the conference room of base number 6, an expression appeared on Ji Xinghe's visor screen. Greek letter sigma, degree Cyrillic letter de degree. You said this? You said this to the 8-year-old Ji Xinghe? Ji Xinghe's tone was very surprised. Ji Xinghe's expression was equally surprised, and he shook his head helplessly. I didn't say that. Ji Xinghe's tone changed from surprise to shock. It's incredible. Your granddaughter is really incredible. Ji Xinghe's tone became serious, and the 11-year-old girl said to countless adults, I know how much pressure General Ji of the Federation was under when he made this choice. I know what price my grandfather Ji Xinghe paid when he made this choice. So, I'm here. Ji Xinghe's voice became louder and louder, like spring thunder and morning light. She faced the 52 federal mecha warriors, and her voice rang in the ears of countless people. She asked the question that belonged to her grandfather Ji Xinghe. Do you believe me? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715 There are still bullets in her gun. The captain who originally wanted to question Ji Xinghe why he refused to support, asked the question that came to his mouth, how do we fight? But Ji Xinghe did not answer directly. She said something that made people's perception of her change from a very capable 11-year-old girl to a very capable federal mecha warrior who can talk to adults on an equal footing. But even so, people still couldn't answer the question she asked. Everyone knew the answer to the question she didn't answer directly just now, and this is not only a matter of life and death, but also a matter of military law and privilege. It also represents a greater pressure than what she said about the responsibilities and obligations that Ji Xinghe has to bear. Is this something an 11-year-old girl can bear? She is indeed different, so that no one dared to give a strict order to stop her from starting nonsense at this time. But there are still people who can stop it, but that person never spoke. General Ji Xinghe, why don't you express your position? People's hearts became anxious. Ji Xinghe didn't care that no one responded to her, but was very satisfied with this ignoring. If this group of adults, this group of mecha warriors picked from thousands, were so easily persuaded by her, that means that Ji Xinghe's choice to become the god of the Federation in this war was a failure. Tu Yuan, Su He, Li Ambang and others chose to shape Ji Xinghe into the god of the Federation in this war, which was also a failure. This war may need a god, but people should not blindly believe in gods, let alone blindly believe in the granddaughter of gods. In the name of Ji Xinghe, a mecha warrior of the Independent Regiment and a first-class sergeant of the Federation, I apply for your unit to cooperate in the operation. Ji Xinghe's tone was cold, like the moonlight in a cold night, which was what she had longed to see and what she had already seen. Combat goal: annihilate the enemy. Tactical plan: Independent Regiment No. 1 Non-Standard Tactics. In this operation, I will replace General Ji Xinghe in the Independent Regiment No. 1 Non-Standard Tactics. Your unit will replace the Independent Regiment in the Independent Regiment No. 1 Non-Standard Tactics. Please answer, are you willing to participate in this coordinated operation, Independent Regiment No. 1 Non-Standard Tactics? When people heard about this tactical plan, they immediately thought of another name for this tactical plan, giving priority to the use of General Ji Xinghe. And in the process of spreading this name, it gradually evolved into a more concise name, but people would not mention it in public, but would only shout it excitedly in private, "Let the old man go." The captain did not hear the voice from the headquarters. He knew that the headquarters was letting them make their own choices, but why? Is it because Ji Xinghe is Ji Xinghe's granddaughter, so she has the privilege of ignoring the lives of the 52 mecha warriors in her team, or is it because, the key point of this tactic? Or, just because Ji Xinghe did not stop it, so the headquarters chose to believe in Ji Xinghe as before? He hesitated for some time, so that the Mecha Corps composed of more than 400 conventional Imperial standard mechas had appeared within the visual range of their mechas. During the whole process, the captain did not hear the voices of objection from the team members. Nor did he hear the voice of objection from Ji Xinghe, so he took a deep breath and asked in the communication channel, "Anyone? Objection?" No one responded, but this temporary federal mecha team, 52 mechas, had given up clearing the battlefield and lined up neatly, including the captain himself. And the formation they formed in silence was an assault formation. So, no one objected. The captain laughed and said, "Sergeant Ji Xinghe, our unit confirms to participate in this coordinated operation." His tone was frank, sincere, full of encouragement and expectations, like a parent saying to a toddler, "Walk slowly, don't be afraid, I will protect you." Ji Xinghe's expression became serious, and she said, "Our unit confirms that the tactics of this operation are the non-standard tactics of the Independent Regiment No. 1. Please strictly abide by the corresponding tactical requirements." Her tone was serious, like a child in his 30s, saying to his aging parents, "Don't be so tired, I will support you." She and he didn't know each other, but during the conversation, it gave people a feeling that it was a father and daughter talking. People understand. In the eyes of this team of mecha warriors and the command that condoned this operation, Ji Xinghe is not only Ji Xinghe's granddaughter, but also everyone's daughter. Judging from the age, most people can be Ji Xinghe's parents. Now that her daughter has grown up and is going to pursue her own life, in order for her to have a bright future, her parents decided to go all out to help her, even if this help may represent sacrifice. "Yes," the captain responded in a tone of accepting orders. Ji Xinghe nodded seriously. She also wanted to control her mecha to nod, but in order to reduce weaknesses, her mecha did not have a neck structure, so there was no possibility of nodding. But it doesn't matter, she turned and charged instead of nodding. Driving a mecha alone and charging against a large number of Imperial mechas is a scene that everyone in the Federation has seen many times. Among them are not only Ji Xinghe, but also Li Yuanba, Lu Oiki, Han Li. These federal mecha warriors who have executed this tactic more than once and survived. And Caitlin, the blind man, these federal mecha warriors who have executed this tactic more than once and then died. But these people are all adults. When people find it hard to accept, they think of the person who gave this tactic a formal name. He was 66 years old at the time, which is also an age that people find hard to accept. The elderly and children could have stayed behind the young and middle-aged people with a clear conscience, but they chose to be with the young and middle-aged people, and even appeared in front of them. How embarrassing. Many people's eyes became red. "Captain, can you tell Ji Xinghe, Sergeant, we can actually execute the No. 1 standard tactic of the Independent Regiment?" "Yes, Captain, I'm not afraid of death. I can go to execute the No. 1 standard tactic, and you stay to execute the No. 1 non-standard tactic." The difference between the standard and non-standard tactics is whether the mecha warrior who stands out has teammates around him. The captain did not ask. He looked at Ji Xinghe, who was getting closer and closer to the Imperial Mecha Corps, and was already covered by the firepower weapons of the Imperial Mecha. He gritted his teeth and said, "Obey orders." It sounded like a strict father or mother telling other relatives, "Don't spoil your children." The team's communication channel fell silent, but the sound of breathing could be clearly heard. The captain spoke again. "Everyone, follow me closely, and execute the non-standard tactics of the Independent Regiment Number 1. As soon as the voice fell, he drove the mecha and rushed wildly. The target direction was the opposite of Ji Xinghe and the Imperial Mecha Corps. 51 federal mechas followed closely behind, and the complex emotions in their hearts did not affect the accuracy of their maneuvers and the discipline of obeying orders. Amid the loud noises of dong dong dong, the team composed of federal mechas kept an eye on the movements of the Imperial Mecha Corps and Ji Xinghe behind them as they marched. When they saw that Ji Xinghe did not choose to charge into the enemy formation, but turned flexibly after approaching, and went around the flank of the Imperial Mecha Corps, and the enemy did not allocate troops to pursue them, but all targeted Ji Xinghe for pursuit and interception. "Turn," the captain shouted, and then controlled the mech to complete the turning maneuver, and launched a charge towards the other flank of the Imperial Mecha Corps. Their maneuvering choice forced the Imperial mechas that were chasing and intercepting Ji Xinghe to allocate 90 mechas to intercept them. But when the two sides were about to meet, the captain gave another order. "Turn." He took the lead, leading 51 federal mechas to avoid fighting, and went around a larger circle on the battlefield, attracting many pursuers while bringing considerable pressure to the Imperial mechas that were chasing and intercepting Ji Xinghe. It was like playing a game of snake. The Imperial Mecha Corps had eaten a lot, so it was so big that it was difficult to turn a giant snake. The Federal Mecha Squad, which only had 52 mechas, was much smaller in size, but flexible enough to keep approaching the giant snake. Even if it couldn't eat a bite, it could make the giant snake exhausted in a short period of time and unable to focus on Ji Xinghe. But this is not a long-term solution. The energy of the mecha and the physical and mental strength of the mecha warriors are all limited. They have already experienced a battle, and it is difficult for them to continue to use this kind of tactical maneuver like flying a kite. The key point is still on Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe has not taken action. When she was about to encounter the Imperial Mecha Corps while driving the mecha, she chose to turn to avoid the battle. Using the performance advantages of the mecha, she successfully appeared on the flank of the Imperial Mecha Corps when the Imperial Mecha Corps had no time to change its formation. This was a good opportunity to attack, but she did not attack. Instead, she turned flexibly again and launched a charge with the tail of the Imperial Mecha Corps as the target. The Imperial Mecha Corps quickly identified her target, but her mechas were too fast. Although the speed of the Imperial mechas was much slower than hers, it was only relative. More than 400 Imperial mechas were running at speeds exceeding 80 km per hour. When maintaining this speed, they had to change their formation 3 times before they could complete their second formation change. And the Federal Mech Squad was holding them back. How difficult was it? For example, the wedding car fleet that people on the Azure Star like to use when they get married was ready to form a neat formation under the arrangement of the cameraman, but they didn't expect to encounter the morning rush hour, traffic jams, queue cutting, red lights. Not to mention the neat formation, it was already good if no wedding car fell behind when the fleet arrived at the destination. There were 2 wedding car fleets that used the same car as a wedding car and arranged the same wedding decorations, and they even followed the wrong fleet. The formation of the Imperial Mecha Corps, with the cooperation of Ji Xinghe and the Federal Mech Squad, became a sieve with huge gaps. Not to mention that gravel could easily pass through it, even billiard balls could easily penetrate it. Ji Xinghe finally launched the attack. "Xinghe, use your gun." When Xinghe's call rang out, Ji Xinghe had already rushed towards the Imperial Mech closest to her with 2 swords. "We still have bullets. We still have a lot of bullets." After Xinghe finished speaking, Ji Xinghe had passed by 2 Imperial mechas, one in front and one behind, as if she had completely ignored them. And the 2 Imperial mechas also seemed to ignore Ji Xinghe. They did not continue to chase, nor did they make any more maneuvers. A wound appeared on the waist of each of their mechas. When they looked into it, they could see the blood that was flowing out and coagulating and drying up. Even the Nanshanman Command, the Imperial Gods Mountain Command and other units that could see Ji Xinghe's perspective could not see when Ji Xinghe launched the attack. Her sight, or the side of the mech she was driving, did not look at her target at all when she attacked. Charge, draw the knife. 2 maneuvers are performed at the same time, but the operations performed are far more than these 2 maneuvers. The complexity is enough to make this special mecha warrior rely on luck, but Ji Xinghe is as skilled as a butcher cutting a cow. No wonder her mecha does not need a neck structure. It turns out that she does not need to look down at all, nor does she need to use the distorted 360-degree panoramic image to see. People suddenly felt relieved because Ji Xinghe broke the formation of the Imperial Mecha Corps, because she broke 2 Imperial mechas, and because she did not use a gun. There was a muffled bang. Ji Xinghe's mecha, with a bayonet, violently crashed into the body of an Imperial mecha. The powerful power brought by the Federation's 13th generation core engine and the powerful defense of the tungsten steel gold body allowed Ji Xinghe to directly knock the Imperial mecha into the air without any damage to the body. In the Ping in space battleship, the staff of the independent regiment who had been counting the number of enemies destroyed by Ji Xinghe paused the scene of the Imperial mecha flying up, and only then did they see the wound on the waist of the Imperial mecha. The sound of a crash to the ground was so loud that it was barely audible, and the Imperial mecha was motionless. 370. Report immediately. Ji Xinghe, the first-class sergeant of the independent regiment, has won 70 gold stars, and has applied to the military department to promote his rank to the third-class sergeant major. The rank promotion, which should have gone through some procedures, was given the green light at this moment. The Nanshanman Command directly arranged a lieutenant general with authority to approve Ji Xinghe's rank promotion application as quickly as possible. At the same time, it was equivalent to approving the application that Ji Xinghe had asked the independent regiment staff to submit before, regarding Ji Xinghe's formal joining of the independent regiment and the unfair conditions for rank promotion. But it was still a little late. When the formation of the Imperial Mech Corps became chaotic and Ji Xinghe launched an attack, she turned on the unstoppable mode and started to charge and kill with overwhelming force, violently tearing the formation that the Imperial Mech Corps was trying to restore. So, when Lieutenant General Davis, who was responsible for signing the promotion order, had just signed it, a new promotion order came again. Report: Ji Xinghe, the third-class sergeant major of the independent regiment, has won 80 gold stars. The independent regiment staff department applies to promote his rank to the second-class sergeant major. Sign. Report: Ji Xinghe, the second-class sergeant major of the independent regiment, has won 90 gold stars. The independent regiment staff department applies to promote his rank to the first-class sergeant major. Sign. Report: Ji Xinghe, the first-class sergeant major of the independent regiment, has won 100 gold stars. The independent regiment staff department applies to promote his rank to the second lieutenant. Davis, who had fought side by side with Ji Xinghe in the Battle Scar Canyon Theater, signed his name without even looking at the application that the independent regiment had prepared long ago. His eyes were fixed on the screen in front of him, watching Ji Xinghe's battle, and a strange smile unconsciously appeared on his face. This smile was called an ant smile on the internet of the Azure Star. Report: General, the independent regiment has submitted another application. They applied for a military-wide commendation. Davis, who still kept his ant smile, frowned slightly. It's too early. Tell them not to be anxious. It belongs to Ji Xinghe, and no one can take it away. General, it is a military-wide commendation for the Ace Mecha Warrior. According to regulations, when a Mecha Warrior gets 100 gold stars or a red star and is promoted to an Ace Mecha Warrior, he must be commended by the entire army as soon as possible. And Ji Xinghe, Lieutenant, will be the 28th active Ace Mecha Warrior in our Federation. Huh? Davis was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that the application he had just signed clearly stated that Ji Xinghe had destroyed 100 Imperial mechas since he joined the battle today, or the first time he joined the battle, and got a real 100 gold stars. This does not count the 27 gold stars that Ji Xinghe gave to the remnants of the 13th, 15th, 16th, and 19th Mecha Squads of the 9th Mecha Corps of the Federation God's Mountain War Zone, the 6th Mecha Corps, and the temporary Mecha Squad numbered Z2093-946. Yes, if you get 100 gold stars, you will become a Federal Ace Mecha Warrior, and you should be commended by the whole army as soon as possible. Davis's anti-smile appeared again, but he did not sign the application for the whole army announcement. General Ji, I want to ask him, the Ace Mecha Warrior only has the rank of second lieutenant. How can we announce the commendation to the whole army? If it is spread out, how will the people of the Federation see our military? Without fairness, how can we recruit soldiers and get the support of the people of the Federation? The staff officers beside him, who also showed anti-smiles, nodded in agreement. But the communication soldier's application for communication with Ji Xinghe was stopped by a staff officer, and an important reminder was made. General, there are still more than 400 imperial mechas. No, there are more than 300, huh? According to the promotion conditions set by General Ji for Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, after reaching the rank of second lieutenant, every 100 gold stars earned can be promoted one level, and when Ji Xinghe was promoted to second lieutenant, the number of imperial mechas she could destroy still exceeded 400. So, at the end of this battle, her rank can be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. Davis frowned. Do you think Ji Xinghe can kill them all by herself? The staff officer reminded again. General, she didn't use a gun. There are still many tungsten steel alloy bullets in her electromagnetic rifle. Davis suddenly felt that perhaps the rank promotion conditions set by Ji Xinghe were indeed a bit unfair. But so what? General, do you still want to pick up General Ji? Yes. After the communication was established, Davis, who was smiling like an ant again, looked at Ji Xinghe with a calm expression, and completely forgot that he had just said that he would question Ji Xinghe. He asked respectfully, Old man, the independent regiment's application for commendation for the whole army, do you want me to sign it now? Ji Xinghe looked at Ji Xinghe, who had already killed through the Imperial Mecha Core on another screen, and the information displayed by her Mecha life support system that her physical and mental state was normal. Nodded slightly. Sign it? Yes, Davis responded without hesitation, and after signing the document, he asked with some concern, is this really okay? Ji Xinghe was silent, because he didn't know either. But Li Hongfen next to him suddenly spoke up. His tone was full of pride, and an expression appeared on his visor. He said, you should become famous as early as possible, and be frivolous when you are young. If the youth are strong, the Federation will be strong. Chapter 716. No need to read. The people at base number 6 were somewhat absent-minded. Even though it was crowded, it was surprisingly quiet, even deserted, as if it had returned to the time before the independent regiment arrived at base number 6. There were still many people in the training area, but there was no constant shouting as usual. All the people in training were like robots that had just appeared, getting familiar with their bodies in silence. Those training movements that should have been easy to complete were unnatural, as if their joints were rusted. The instructors saw these training scenes that were even more novice than the recruits, and did not yell to correct or reprimand them. Instead, they looked at their bracelets from time to time, but could not get any information. The wounded in the medical area were no longer as lively as usual. They were all silent, as if they had just been injured and learned that they might not be able to go to the battlefield again. The person who broke the silence was Nurse Wang, but she was as silent as the wounded, and there was no gentle smile on her face. Auntie Wang is here, a pale young man, sitting in an automatic wheelchair, smiled a little reluctantly and greeted her. Normally, this address would make Nurse Wang's smile brighter and gentler. Being called auntie by a group of young people is not something to be happy about under normal circumstances. However, when these young people came to the hospital for treatment after being injured on the battlefield, a sense of intimacy and respect was obvious. But today, Nurse Wang's face, which was originally devoid of smiles, did not smile because of this address. Well, Sergeant Chu Meng, let's start today's treatment. Nurse Wang came to Chu Meng, who was sitting in an automatic wheelchair. Okay, without any special preparation, Chu Meng pressed a button on the side of the automatic wheelchair, and the wheelchair automatically deformed, allowing him to stand up from sitting. There were support points on both sides against his armpits, allowing him to maintain his current posture without using any strength. On the back of the wheelchair, a gap opened automatically, revealing Chu Meng's back. Nurse Wang came to the back of the wheelchair, sprayed Chu Meng's back with a disinfectant spray bottle in her left hand for a few times, and then sprayed her right hand for a few times, and then directly lifted the clothes on Chu Meng's back. After spraying the disinfectant on Chu Meng's back for the third time, she pressed her right hand on the middle part of Chu Meng's spine. The power of Qi was released slowly like a trickle, and began to amplify Chu Meng's own self-healing ability and treat his injuries according to the pure will of Nurse Wang to cure diseases and save lives. The other injured people in this ward were no longer surprised by the scene. It was not the first time for Chu Meng and them to receive Qi treatment. After using conventional medical methods for treatment, whether it was an injury that took a long time to fully recover, or an injury that was difficult to cure with many federal medical methods, they could achieve obvious results through Qi treatment. Moreover, when using Qi for treatment, it was very gentle, and there was a feeling of spring rain moistening everything silently. It was very comfortable. Sometimes I fell asleep while being treated, just like taking a bath, rubbing my body, and then having a full body massage. Compared with other nurses and doctors who used Qi for treatment, Nurse Wang's treatment process was more gentle. It was said that because Nurse Wang was gentle in heart, her Qi was also particularly gentle. This was also the origin of the name Ant Wang. However, today, when the treatment began, Chu Meng's expression suddenly became painful. His already pale face became even paler, and the blood color almost disappeared. His expression was also a little ferocious, and his teeth were clenched tightly, as if he was undergoing a surgical operation without anesthesia. The wounded who noticed this scene all became nervous. "What's wrong, SHH? Keep your voice down." "No, Chu Meng seems to be in pain." Auntie Wang didn't stop, which means she is being treated. "No, it wasn't so painful before. I haven't heard of anyone who would be in so much pain. Maybe it's just because Chu Meng's injury is about to be cured, so he's in some pain." The wounded who were whispering were very worried about Chu Meng's condition, but they didn't dare to interrupt. Although they have received many courses of treatment for using Qi to treat injuries, it is still in the initial trial stage for the Federation. "Ah, Chu Meng is crying," someone exclaimed in a low voice. Another wounded who were at the right angle also noticed that there were obvious tears on Chu Meng's face, and they were becoming more and more obvious, and he couldn't stop crying. This time, someone finally couldn't help it. "Auntie Wang." When the shout came, Nurse Wang's hand had left Chu Meng's back and she opened her eyes that had been closed just now. She had just been treating Chu Meng wholeheartedly and had not paid attention to the changes in the outside world. At this time, she noticed the strange expressions of the wounded and asked in a strange way, "What's wrong? Ah, are you okay?" "Nothing." "What's the matter?" Nurse Wang responded subconsciously, and suddenly realized that she hurried to Chu Meng. "I'm fine." The painful expression on Chu Meng's face had disappeared, and he spoke first when Nurse Wang turned around. "Not only is it okay, but I feel that my spine seems to have fully recovered and I can control my body." "Don't move." Nurse Wang stopped Chu Meng from trying to leave the automatic wheelchair and called for support at the same time. "I'm really fine. I'm fine, better than ever, but you," Nurse Wang said in some doubt. "Why are you crying?" "I cried." Chu Meng, who had been unaware just now, suddenly realized that his face was a little wet, and raised his hand to touch his face. "I actually cried." Chu Meng's tone was full of disbelief. The nervous wounded soldiers beside him finally breathed a sigh of relief and started to joke when they saw that Chu Meng seemed to be fine. "That's right. Why are you crying, Chu Meng? I remember that when you were kicked away by the imperial mech and your spine was broken on the spot, you didn't cry, but gritted your teeth and crawled over to blow up the imperial mech. Why are you crying today? People say that Ant Wang's gentleness is like first love." Chu Meng probably thought of his first love. What kind of first love? "I know this guy. He joined the army after graduating from high school. He trained for 3 years and went straight to an alien planet." Where did his first love come from? It's possible to have a first love in high school and junior high school. You can join the army after graduating from high school if you have a first love? It's more like unrequited love, right? It's also possible that he joined the army after breaking up, so when he was healed by Ant Wang's energy, he dreamed of his first love and thought of his lost youth, so he cried. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere finally returned to normal, and Chu Meng came back to his senses from the excitement brought by the feeling of recovery in his spine. "No, I don't want to cry, it's just that the pain is unbearable. It's my body's instinctive reaction. I won't cry, not even if I die," Chu Meng explained in a panic. For a young man like him, crying is a very shameful thing. "Does it hurt?" Nurse Wang was surprised and panicked. "Well, it doesn't hurt much. It doesn't hurt, Aunt Wang. It's okay. I'm fine now." While explaining, the doctors who heard the call came and began to check Chu Meng. They didn't find any problems. And it was indeed as Chu Meng said. Compared with before, his injuries have recovered significantly. In theory, he only needs to wait a few days for another treatment to recover completely and avoid the fate of hemiplegia or transformation of mechanical prostheses. The medical soldiers of the independent regiment who stayed at the number 6 base received the gift of the second stage earlier than Nurse Wang and others, and had more experience in using Qi to treat people. At this time, after hearing the cause and effect, they asked directly, "Nurse Wang, do you have emotional problems?" Emotional problems? After hearing this, Nurse Wang finally understood. "I'm sorry, I'm a little Are you worried about Ji Xinghe? Yeah, but I didn't think about that just now. I was treating Sergeant Chu Meng just like before. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's okay. This is actually very normal. We still know too little about Qi. Emotions do have some impact on the use of Qi for treatment, but it won't cause any unexpected losses. It's just that the treatment effect will be slightly different. Blame me for not telling you in advance. The medical soldier of the independent regiment took the responsibility on himself and did not explain that he only discovered this problem today. The reason is the same as Nurse Wang. What about me today? Nurse Wang hesitated. The wounded who listened to the whole process had already understood, and now they rushed to shout. Auntie Wang, treat me first. I'm not afraid of pain, and I won't cry. Ha ha ha, I'll do it. I'm really not afraid of pain. My nervous system is broken. I won't feel any pain even if I'm shot a few times. No one was afraid of pain, and no one wanted to embarrass Nurse Wang. The medic shook his head and said, don't fight for it. Your Aunt Wang has been recovering her Qi or using Qi to treat you these days. She is very tired. Take this opportunity to rest and we will take over the rest of your treatment. No, Nurse Wang's hesitation suddenly disappeared, and she said firmly, Zixin just left the base today and will be back in a week. I can't rest all week, right? Let me try again. I can do it. The wounded immediately expressed their support. Aunt Wang, I believe you can do it. I'll do it. Don't fight with me for Aunt Wang, or I'll get angry. Hey, young man, your idea is very bold, isn't it? Amid the noise, the voice of the head of the medical area suddenly rang out from the loudspeaker in the ward. Xiao Wang, don't be willful. You want to overcome difficulties, that's fine, but you can't try to take the lives and health of the soldiers. From now on, you can choose to rest for a few days, or you can choose to do other work. But you are never allowed to use the power of Qi to treat the soldiers again. This is an order. Nurse Wang was stunned, and the ward became quiet. Logically speaking, there is nothing wrong with what the person in charge of the medical area of base number 6 said, but emotionally, everyone is somewhat reluctant to accept it. People looked at Nurse Wang with concern, especially the medical soldiers of the independent regiment who knew that mental will and emotions would affect Qi. Seeing that Nurse Wang had a complicated expression, with self-blame, pain, hesitation, and struggle. The medical soldier was about to say a few words to comfort her, but heard another voice coming from the loudspeaker. The Nanchunman command has sent a telegram to the entire army. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, a mecha warrior of our Galaxy Independent Regiment, successfully won his 100th gold star at 22:34 on November 23, 2093, Federal Standard Time, and was promoted to the Federal Ace Mecha Warrior. The entire army is hereby notified of his commendation. The ward fell silent, and everyone's expressions froze, and all their eyes were wide open to the maximum extent. Announcement of commendation to the entire army? Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, Ace Mecha Warrior? Ji Xinghe, who had just left base number 6 today on the Peace Space battleship and went to other war zones with the independent regiment for random support operations, got his 100th gold star? Just like that, he became a Federal Ace Mecha Warrior representing supreme glory? What was going on? People didn't understand, but cheers suddenly rang out, not only in this ward, but also in other places in base number 6. The deserted base number 6 returned to the noisy state it should have when it was overcrowded, and even more so, it didn't look like a frontline base, but like a square where celebrations were held on the Azure Star. The complex expression on Nurse Wang's face disappeared in an instant, and a gentle and bright smile reappeared. My emotions are fine, I can continue the treatment. The person in charge of the medical area did not respond, as if he didn't want to interrupt the military commendation announcement that had to be repeated 3 times, and as if he had already believed that Nurse Wang could stabilize her emotions. The treatment began again. This time, the wounded who were treated fell asleep happily during the treatment process, just like the wounded who were treated before. Chu Meng did not regret it at all, but was extremely happy. Today will be one of the most impressive days in his life, and also one of his happiest days. Many people are like him. Shen Mu, who usually spends his time in the machine repair area, stayed in the command center of base number 6 today. Why are you staying here instead of repairing the mecha? Qiao Menglian was very helpless. Logically speaking, Shen Mu should not appear in the command center whether in wartime or peacetime. Not to mention wandering around in the command center, asking the people in the command center from time to time if they can call up reconnaissance satellites to see where the Ping in space battleship is. If it were someone else, Qiao Menglian would have asked the guards to take him away long ago, but Shen Mu is different. Although Qiao Menglian, the colonel commander of base number 6, is higher than Shen Mu, a lieutenant colonel mechanic, in terms of both rank and position. But the reason why Shen Mu is only a lieutenant colonel is because when his promotion order came down before, he violated the military order and was revoked. According to the current situation, Shen Mu may get a promotion order to colonel again at any time. Of course, even if Shen Mu became a colonel mechanic and served as the equipment officer of the independent regiment, he could not be compared with Qiao Menglian. One is a formal command officer, and the other is a professional technical officer. The value of the military rank itself is very different. But Shen Mu is different after all. Regardless of his relationship with Ji Xinghe and the importance of the independent regiment, just Shen Mu's own ability is enough to prevent Qiao Menglian from acting like a superior. It can be said that the Zhan Shanjia, which was born from Shen Mu's hands, has become the strongest mass-produced standard mecha in the Federation and the standard of the 5 independent regiments. There are also weapons and equipment such as the Final Fortress, the electromagnetic rifle, the 6 paths of reincarnation, etc., which are genius ideas that were born in Shen Mu's mind and successfully realized with the help of the Federal Academy of Sciences. In Tu Yuan's words, this guy is worth a mecha core. You know very well what I'm going to do. Shen Mu was a little arrogant today, and said, if you don't satisfy me, I'll just hang around here. Qiao Menglian frowned and said, you know very well that I don't have the authority to mobilize reconnaissance satellites, and I can't see the current location of Ping'an, so this is not a matter of whether I help you or not, it's illegal. Illegal? Then call the police. Shen Mu didn't care about these rules. He was really anxious, more anxious than Nurse Wang and others. Originally, he could still learn about Ji Rong and Xin Yu's situation through Xinghe, but Xinghe Yu suddenly said Xingxin started killing, and disappeared without a trace, and he didn't appear no matter how he shouted. Although he knew that Xinghe must have gone to Ji Rong and Xin Yu's mecha, or a spare mecha on Ping'an, paying full attention to Ji Rong and Xin Yu, but how could he not be anxious? Can't you contact Colonel Qin Tong and his team directly? Qiao Menglian suggested, or you can contact Colonel Chen Sun and his team, the intelligence is more direct. Shen Mu replied as a matter of course, I'm afraid of disturbing them. What if they are fighting? Qiao Menglian was angry, then aren't you afraid of disturbing us? Haha, you don't have any combat missions, aren't you all idle? This is indeed the war zone of base number 6, too comfortable, so comfortable that the independent regiment can only go to other war zones to support operations like robbing. Qiao Menglian was speechless, and didn't want to disturb Ji Xinghe because of this, so he could only say helplessly, let me submit an application, requesting that we be directly incorporated into the command sequence of the independent regiment. But if I come, it will definitely not pass. You go to the old man and ask him to put pressure on the Nanshanmen headquarters, so that we can participate in the support combat mission of the Ping'an space battleship. Good idea. Shen Mu immediately turned his head and prepared to find Ji Xinghe. But the sudden sound in the command center made him stop. Everyone, including him, was stunned. So, you have become an ace mecha warrior? Cheers naturally rang out, and Qiao Menglian excitedly urged, hurry up, the success rate of submitting an application now is definitely very high. Shen Mu waved his hands excitedly, no need to look for the old man, just submit the application directly, it will definitely be approved. Ah. Yes, that's right. When Qiao Menglian began to submit the report he had prepared long ago, he saw Shen Mu walking out of the command center. Hey, why are you leaving? Stay and watch, it will be quick. No need to watch, I'm going to repair the mecha. Shen Mu's back was very brisk as he left, like a child on winter vacation. Chapter 717 You, continue to send more troops. The battle that Shen Mu said he didn't need to watch was still going on. But for the high-level generals of the Federation, there was really no need to continue watching this battle. Ji Rong and Yu, who had killed through the enemy's formation 3 times in a row, had destroyed more than 100 mechas in this battle. More than 400 mechas couldn't stop Ji Rong and Yu, so how could more than 300 mechas be able to stop her? On the battlefield, there was a team of 52 Federation mechas, constantly pulling the enemy's formation. Hovering over the battlefield, the Ping'an space battleship, which was invisible to the mechas, was equipped with a light of divine punishment, which had never been used. The 2 electromagnetic rifles carried on Ji Rong and Yu's mecha were still many guns away from being scrapped, and the number of bullets carried exceeded the number of imperial mechas on the battlefield. People's initial concerns were that Ji Xinghe could not withstand the pressure brought by the large number of imperial mechas, which was different from Ji Xinghe's first battle. In terms of the performance of the mecha she was driving, it was like chopping melons and vegetables when facing less than 30 conventional imperial standard mechas at the same time. Although she destroyed 67 imperial mechas in her first battle, she was on the battlefield where the battle was going on, so she didn't need to face so many imperial mechas alone at the same time. The second battle was different. The sudden increase in the number of enemy troops would bring about a qualitative change in pressure. Moreover, Ji Xinghe was executing the non-standard tactics of the Independent Regiment No. 1, and needed to face almost all the imperial mechas on the battlefield alone, and at the same time. At the same time, we must take into account the life and death of the 52 mecha warriors of the mecha squad, temporarily numbered Z2093-946. We must make zero mistakes to achieve the goal of total victory. The pressure is so great and the difficulty is so high that not all of the other 27 ace mecha warriors in active service in the Federation can bear and do it. If Ji Xinghe has physical and psychological problems, which will lead to mistakes in operation and choice. Even if her mecha can protect her, the Independent Regiment can provide strong support at the first time, which will also have a great impact on her mental will. It's like a hurdle. If you can't get through it, the limit is an ace mecha warrior. If you get through it, you will have the opportunity to become the next Ji Xinghe. And now, Ji Xinghe has proved with facts that she can easily step over it. Xinghe, it's almost done, you can use the gun, Xinghe reminded in her low voice. But Ji Xinghe was so excited that she didn't respond to Xinghe's intention at all. She just drove the mecha with two swords and rushed on the battlefield. Her fighting style is very similar to Ji Xinghe. The two tungsten steel gold swords that were modified by Xinghe and Shen Mu are specially used to poke the waist of the imperial mecha. The armor-piercing ability of tungsten steel gold itself, as well as the high-frequency vibration device added to the blade body, are absolutely accurate. While breaking the armor, it also broke the body of the imperial gorilla, achieving a real destruction. Xinghe continued to remind. Xinghe, you have proven your operational level, combat awareness, and tactical level. What we need to do now is to resolve the battle as soon as possible. Moreover, if you don't destroy the two electromagnetic rifles and use up the bullets made of tungsten steel alloy, the Empire will not be able to send more troops, and no noble mecha will appear. Don't you want to kill more guerrillas? Ji Xinghe seemed to have finally come to her senses and continued to rush and speak. Even if I throw the electromagnetic rifle to the Empire mecha, they will not send more troops, because they know very well that as long as they send more troops, Uncle Qin Tong and others will come down to join the battle. Xinghe's lie was exposed. With her ability, she could easily determine that the Empire had no signs of sending more troops through the Federation's reconnaissance satellites, high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, etc. The reason for lying was just to let Ji Xinghe end the battle early to avoid more troubles, or to kill too many people and cause symptoms similar to war trauma after the battle. Even if Xinghe never took the Imperial Ape seriously, Ji Xinghe would not regard the Imperial Ape as a human being. In his cognition, he was even inferior to those animals on the Azure Star. But after all, it is an intelligent life, and the Independent Regiment has the 3 apes of Liuer. Is it really okay? Don't worry about me. Ji Xinghe did not blame Xinghe for lying. His tone was relaxed, not like he was slaughtering the Imperial apes on the battlefield. You know, I only have victory in my eyes, not the victory of this battle, nor the victory of every battle, but the final victory. With such a belief, nothing can be a burden to Ji Xinghe. Xinghe sighed in her heart and said, but the Empire obviously wants to know what level of strength you are now. If you hide your strength, you can give the Empire a surprise in the future. Just like, my lord, Ji Xinghe, who once again killed through the enemy's formation, turned around without any hesitation and continued to charge with 2 swords. Her voice was very calm, not like the crazy state that many people imagined. My grandfather is different from me. Uncle Sui said that there are some amazing people in every era. They are like the wind, rising from the tip of the green duckweed, achieving success in the grass, shaping the extraordinary present with the ordinary past, and writing legends about the future. My grandfather is such a person, but I am not. The mecha driven by Ji Xinghe had already knocked away the bayonet of an imperial mecha between the horizontal arms. The body drew the knife at the moment of the advance, and then moved sideways, rushing towards another imperial mecha without stopping for a moment. She said, "I am not dust, I am not wind, my past and present are extraordinary. From the moment I was born, I am the granddaughter of Ji Xinghe, I am the granddaughter of legend, and my name will definitely appear in the legend about my grandfather Ji Xinghe. So, I was born a legend, the national level mecha without a formal name, under the control of Ji Xinghe, leap up like Ji Xinghe." The armor on the bottom of both feet was turned on, and the two energy engines sprayed out light blue arcs, allowing this mecha to have a jumping height and distance that almost all mechas could not imagine. When it reached the highest point, the light blue arc disappeared, and the armor on the bottom of both feet closed. Ji Xinghe drew a beautiful arc like a rainbow in the sky, smashing into the imperial mecha that was chasing the Z2093-946 mecha team, and that the mecha team had difficulty avoiding. With a loud bang, the slaughter began again. The federal mecha team that was rescued did not choose to turn back to help Ji Xinghe fight, but continued to implement the non-standard tactics of the Independent Regiment No. 1, running at full speed with gritted teeth, pulling the formation of the Imperial Mecha Corps that had to fight to the death. Their emotions were already in a state of fanaticism, and this fanaticism first appeared in the mecha warriors who followed Li Yuanba to fight. Later, Li Yuanba chose to form an army alone, and Ji Xinghe came to the alien planet, and appeared in the mecha warriors who followed Ji Xinghe to fight. In addition, even Han Li, Ravich, Caitlin, Jackson and others have never had it. And now, Ji Xinghe has it. Just like what she is saying now. My grandfather gave me the highest starting point in the Federation. Xinghe, you gave me the highest starting point in the world. When I drive the mecha and raise my feet, I become an ace mecha warrior. When I start to charge, I can become a galaxy-level mecha warrior. As long as I am alive and keep fighting, I can become the first female 5-star general in the Federation. So, I don't need to hide my strength, and I don't need to surprise the Empire. I want to use a dignified victory to tell the Federation that we can destroy the Empire. Xinghe was excited when she heard it, and then edited this passage and sent it directly to Suhi. Xinghe, I support you, and I will always support you, thank you. The battle continued. The number of Imperial mechas, which was less than 200, could no longer limit Ji Xinghe. She was more calm. After showing her ability to execute the non-standard tactics of the Independent Regiment No. 1, she made a more courageous choice. Z2093-946 Mecha Squad, 2nd Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, we are here, report your status. Yes, as the voices of reporting on the mechas, physical fitness, and mental status continued to ring, Ji Xinghe accelerated the speed of slaughter. She didn't actually need to listen to the report. Xinghe could tell her the answer she wanted to know in a shorter time, but what she needed was the time to report. When the Z2093-946 Mecha Squad finished reporting, the formation of more than 100 Imperial mechas was torn into several pieces by her again, scattered on the battlefield like broken rags. Command Center, I am Ji Xinghe, a 2nd Lieutenant Mecha Warrior of the Independent Regiment. With the authority of the Federal Ace Mecha Warrior, I apply to take over the command of the Z2093-946 Mecha Squad. Please approve the authority application. The Command Center, which did not command in this battle, responded immediately, already approved. Ji Xinghe immediately began to give orders. Mechas numbered 3, 17, 19, 23, immediately leave your team, and form a Mecha Squad temporarily numbered number 1, with Sergeant AI5 Mecha number 17 as the captain, to continue to implement the Independent Regiment's number 1 non-standard tactics. Please note that if you are pursued by the enemy, you must retreat as soon as possible. This is an order. Even though they were reluctant, the Federal Mecha Warriors named by Ji Xinghe chose to accept the order. They knew what Ji Xinghe was going to do, and they were very much looking forward to it, even at the cost of sacrificing themselves, but it was precisely because they knew very clearly what Ji Xinghe's next tactical choice was that they had to accept the order. Because they didn't want to, and shouldn't, become a burden. Yes, the 52 Federal mechas were divided into 2 teams in a very short time. The number 1 squad led by Sergeant AI5 had 13 mechas, all of which were in relatively poor condition. Number 2 squad, everyone. When Ji Xinghe's voice sounded in the communication channel, the 39 mechas of the number 2 squad had already completed the turn and separated from the number 1 squad. Follow me. Standard tactics of the Independent Regiment number 1. Yes, 39 federal mechas rushed to the position where Ji Xinghe was, as if the missile and the propulsion device were separated, and when time began to go backwards, they reunited. Ji Xinghe is the warhead of the missile, and the 39 federal mechas were the propulsion device of the missile. When they completed the convergence and launched the charge, the battle finally came to an end. However, the high-level federal generals who could see this battle and thought there was no need to watch it anymore, all perked up at this time. It was as if this ending was more exciting than the main show. She can actually execute the independent regiment's number 1 standard tactics. The old man didn't stop her, which means she can do it, but how did the old man know she could do it before? Perhaps because they have less than 200 imperial mechas to face, and the formation is very scattered, so the difficulty is not high. Yes, the difficulty of this battle is not high, but the mecha warriors following her are not the mecha warriors of the independent regiment, and the mechas they drive are mostly regular level standard mechas. What if the elites of the independent regiment are following her? The difference between the independent regiment's number 1 non-standard tactics and the number 1 standard tactics is not just the difference between charging alone and leading a team. No matter how strong the mecha warriors are, such as Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, they can only destroy a few imperial mechas at the same time. They also need to drive a special form of mecha like Xinghe with an 8-armed Sure mode. If they changed to normal form of mecha, it would be great to be able to destroy 2 imperial mechas at the same time. But how many mechas will the Federation and the Empire deploy at the same time in a large-scale mecha frontal battle? Considering that mecha warriors will also consume physical energy, spirit, and energy of mechas when executing the number 1 non-standard tactics, the strategic significance is great, but the tactical significance is not great. In war, we can't just look at the strategy, all strategies must fall on tactics. But the number 1 standard tactics, with the strongest mecha as the arrow, led the mecha corps to constantly carry out tactical insertions in the case of fewer enemies and more enemies, tearing the enemy's formation, and every encounter can destroy dozens or even hundreds of imperial mechas at the same time. The high-level generals of the Federation looked at it more and more. Ji Xinghe, who is already a 3-star general of the Federation, will definitely not become a mecha warrior under their command. The commander of the mecha corps or even the commander of the mecha corps cannot be invited. But if it is Lieutenant Ji Xinghe? No, now he's Major Ji Xinghe with 4 red stars. Maybe, there is a chance? Not to mention the unrealistic ideas generated by many high-level generals of the Federation. Nanshanman Command, in the meeting room where the negotiation team is located. Ever since Ji Xinghe began to implement the independent regiment's number 1 non-standard tactics and broke through the enemy's formation for the first time, Ivanovich, who had an anti's smile on his face, was even more obvious at this moment. He looked at the Empire negotiation team with contempt in his eyes. His tone was sarcastic. You, continue to send more troops. Don't worry, you can send more troops as you like, I will never order support. After saying that, he added in his heart, it has nothing to do with me whether Ji Xinghe wants to order support, I can't control him anyway. Chapter 718 Supernova. The King of Xinghe, who had left the meeting room where the negotiation team was, had been paying attention to Ji Xinghe's battle. The third stage, several imperial dukes around him, as well as the staff who were very familiar with human physical fitness, all made such a judgment. The King of Xinghe looked unhappy. Your Majesty, a Duke gorilla without a shirt and covered with scars said, this human makes you unhappy, so I will kill her now. The King of Xinghe looked at the Duke gorilla with some disdain. Icon, when will you grow a brain? Icon, who was scolded, laughed foolishly, and the scars on his body vibrated like living maggots. This scene made the other gorillas and monkeys show obvious disgust. For gorillas with ki, it is actually very easy to repair these scars, but Ivanka is proud of the scars. Not only did he not choose to repair them, but he also deliberately made the scars on his body more hideous, as if he had no brains. A monkey staff member guessed the reason for the unhappy expression of the King of Xinghe and said, Your Majesty, our empire has never had a systematic division of the realm of ki, so we use the division method of the Federation. I suggest that the king formulate the level of ki belonging to our empire. The other gorillas and monkeys finally understood. Haha, the King of Xinghe laughed. Are you afraid that I won't die fast enough? The staff member bravely advised, Your Majesty, this is the general trend. Your Majesty has now asked His Royal Highness Prince Adakan to carry out large-scale gifts. As more and more warriors receive gifts, formulating the level of ki has become a necessity, but your majesty has never expressed his opinion. If the king formulates the level of ki, it will help your majesty relieve your worries, the king of Xianan pondered. Sharing worries or not was certainly not the original intention of this staff member monkey, and the king of Xianan could hear it. Emperor Wu gave the ability of gifting to Dakang, and asked Dakang to carry out large-scale gifts. In a sense, it was a delegation of power. If we look deeper, it is because of the pressure from the Federation and the pressure from Ji Xinghe's large-scale gifts in the Federation. In this case, if the king of Xianan really dares to be the first to take the lead, he will most likely not be punished. And being the creator of the key level has great benefits in itself. In the long run, it will be remembered by history. In the short run, it is also an act that can win the hearts of the apes. We don't have this kind of hierarchy. The only hierarchy is the level of noble titles, the king of Xianan side, because our empire is different from the Federation. The monkey staff who just made the suggestion spoke again, but those warriors who received the gifts from His Royal Highness Prince Dakang did not get the noble title. Even if they use the military merit system, they can't get mechas that match their strength. Regarding the large-scale gifts that Dakang is currently carrying out, the specific number has not been made public, but everyone present has sources of information, especially the sources of the king of Xianan. So they can be sure that the scale of this gift has reached a huge amount of 100,000, which is unprecedented. Of course, the Empire has 100,000 conventional standard mechas. The Empire can build another 100,000, but the question is, can the blessed apes drive conventional class mechas to participate in the war? An ape staff said, this battle once again proves that conventional grade standard mechas can only play a role in large-scale group battles in the future, targeting the conventional grade standard mechas of the Federation. If the Federation sends out ace-level mecha warriors, we must send out Duke-level combat forces to limit them. Otherwise, no matter how many conventional grade standard mechas, they will only end up being slaughtered, a Gorilla Duke said. The warriors who have received the gift, if they drive conventional grade standard mechas, will not be able to exert the increase brought by their ki. Facing this, Ji Xinghe, such a Federation mecha warrior is not much different from our ordinary mecha warriors. But even if it is an Earl armor, we can't build 100,000 of them. The king of Xianan knew more. He said, the Federation has stopped the production and manufacturing of conventional grade standard mechas. Part of the reason is that they have turned their resources to the production and manufacturing of space battleships. Another reason is that they also know that the role that conventional grade standard mechas can play in war is getting smaller and smaller. After all, both we and the Federation have reduced the investment in conventional troops, the monkey staff concluded, so I think that the system of conferring titles based on military merit may change in the future. We are likely to learn from the Federation and use the system of conferring titles based on military merit. We may even relax the secrecy of ki to a certain extent, so that the power of ki is no longer exclusive to a few nobles, but is equivalent to military ranks. The Empire does not have military ranks, but only military positions. Generally, important military positions are held by nobles. When you get a corresponding military position, it also means that you get the opportunity to get the title, and vice versa. And the saying of learning from the Federation is not taboo in the Empire now. Just like what Ivanovich quoted just now, the predecessors of the Federation said, dignity is only on the edge of the sword. The invincible sword of the Federation has pierced the dignity of the Empire and killed the dignity of the Federation. The king of Xianan frowned, but his eyes became brighter. The system of conferring titles based on military merit. The monkey staff noticed this and raised his tone. Your Majesty, if the system is really changed, then the military power will be controlled by your Majesty to the greatest extent. Although everyone present was his own monkey, the monkey staff did not dare to say it too directly. The system of conferring nobility based on military merit has been changed to the system of conferring military ranks, which will inevitably be accompanied by the weakening of the power of the nobles. Otherwise, who would want to get a military rank? It is better not to change it. When the power of the nobles is weakened, it means that the nobles' control over the imperial army will be greatly reduced. Although the empire no longer has the so-called noble private soldiers, how can the soldiers recruited from the nobles' fiefdoms ignore the nobles who can threaten their family's clan? Just like the king of Xianan. Although it does not have many private soldiers, all the soldiers recruited from its fiefdom, except for the lonely war slaves like Liuer, or the civilians like Ying Luoqi and Chu Ziyin whose families have all died, Who dares not to obey its orders? If you don't obey, kill your whole family. Although disobeying the orders of Emperor Wu Yi will also result in the killing of the whole family, there is a big difference. If Emperor Wu Yi wants to kill their whole family, he still has to inform the king of Xianan first, or even let the king of Xianan do it. If the king of Xianan takes action, even Emperor Wu Yi will not be able to see a few fish slipping through the net. Reduce the vassal. The king of Xianan thought of the content of the class that Li Hangfen had taught it and its brothers and nephews. In fact, without Li Hangfen teaching it, it already knew the fate that the nobles of the empire would inevitably face, but being in an intelligent civilization and in an era, there are always some limitations. With Li Hangfen's course, it can see facts that have happened many times in some past eras of another intelligent civilization. The course of history is always surprisingly similar. The history of the Federation will also be similar in the Empire. Did the king of Xiangxi really follow the orders of his nephew to join the rebels? The king of Xianan, who had believed in this before, was a little skeptical at this time. It can stage an infernal affairs between the king of Xiandong and Emperor Wu Yi, let alone the king of Xiangxi who is older and more powerful than it? Seeing the king of Xianan thinking in silence, the monkey staff continued, Your Majesty, the Federation claims to have 300,000 mecha warriors, but there are only about 50,000 mechas that can participate in the war. If the gift of His Royal Highness Prince Adakang is completed, we will have 100,000 warriors who have obtained the power of Qi, and we will inevitably repeat the relevant model of the Federation. In this case, mastering the noble mecha means mastering the military power and the ability to grant military ranks to the warriors of the Empire. Therefore, it is not important whether Ji Xinghe is only at the third stage of strength. What is important is that our noble mechas should not be consumed by her in this way. Even if she led the Federation to seize and transform them into mechas of the Federation, the king of Xianan finally figured it out, or finally made a decision. Let's not talk about the level of Qi anymore. Continue to follow the division method of the Federation. Moreover, let the entire empire know that we can only use Ji Xinghe, a human who has been gifted for less than 4 years, to divide the level of Qi. The gorillas and monkeys present all understood that this was to give the third Emperor Wu an eye drop. As for doing so, will Ji Xinghe's reputation in the empire be even greater? Ji Xinghe, who has already reached the peak, will definitely not become more famous because of this, unless he can defeat Emperor Wu Yi. Otherwise, even if he kills the whole family of King Xiandong, it will be nothing more than that. After all, he is Ji Xinghe. No need to send more troops, let her go back and enjoy the cheers of humans, and then, when we have an absolute chance to kill her, let all humans in the Federation cry for her. After the 2 orders were issued, Ji Xinghe's battle today ended? Of course not. Ji Xinghe, who is still physically fit and more energetic than before, will definitely not stop her fight. But the subsequent battles can only be like what the independent regiment did before, supporting operations everywhere, and it is impossible to win in nearly 400 gold stars in one battle, and slowly accumulate little by little. Your Majesty, what about the negotiation? Continue the talks, but tell them that we have confirmed Ji Xinghe's identity, and ask them not to hide it from us. It doesn't matter if they continue to hide it, just tell them directly that we have confirmed that the mecha is driven by Ji Xinghe, codename. To determine the driver of a mecha, it is generally necessary to determine the codename of the mecha. Like Ji Xinghe armor, Divine Punishment armor, Li Yuanbi's Overlord armor, Han Li's Alluring armor, Ravach's Sacred armor, Jackson's, and so on. The Empire generally uses the names of the mechas given by the Federation or these mecha warriors themselves as code names. There is a meaning. When Ji Xinghe, Li Yuanba and others appear on the battlefield, the Empire will definitely target them. Even if they dare not easily deploy the Duke armor, long-range bombardment with heavy firepower will definitely be indispensable. Why don't we use the name of the mecha that Ji Xinghe used before? After all, she is Ji Xinghe's granddaughter, the monkey staff suggested. It is better to use the name of the mecha that Ji Xinghe has destroyed by us, which still has symbolic meaning. Immediately, an orangutan thought of the name of the mecha driven by Ji Xinghe, the only one that was damaged by the Empire, or even dismembered. They said it in unison, and they actually used dragon language. Champion Marcus, when the king of Xianan heard the name of this mecha, he thought about the regret that this name represented in the history of the Federation Dragon Continent, which made humans regret for thousands of years. He laughed. Let's call it Champion Marcus, the king of Xianan said in an expectant tone, Ji Xinghe failed to become the champion Marcus of the Federation, and his granddaughter will definitely fail and will be dismembered by our Mecha warriors. Yes, the Imperial negotiation team, which failed to wait for the order to increase troops, faced Ivanovich's ridicule and showed a significant decline in momentum. But as soon as the topic changed, they were revived. We have identified the Mecha as being driven by Ji Xinghe's granddaughter, Ji Xinghe, and have used Champion Marcus as the code name for the Mecha. Champion Marcus? Ivanovich and others thought of the application submitted by the independent regiment before, but temporarily failed to pass due to procedural issues. Speaking of which, they really didn't expect that Ji Xinghe would go to the battlefield so soon, and on the first day of the war, he gave the entire Federation an unprecedented victory as a gift. More than 400 conventional Imperial standard mechas are nothing, and a cluster charge by the independent regiment can annihilate them. But a rising star? No, it is a new star that has appeared in the sky and can shine on the world. No, it is a supernova. It is the real gift. Just before the Empire said the name of the Mecha champion Marcus, Ivanovich had already thought of the name of Ji Xinghe's Mecha. Although he had a lot of opinions about Ji Xinghe, the old man, he couldn't raise his disgust for Ji Xinghe in his heart. Hating the whole house and the whole dog does not exist. Hearing that the Empire had approved the name of the Mecha that Ji Xinghe wanted before the Federation, Ivanovich and others actually had a strange feeling. Suspecting that Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe were in collusion with the Empire, so the Empire decided on this name first? Anyone with a little bit of brains would not have such unwarranted malice. Everyone knows that even if the Federation is defeated by the Empire, and only the grandfather and grandson are left in the human race, they will not surrender. Whether the grandfather and grandson still have mechas or not, they will charge at the Empire without hesitation. The strange feeling is that being recognized by the opponent is always one of the greatest achievements. Of course, there is more anger and humiliation. Ivanovich was even more angry and humiliated, so he rebuked the Empire's negotiation team. That Mecha is not Champion Hao. Champion Hao is the name of the Mecha used by Admiral Ji Xinghe. Do you want to know its real name? I can tell you, its name is Supernova. Chapter 719 Our War. The Empire did not recognize the name of the Mecha mentioned by Ivanovich, and insisted on naming Ji Xinghe's Mecha Champion. The staff immediately analyzed the Empire's intention. What a vicious mind! Those dog gorillas in the Empire must have known the story of Champion, not only the story of Champion, but also the old man's champion, which was previously given to the Empire. Vicious, shameless, despicable. Although soldiers are rarely superstitious, especially soldiers of this era, they are often the most superstitious group. Some people were lucky enough to survive their first battle, and stubbornly believed that the underwear they wore at the time was a mascot, so they were unwilling to throw it away until they retired, and they had to wear it in every battle. Some people made the shrapnel dug out of their bodies into necklaces and wore them every day. Even if they accidentally cut themselves, they were unwilling to throw it away, and they said that small injuries would avoid big disasters. Some people would kowtow 3 times to the east before every battle, saying that they wanted to seek the blessings of their ancestors on the Azure Star, but they completely ignored the changes in the direction between the alien star and the Azure Star. Needless to say, prayers and the like, but most of the time, these should be called beliefs rather than superstitions, just a spiritual sustenance. And now, the Empire has named Ji Xinghe's Mecha the Champion Marcus, which makes people who hear it think of some superstitious information uncontrollably, and they all think that the Empire is worthy of death, but they are powerless. Just like the Federation has always called the 2 evolutionary directions of the same species of intelligent life in the Empire as gorillas and monkeys, the Empire's own language is definitely not called that, and it has long known that these are 2 insulting titles. But whether they negotiate with the Federation or not, it is impossible to change this name. Forget about them. We will name Major Ji Xinghe's Mecha Supernova according to the name given by the Commander-in-Chief, Supernova. Isn't it a bit unlucky? The duration of a supernova explosion itself is very long, and the radiation energy release is very huge, equivalent to the total radiation energy released by the Sun in its lifetime. When some stars with larger mass evolve into supernova explosions, the light released can cover the entire Milky Way. Just like the light that Ji Xinghe burst out today, it can illuminate the entire Federation. Can you imagine how many years it will take for light to cover the entire Milky Way? Isn't that still an explosion? Not exactly an explosion. Although supernova generally refers to a supernova explosion, it can also form supernova remnants, which can be seen as planetary nebulae and can exist on a timescale beyond civilization. Supernovas can also promote the birth of new stars. The sun in our galaxy was born because of a supernova explosion. Isn't it said that gold was created by the explosion of a supernova? Or maybe it was created by the merger of neutron stars. Anyway, it is related to gold. From today on, Ji Xinghe's mecha can be spray painted in pure gold. Calling it supernova is also a perfect match. The staff officer who was just struggling with the unlucky name supernova suddenly felt that the name chosen by Ivanovich was very good and stopped raising any objections. The Nanshanman command immediately confirmed in the command sequence that Ji Xinghe's mecha was named supernova, and it belonged to the independent regiment. At the same time, the independent regiment had one more ace mecha warrior, and its combat power rating was improved, etc., but these were not mentioned. But what the Nanshanman command did not expect was that the independent regiment rejected the name supernova. Our eldest daughter said that we should use the title of champion Marcus. Eldest daughter, why? We can't use this title. Of course not, but we need to confirm whether this is Major Ji Xinghe's opinion. Yes, the Nanshanman command did not bother about the independent regiment's title for Ji Xinghe. Of course, feudal ideas are unacceptable, but the nickname trend in the military has always been very popular. The nickname of eldest daughter has been used before, by both men and women. No one dared to raise the status of the independent regiment casually, let alone when it came to Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe's opinion soon reached Ivanovich's ears, which made him a little unhappy. It's okay that the Empire doesn't recognize the name he chose, but Ji Xinghe doesn't recognize it either? Do you know how many brain cells I spent to think of this name? Grandpa is disobedient, and granddaughter is disobedient, these two. Ivanovich certainly couldn't say such a thing directly. The Commander-in-Chief's Majesty broke out, and he waved his hand and responded on the bracelet screen. Agree. So, the independent group once again had a champion. The negotiations with the Empire continued, but Ivanovich did not need to stay in the negotiation group. The King of Xianan had left, so wouldn't it be too embarrassing for the Empire if he stayed here? Not to mention that the two negotiation groups had started a meaningless war of words again. The independent group now had a new problem. Inside the Pinyin space battleship, Chen Sun, Qin Tong and others who were in the bridge looked at Ji Xinghe running on the barren alien land below and began a very embarrassing discussion. Do you really want Xinghe to fight by herself? As Ji Xinghe led the team to annihilate the enemy and the enemy's reinforcements, the battlefield where she fought the second battle entered a state of finishing that did not need her. And there was no battlefield nearby where she could exert her strength, so she applied for the Pinyin to follow her to the safe area, pick her up and take her to the next battlefield quickly. Of course, the independent group no longer worried about Ji Xinghe's participation in the war. Although the battles in the Mountain of God's war zone continued, they were almost all small-scale operations. The Federation's various detection equipment can determine at the first time whether the Empire will reinforce the local battlefield and adjust the deployment of troops at the first time. In theory, there is no problem. The problem is that no one will completely follow the so-called theory. The situation on the battlefield is always changing. Moreover, the independent regiment cannot always be Ji Xinghe's bodyguard. Their combat power must be exerted. This is their responsibility and obligation, and it is also what they pursue. I'm worried that the Empire will use space battleships to transport a large number of noble mechas to carry out targeted attacks on Xinghe, just like they did to the old man before. I have this worry too. With the combat power Xinghe has shown, the Empire's conventional mecha corps and even legions can no longer pose a threat to her. And if the Empire uses space battleships to transport noble mechas, the effectiveness of the light of divine punishment will be greatly reduced. In fact, there is no need to worry so much. Let's not talk about whether the Empire still has so many Earl armor and Marcus armor. Even if they do, Xinghe's champion Marcus is equipped with electromagnetic rifles, 6 reincarnations, energy shield generators, and propulsion engines, which can ensure her safety. Speaking of the high-tech weapon configuration of the champion Marcus, it is simply the best in the Federation. Xinghe and Shenmue have used all that can be used. If it weren't for the tungsten steel gold body of the Prince armor, it would take too much time to completely remelt and rebuild. Worried that they would not be able to catch up with Ji Xinghe to arrive on the alien planet, Xinghe and Shenmue would even add a dual overclocking form to the champion Marcus. That is, the overclocked form of the Star Moon armor, the 8-armed Sherm mode, and the overclocked form of the Glory armor, the key-controlled armor mode based on biological materials. There is also the energy blessing device for the weapon, which could not be installed due to the incompatibility of the parts, but it is already being manufactured at an accelerated pace. Speaking of which, if Ji Xinghe's first battle performance is not good, or is just the level that an ordinary mecha warrior can play when driving a champion, then these privileges she has obtained, what she calls the highest starting point in the world, will bring her a flood of criticism. As long as she can show the combat power that a special grade mecha warrior of the Federation can play when driving a champion, she will receive a flood of praise. And the fact now is that she has demonstrated the level of an ace mecha warrior and has officially become an ace mecha warrior of the Federation. But what she got was another worry from the independent regiment. Weapons are only one aspect. To be honest, I don't agree with Shen Yu adding so many complex weapon configurations to Xinghe's champion Marcus. The key is to be precise rather than too many. If there are too many, sometimes you will lose sight of the big picture and make the wrong choice, or hesitate when choosing weapons. Do you think Xinghe is you? That's true. Let's talk about business. There shouldn't be many Earl armors in the Empire, but there are still many Marcus armors. This is the first concern. The second concern is that the King of Xinghe in the Empire has arrived. He has Prince armors. His son should be the same as the King of Xinghe's son, with at least 3 Prince armors, right? This is the second concern, or, let's just be bodyguards for Xinghe, not all of them, no. Xinghe was just a debutante before, a new recruit, and we were her bodyguards for the old man, and no one could say anything. We can't let the old man go into battle in person to be her bodyguard, right? I think that's more exaggerated than us being Xinghe's bodyguards. But it's different now. She's already an ace mecha warrior. Even if today is just her first day in the battle, she's an ace, and she has a mecha like the champion Marcus. Why should we care what other people say about our independent regiment's business? Don't be willful. It was not easy for the old man to fight for us to retain our military ranks. We should keep this in mind. How about we ask the old man? Who should ask? Old Chen, you're the chief of staff, you do it. Old Qin, you do it. You're the deputy corps commander. I'm the deputy. You're the chief. Okay. Before everyone could confirm who was asking Ji Xinghe, Ji Xinghe's voice rang out in the bridge. Uncles, stop arguing. Go do what you need to do. If you don't want to come down to pick me up, then I'll go to the next battlefield by myself. Chen Sun, who first knew Ji Xinghe, persuaded helplessly. Xinghe, this is a war. Don't be willful. We need to consider. Chief of Staff, please call me Major Ji Xinghe. Please note that I am now a federal ace mecha warrior. Not the little girl who needs to go to the medical room every day at base number 6, and I'm already 11 years old. Everyone was silent. Chen Sun thought of the little girl at the beginning. Before Ji Xinghe came to the alien planet, he knew Ji Xinghe and other children. They were all small. And now, those 2 children who always followed Ji Xinghe after Ji Xinghe arrived should also set off to the alien planet. Thinking of Margao and Lin Shu, Chen Sun understood why Ji Xinghe was so eager to perform. Captain Zirui, prepare to land. Zirui, who was a little hesitant at first, quickly responded because of Chen Sun's address to him. Yes, he knew that this was an order. Just like Ji Xinghe, an 11-year-old child, can now say these 4 words, this is an order. The Pinyin space battleship quickly landed in a safe area. Ji Xinghe, who boarded the ship, enjoyed the cheers she deserved, but no one would indulge in the honor that had passed. For the independent regiment, there's only the future to look at. The Pinyin space battleship took off again and finally returned to normal. Like sowing seeds, it kept dropping the mecha warriors of the independent regiment in the battle zone of the God's Mountain, and then continued to bring the harvest called victory. Without Sichuan and the cripple, the 2 ace mecha warriors, and their national and general level mechas, the combat power of the independent regiment has been somewhat reduced. But now, they have 1 more ace mecha warrior. The combat power that Ji Xinghe can show when driving the champion Hao is better than the performance of the 2 on the conventional battlefield before. Chen Sun, Qin Tong and others even believe that as long as the number of enemy troops is large enough to give Ji Xinghe a better opportunity to show off, she can even do better than Sichuan and the cripple combined. Of course, it was Sichuan and the cripple before. In the Blue Star, Longzhou Starry Sky Military Academy, the area formerly known as the Independent Regiment Xing Youth Training Camp. Margao and Lin Shu, who didn't know that Ji Xinghe had already joined the war, were still conducting their own training. They were already exhausted, but they still struggled to enter the cockpit of the second-generation simulation system. Although the Federation already has a third-generation simulation system. Because both of them have accepted Ji Xinghe's gift, the power of key conflicts with a brain-computer interface that the third-generation simulation system must use, so they can only use the second-generation simulation system. They haven't come yet, they are a little slow. I miss the time when Fang Wang and Zhang Li were here. They were the ones who waited for us every time. They waited for us, not because of Fang Wang and Zhang Li, but because of Big Sister. That makes sense. Tell me, is Big Sister joining the battle now? She should be joining the battle. She said before that she would set out with a regiment today. With the speed of Ping An, she will be able to reach the battlefield soon, but I think those adults won't let Big Sister join the battle easily. They are joining the battle by taking Big Sister with them. As long as Big Sister has the opportunity to face the imperial mecha, she will be able to destroy it. As long as Big Sister destroys one imperial mecha, she will be able to destroy the second and third ones, and let the adults know how powerful we kids are. Beep. A prompt sound suddenly sounded, and the two people waiting in the cockpit of the second-generation simulation system quickly left the cockpit, and then saw several unfamiliar officers standing next to their cockpit, accompanied by instructors from the youth training camp. Hello, I'm from the Mechanized Marine Corps of the Federation Space Fleet. You can call me Captain Bai Yi. Hello. The two children looked cautious. The adults looked hesitant and embarrassed, as if they were about to do something they couldn't accept. But Captain Bai Yi still forced a gentle smile and asked softly, "Do you two want to go to an alien planet?" The two children looked at each other and said in unison, "We want to go, but we have a request." "What request?" "We want to go to the independent regiment." "Which independent regiment?" "There is only one independent regiment." Captain Bai Yi and the others were stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed. Yes, there is indeed only one independent regiment that can be directly called an independent regiment, but we can't guarantee whether the independent regiment is willing to accept you. Moreover, going to an alien planet is a very dangerous thing. I hope you two can think carefully before making a reply. We have plenty of time, Margot asked back. Do we, really, have plenty of time? This question silenced the adults. Lin Shu pulled the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, "This is your war, and it is also our war." Chapter 720 Conspiracy. The news that Ji Xinghe destroyed more than 400 imperial mechas on the first day of the battle has not yet been made public by the Federation to the Blue Star, because this not only means cheers of universal celebration, but also brings a very realistic problem. Margao and Lin Shu were both born in base number 6. After Admiral Ji Xinghe arrived at base number 6, they began to practice martial arts with Major Ji Xinghe and Admiral Ji Xinghe. Later, they moved to base number 5 with Admiral Ji Xinghe and Major Ji Xinghe. It was at that time that they joined the Galaxy Team Youth Training Team, which was not organized at the time. When Ji Xinghe emerged on the alien battlefield, people had an idea. Are there any retired old people in the Federation over the age of 65 who can continue to shine like Ji Xinghe? Although it turns out that there is only one Ji Xinghe in the Federation. But when Ji Xinghe showed his brilliance on the alien battlefield, some people naturally had a similar idea. Are there any children like Ji Xinghe in the Federation? There is a premise. When neural link technology was applied on a large scale to the Federation's mechas, more than one expert in related fields proposed that children around 12 years old are more suitable for using this technology than adults. However, it is against human ethics to prove this point, and the Federation has been constantly winning on alien planets, and has not reached the point of seeking victory by any means, so relevant experiments and tests have never been carried out. However, the appearance of Ji Xinghe can be said to be the pioneering work of Ji Xinghe and the independent group. Relevant discussions had already begun at the alien headquarters of the Nanchaman space station before Ji Xinghe could start her third battle. Ivanovich, who left the conference room where the negotiation team was located, presided over this temporary meeting, and before the meeting started, he called the Blue Star and asked people to ask Margao and Lin Shu for their ideas. The information of these two children was also explained in detail at the meeting. From an experience perspective, Margao and Lin Shu are very similar to Major Ji Xinghe. The time they spent studying and training with Admiral Ji Xinghe, as well as the time and content of the instruction they and Major Ji Xinghe received from ace mecha warriors, including Colonel Jackson, Colonel Han Li, Colonel Qin Tong, Colonel Harris, Colonel Wang Jiyue, Colonel Li Lin, etc., are basically the same. Of course, there was also instruction from General Li Yuanba. According to records of relevant data information, Major Ji Rongzhenyu shared all the teaching content, battle videos, answers to questions, etc. that she received with children like Ma Gao and Lin Shu. From this point of view, Major Ji Rongzhenyu is as selfless as Admiral Ji Xinghe. The reporter paused briefly and continued. From the perspective of personal ability, among the trainees of the Independent Regiment Youth Training Camp, the best performers besides Major Ji Rongzhenyu are Ma Gao and Lin Shu. They are not only the first trainees to receive the gift of General Ji Xinghe, but also the first trainees to start virtual mecha battles with Major Ji Rongzhenyu and the outstanding students of the Mecha Major of Longzhou Star Military Academy. When Major Ji Rongzhenyu first had a virtual battle with Zhang Li, Feng Wang and other Mecha Major students of Longzhou Star Military Academy, the teammates he chose were Ma Gao and Lin Shu. The three of them teamed up to destroy the 10 mechas of the same level driven by Zhang Li, Feng Wang and others. Zhang Li was the first in the Mecha Major of the Academy at the same time, and Feng Wang was the second in the same period. Their strength exceeded the normal level. But unfortunately, because they chose to join the Trident Security Company, they were unable to officially join the army. Because there was a problem with the hibernation capsule used by the Trident Security Company, the two of them had died. The generals in the conference room all frowned, some with strange expressions, some with angry expressions, but they did not discuss this because it had been discussed before. Otherwise, when Zhang Li and Feng Wang were mentioned, they would not use the term killed. Speaking of which, Ji Xinghe was able to successfully lower the prices of those security companies, one of which was the accidental deaths of Feng Wang, Zhang Li and others. The federal military can allow these talented military academy students to join security companies and become mercenaries. Anyway, they are all here to fight the empire, but if unnecessary casualties are caused by the mistakes of the security companies, whether it is during the process of coming to the alien planet or the command problem during the battle, the federal military will hold them accountable. Speak to the point, Ivanovich said expressionlessly, as if he had something to hide. The reporter continued. According to the combat power rating in the virtual world, 3 students in the Independent Regiment's youth training camp have reached the level of ace mecha warriors, namely Major Ji Rongzhenyu, Ma Gao, and Lin Shu. Before, we didn't care about this rating because real combat is very different from the virtual world. But now, Major Ji Rongzhenyu has proved that the combat power rating she got in the virtual world is real. So, we have reason to believe that Ma Gao and Lin Shu are also very likely to have the operating level of true ace-level mecha warriors. Davis frowned and interrupted. If you are kidding, I would say this is not funny. 2 children, ace mecha warriors? Do you really think that 300,000 mecha warriors are all eating for free? Other generals also expressed dissatisfaction and anger. Although having the operating level of an ace mecha warrior does not mean that you will definitely become an ace mecha warrior, looking at the entire army, there are only 100 or 200 mecha warriors with this level, and this is still the case with the support of neural link technology. Now you say that the 2 team members of Major Ji Rongzhenyu, no, more like 2 playmates, have this level. How many people are there in the Independent Regiment Youth Training Camp? 1 in 100, are they stronger than our mecha warriors who are 1 in 10,000 selected from 8 billion people? If you use your brains, you will not say such things. Major Ji Rongzhenyu's combat effectiveness has indeed been proven, but I think, just like we only have one General Ji Xinghe in our federation, Ji Rongzhenyu is just an exception. So, the topic of this meeting is to let you children come to the alien planet to drive mechas to participate in the war? Haha, my opinion is, let's just adjourn the meeting. Quiet. Ivanovich frowned and made the meeting room and the video channel quiet down. He looked at the reporters and said, give more reasons and basis for your judgment. Yes, facing the oppressive eyes of a group of high-level federal generals, the reporter continued nervously. The key point is the power of Ki. Because the brain-computer interface we are using now conflicts with the power of Ki, none of the mecha warriors who have implanted brain-computer interfaces have accepted the gift of Admiral Ji Xinghe. Although it is possible to accept the gift of General Ji after removing the brain-computer interface, just like Colonel Sichuanayan. Colonel Sichuanayan was unable to participate in the war for about 3 months, so almost all mecha warriors are unwilling to remove the brain-computer interface. They are all accustomed to the neural connection operation mode and are worried that it will take longer to recover their combat effectiveness. But the biggest difference between Ki and neural connection technology is that the power of Ki can be further improved. General Ji can now perform a gift up to the 3rd stage. Major Ji Xinghe reached the 3rd stage after returning to the alien planet. Even if we don't consider whether General Ji can perform a higher level of gift in the future, just looking at the operating limit of the neural connection technology, which is basically impossible to improve, the advantage of Ki is undoubtedly greater. Of course, if our mecha warriors want to undergo a transformation like Colonel Wang Jiyue, the old man said that that kind of transformation is no longer allowed. Davis interrupted and said, also, although what you said makes sense, it's still the same sentence. We have 300,000 federal mecha warriors, many of whom don't have their own mechas, nor have brain-computer interfaces implanted. They can fully accept the old man's 3rd stage gift, so we don't need those 2 children, nor do we need more children. The reporter shook his head and said, General Davis, you know very well that almost all mecha warriors with outstanding operating levels, except General Ji, have brain-computer interfaces implanted, and they can get the right to drive the mecha and participate in the war. Even General Li Yuanda had implanted it before, and he used the neural connection operation mode for a long time. Therefore, those who don't have brain-computer interfaces implanted now actually can't meet the standards. You must know that the number of gifts that General Ji can perform now is much more than before, but they are all limited to the 1st stage gifts. If you perform the 2nd and 3rd stage gifts, the opportunities every day are extremely limited. This also means that the 3rd stage gift is a very scarce resource, and we must use it rationally. Davis's face was filled with anger. You mean rational application, use it on a few children, and then let them fight? 300,000 mecha warriors, can't be 2 children. Yang Ete and Tu Yuan did not attend the meeting because of the war. Although Tang Qiao was there, it was difficult for him to help. Moreover, Tang Qiao was only a lieutenant general like Davis, so his voice was not high. Therefore, Davis had to stand up. However, there were many generals who shared the same attitude as him. They did not want to see children involved in this war, and they all criticized it. But some people disagreed, and some agreed. Lieutenant General Davis. A lieutenant general frowned and said, have you ever thought that, in fact, there is a possibility that the 2 children are not just 1 in 100 in the Independent Regiment Youth Training Camp, they are also 1 in 10,000 like Ji Xinghe. 1 in 10,000? 1 in a billion is not possible. They are still children. Admiral Ji Xinghe is still a retired old man, but now he has become a federal general. How can the old and the children be the same? The old, the weak, the women and the children, who can't dedicate themselves to this war. We protect the old, the weak, the women and the children. If the old, the weak, the women and the children are needed to go to the battlefield, what else do we need to do? Then let the old man retire. No, let him retire again. And Ji Xinghe, she is also a child, let her go back to the Blue Star for 7 years, and then come to join the war when she is 18 years old. The argument gradually turned into a quarrel. Ivanovich waited patiently without moving his troops, and finally waited for what he wanted, weapons. Quiet down. After Ivanovich spoke, he had someone play a recording of the conversation between Captain Bai Yi and the 2 children Ma Ergao and Lin Shu that had just been transmitted from the Azure Star. We have a request. There is only 1 independent regiment. We want to go to the independent regiment. Do we, really, have plenty of time? This is your war, and it is also our war. The conference room and the video channel fell silent. Ivanovich smiled in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. He said, there is no need for us to argue anymore. Whether these 2 children can come to the alien planet, and whether they should be allowed to become mecha warriors and participate in the war after they come, should be decided by the independent regiment. General Ji Xinghe, and Major Ji Xinghe, feeling a lot of angry eyes, he added, except for these 2 children, the affairs of other children, let's not mention them for the time being. For the time being? Davis stood up angrily and slammed his hands fiercely on the metal table, as if there was an imperial gorilla lying on it. We can say that Ji Xinghe is a special case, because she is the granddaughter of Ji Xinghe, she is the granddaughter of a legend. But if Ma Ergao and Lin Shu come, how can we explain to the whole Federation? Ivanovich, who wanted to continue to promote Davis before, looked at the extremely angry Davis calmly, and in his heart directly transferred the opportunity of promotion to Tang Qiao. Tang Qiao is still good. Although he blindly believes in Ji Xinghe's strength, He doesn't get along with Ji Xinghe. I said that this matter will be decided by General Ji Xinghe. Lieutenant General Davis, are you doubting General Ji Xinghe? Davis didn't speak again, and his angry expression turned calm, just like Ivanovich's expression at this time. He also made a decision in his heart. He would vote for Ji Xinghe when Ivanovich's term was about to expire, and if it didn't work, he would vote for Tu Yuan. The meeting, which seemed to have no results, ended here. Ji Xinghe, who was in base number 6, received a formal inquiry document from Nanshanman. Li Zhengfen, who followed behind him, stretched out his metal head to look without hesitation, and then pointed directly at the vital point. Old man, they are trying to put a veil on you. Ivanovich's term is about to expire. If you want to run for the commander-in-chief, you have already met the requirements in terms of military rank and influence. Although your background is not very professional and orthodox, the position of commander-in-chief does not require too much professionalism. In many cases, the symbolic meaning is greater than the practical meaning, because each war zone has its own commander-in-charge. While Li Zhengfen was talking, he was also thinking about countermeasures, but in the end he said helplessly, "This is an open conspiracy. If you let those 2 kids come, you will be criticized. If you don't let them come, you will also be criticized." Who made Ji Rongzhenyu perform too dazzlingly, and these 2 kids have been following Ji Rongzhenyu. Ji Xinghe did not comment. After reading the inquiry documents, he continued to repair the mecha. There was a suspended holographic projection screen next to him, and the picture displayed on it was the 3rd battle that Ji Rongzhenyu had already started. Li Zhengfen asked in surprise, "Why didn't you react at all? At least, you should have said whether to let those 2 kids come. Don't think about stalling for time, they won't give you time to stall." The fact that Ji Rongzhenyu became ace mecha warriors cannot be concealed, and it must be publicized. By then, the problems of Margao and Linshu will be made public. If you can't make a decision in advance, you will be very passive, Ji Xinghe replied without raising his head. Wait until Xingchen comes back and ask her. Li Zhengfen was very surprised, but then he thought it was reasonable, and asked with a worried tone. Are you really not afraid of breaking your granddaughter's string? Afraid? Then don't give her more questions. After a brief silence, Ji Xinghe said softly, what Lin Shu said was what she said. Li Zhengfen was silent. Chapter 721 Retribution is coming. The speed at which the independent regiment made the decision was beyond everyone's expectations. When Ji Rongzhenyu, like Ji Xinghe, received the official inquiry document from the Nanshanman command, he responded without any hesitation. Let them come. At that time, Chen Sun had to raise questions in the Pingan space battleship that was transferring the inquiry document. Xingchen, I need to remind you that we currently do not have the corresponding prince armor to transform the mechas for the 2 of them, nor do we have enough tungsten steel gold. Ji Rongzhenyu's strength must be based on the strength of the champion Marcus. If he replaced it with a mecha of a lower level, even a mecha of the level of Zhanshanjia, it would be difficult for Ji Rongzhenyu to complete the feat of becoming an ace in the first battle. The key lies in safety. When you know that the enemy mecha cannot break through your defense, you can fight more calmly and exert your own combat power to the limit. Ji Rongzhenyu, who was fighting on the ground battlefield, responded calmly when he pierced the waist of an imperial mecha. It doesn't matter, I'll get it for them, but even if you can seize the imperial prince armor, it's hard to guarantee the 2 of them. Chief of Staff, they are my soldiers, I'm responsible. Chen Sun was speechless and a little stunned, because in a trance, he felt that he was not talking to Ji Rongzhenyu, but to Ji Xinghe. Okay, when Chen Sun, as the chief of staff of the independent regiment, confirmed that the independent regiment would accept the 2 children, Margao and Lin Shu, Ivanovich of the Nanshanman command showed a somewhat unfathomable smile. Although this was a decision made by Ji Rongzhenyu, his conspiracy would eventually fall on Ji Xinghe. And this matter affected not only Ji Xinghe, but also generals such as Tu Yuan, Yang Yante, Davis, who were very close to Ji Xinghe, and even the brothers Li Yuanba and Li Zhengfen. I'm sorry, Xingchen, but it doesn't matter. I won't let your talent be buried. Even if your grandfather is gone, you can still have super standard authority. Ivanovich thought so in his heart, and issued an order to take Margao and Lin Shu from the Azure Star to the alien planet at the fastest speed. It usually takes about 2 months for the normal spacecraft and space battleships of the Federation to reach the alien planet from the Azure Star. But this is not the fastest way to reach the alien planet from the Azure Star. The single soldier starship that Ji Xinghe is riding can shorten this journey by half. There are also small ultra-high-speed carriers that specialize in emergency supplies, and their speed is not much slower than that of single-soldier starships. When there are only 2 children who need to be transported, similar ultra-high-speed flight devices can be used. 20 days. After Ivanovich got this relatively accurate time, he began to contact the Tower Top organization and ask them to publicize Ji Xinghe's unprecedented feat on the Azure Star from now on. Different from the official propaganda with the theme of inspiring people, the propaganda was only for the purpose of revealing the truth in more than 20 days. When Ma Gao and Lin Shu officially joined the independent group and were very likely to directly participate in the war. Naturally, the insiders of the 3 heroic spirit councils organized by the top of the tower all received the news. Li Anbang sent the intelligence he obtained from undercover to Li Zhengfen, Tu Yuan sent it directly to Xinghe, and Tang Qiao contacted Ji Xinghe separately. Li Zhengfen, who had said before that this was an open conspiracy, found an opportunity to ask Ji Xinghe again. Now that the matter is settled, how are you going to deal with it? Our war is about to begin. If you don't have a suitable response strategy, we will be very passive at that time. Because they will also change their strategy at that time, for example, asking Ji Xinghe, Ma Gao, Lin Shu and others to evacuate. You can't force 3 children to stay in the face of the threat of the Empire. Jump base, right? Ji Xinghe, who was repairing the mecha again, replied calmly, just win, if you say so, then it's okay. Li Zhengfen no longer entangled in this issue and continued to prepare for war in secret. Everything at base number 6 seemed to have returned to the previous situation, and everything was in order under the overload of personnel. If there is a difference, the most obvious point is that the application submitted by Qiao Menglian was approved by the Nanshanmen Command, and the base number 6 war zone was officially incorporated into the independent regiment, or it can be said that the independent regiment was officially incorporated into the base number 6 war zone. The 2 originally separate combat units can now share a command system. Among them, the appearance of Ji Xinghe is crucial. The independent regiment with only General Ji Xinghe and the independent regiment with General Ji Xinghe and Lieutenant Colonel Ji Xinghe are 2 completely different concepts. The small change brought about by this is that there are fewer people paying attention to Ji Xinghe now. Those who no longer pay attention to him are all focused on Ji Xinghe. Every day, they look at Ji Xinghe's combat perspective that they could not see before or could not see in real time, and count the number of stars that they don't need to count at all. This has become a daily routine for many people. Ji Xinghe didn't care about this at all, but was very satisfied. This gave him more time to go to Shanyang City to give gifts to the second batch of unknown people who arrived, and to observe and test their training effects on the spot. It was just because of time that he couldn't give all the unknown people the gift of the 3rd stage. Only Fang Wang and Zhang Li had received the gift before and had a certain degree of proficiency in the power of Qi. Or some people with higher talents and obvious progress in adapting to the power of Qi can get the gift of the 3rd stage. Others are all gifts from the 2nd stage, that is, they are equivalent to the Imperial Marquis who have received the gift. The representative is the Imperial Marquis Kaisman who wanted to kill Ji Xinghe before, but surrendered directly before the fight really started. Looking at the combat power alone, Kaisman is really not weak. Otherwise, he would not dare to hunt Ji Xinghe for revenge when Ji Xinghe has become a special-grade mecha warrior and his combat power is far beyond that of ordinary special-grade mecha warriors. In other words, the nameless people can actually be said to be special-grade per capita. If the increase brought by the key of the 1st stage is described by a numerical value, it is a 30% improvement in overall physical fitness. Then, the improvement brought by the key of the 2nd stage can almost reach 100% improvement, or it can be said to be doubled. The key lies in the power of Qi, which can be released out of the body through a suitable transmission medium. Although the 2nd stage of the nameless people, including the 3rd stage, cannot control the armor with Qi, they can still bring obvious improvements to their operation of mechas and the overload, collision, etc. during the battle of driving mechas. Moreover, as long as they practice diligently, the biological materials made by Xinghe will be transported to the alien planet, and their mechas can be transformed similar to the armor of divine punishment. In theory, they can all control the armor with Qi. Of course, what the nameless people have now is not real combat power, but they have reached the standard of special grade with the help of the power of Qi, just like the thousands of first-class mecha warriors in the Federation, who have the operation level of special grade Mecha warriors when using the neural link cockpit. In addition to the independent regiment, the Mecha warriors selected from the other 4 independent regiments are all at this level. But whether they can really play out in battle depends on the individual's combat awareness, the mentality of each battle, the strength of the mental will, and even the good or bad luck and other factors. Some people don't need to be fired in the training ground, but when they get to the real battlefield, they are soft and weak, and they can't hit the targets that they can easily hit at ordinary times. In the case of bad luck, it is also normal to be hit by a stray bullet and die on the spot without firing the shot. Even as strong as Chen Sun, he was hit by the Empire's missiles before. If he hadn't been wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor at the time, and then Ji Xinghe used the power of Qi to treat him and gave him a gift, even if he was not dead, he would be no different from a useless person. Therefore, the nameless people still need to continue to improve their combat effectiveness and cooperation through training, and constantly exercise their mental will, waiting for the opportunity to fly or not, and soar into the sky. And they can all be said to be Ji Rongsan Yu soldiers. Time passed day by day. The death storm predicted by the Federation was delayed for a few days, but it finally came, and in a very short time, it covered most of the alien planet's surface. Among them, including the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone, the God's Mountain War Zone, the No. 6 Base War Zone, Xiangyang City. When the war stopped on a large scale, the Ping'an space battleship finally ended its mission of supporting the battle and returned to the No. 6 base. When Ji Rongsan, wearing a combat uniform, appeared on the gangway of the Ping'an space battleship in a heroic manner, cheers resounded in the parking area of the base. She stood at the highest point without any stage fright, waving to everyone with an impeccable smile on her face. It was like, no, she was a female general who had returned victorious from the battlefield. I'll drive the Xinghe armor to go to the 36 Grand Canyon. In the conference room, Ji Xinghe said softly to the people who already knew about the 36 Grand Canyon Empire jump base, including Li Hangfen, Chen Sun, Liu Mian, Zirui, Qin Tong, Harris, Sichuan, Lame, Zuo Xiao, Zhang Yun, Wang Kang, Shen Mu, Qiao Manglian, Su He, Ji Rongsan and others. If I encounter their reconnaissance mechas, I will destroy them first and continue to investigate. If they directly send out a large-scale mecha corps, I will engage in a pulling battle and pass the news to you at the same time. You all know what to do. Everyone presented know that the news should be passed to the Nanshanman Command, Base No. 6 should be put into a state of war, reinforcements should be sent, etc. But everyone clearly expressed their opposition to Ji Xinghe's decision. Let me go, old man. I'm really going to die from holding it in, Sichuan said with a face full of grievance. Originally I could have joined the war, but you made me hold it in for another month. Do you know that it will kill people? Ji Xinghe looked over coldly. 1 month, is it up yet? Sichuan was stunned. The cripple said, although I know that you want to use me and Sichuan as trump cards to give the Empire's anti-galaxy corps a surprise. But if it's just for reconnaissance, I think it's okay, because we don't need to exert our full combat power at all. You should remember very clearly that there are multiple natural communication shielding areas in the Sanlu Grand Canyon. As long as we appear there and annihilate all the Imperial mechas we see in the communication shielding area, there will be no problem of exposing the trump card. So, Neuma can go, and I can go too. Among the Mecha warriors of the Independent Regiment, Sichuan and the cripple have the highest combat effectiveness, not counting Ji Xinghe and his father. Originally, Qin Tong and Harris, although they also had national-level mechas, their combat effectiveness was not comparable to these two people. Even compared to Liu and the other 3, there was still some gap. The main problem was the mecha. Facing Liu and the other 3's prince armor, the weapons used by Qin Tong and others were difficult to quickly cause effective damage. On the contrary, Liu and the others were able to quickly cause effective damage to their mechas. Neither of you can go, because your mechas are very important. Ji Xinghe rejected it again and said, there is no need to talk about other people and apes. I am worried. Being worried is different from being worried. The 3 apes failed to attend this meeting, so they would naturally not be sent to perform important reconnaissance tasks. Although the 3 apes have proved their loyalty to Ji Xinghe, after all, the name Liu was taken by Ji Xinghe, and Liu was not allowed to change it. The law is not passed on to Liu. Seeing Ji Xinghe's firm attitude, people's eyes were focused on one person, with encouraging eyes and some smiles. In the past, they certainly couldn't do anything to Ji Xinghe, But now it's different. Ji Xinghe lived up to everyone's expectations and stood up and said, "Commander, I'll go. I can lead the team, Commander." This title is good. People looked at Ji Xinghe as if they were watching a good show. Ji Xinghe's expression was helpless. "Zixin, you have plenty of opportunities to fight. Don't worry, let me find out the general situation first." Seeing Ji Xinghe give in, Ji Xinghe also smiled and changed the title to ask a question. "Grandpa, do you still remember when you left me in this base, in base number 5, and then you went out to perform combat missions? How could I forget this?" Ji Xinghe would not forget, and everyone present knew it, including Li Hangfen. Zuo Shou remembered even more clearly that when he and Ji Xinghe took Ji Xinghe and others to transfer from base number 6 to base number 5, Ji Xinghe chose to leave the team and go alone to support in order to rescue the Heart Moon Fox space battleship that Zirui was in charge of at the time. Ji Xinghe, who was left in the convoy, asked many questions. Why? As time passed, the grandfather and grandson actually had to switch places. "I have supported you many times. Although I should support you and am willing to support you, I still want to say," when Ji Xinghe was silent, Ji Xinghe stared at Ji Xinghe with her big, flickering eyes and said, "I hope you can support me like I support you." Ji Xinghe suddenly regretted letting Ji Xinghe join the war in advance. If Ji Xinghe was not a federal ace mecha warrior who had won more than 500 gold stars and had obtained the rank of lieutenant colonel under unfair conditions, Ji Xinghe himself would not have said this. Just like in the past years, Ji Xinghe hardly let Ji Xinghe worry, and was so sensible that it made people feel distressed. Now, it seems that she is still sensible and makes people feel distressed, and it is really distressing. Ji Xinghe even needs to use his breath to soothe the pain in his heart. How did that sentence go? After hesitating for a long time, Ji Xinghe finally made a decision. He said, "Let's go together, grandfather and grandson." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722, Running in Both Directions. The dust storm that stretched from sky to earth actually made the entire alien planet quiet down. As if covered with an orange quilt, it was time to go to bed. Some people didn't want to sleep, so they went in the dark. 2 mechas left base number 6 and ran quickly in the dust storm. It didn't take long for them to reach the end of the Sanliu Grand Canyon, near base number 6. Xinghe's voice rang out. "My lord, all monitoring equipment is normal, and no imperial mechas have been found. With the help of the monitoring equipment and communication matrix arranged here in advance, Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe, the grandfather and grandson, can still get in touch with Xinghe at their current location." Yet, Ji Xinghe responded and looked at the canyon that was extremely dark in the dust storm and night. The end of the line of sight formed by the turns and protrusions of the cliffs on both sides became shorter under the night vision lens. Starting from here and going forward for about 10 kilometers, it is a relatively safe area. Li Hangfen had previously arranged for people to deploy a large number of detection equipment in this area. If the Imperial forces arrive here, they will definitely be discovered. Using communication shielding devices or directly destroying related equipment will also reveal signs. But the Sanliu Grand Canyon is very long, and the safe area of only about 10 kilometers obviously does not bring much sense of security. Going further, although base number 6 has also deployed some detection devices, most of them are already out of contact due to the dust storm and the special environment of the canyon itself. Therefore, it is necessary to send out mechas for reconnaissance. It is also necessary to send general level and national level mechas. Zixin, do you know what is different about killing with noble mechas? Ji Xinghe did not waste time. After arriving at the safe area, he took Ji Xinghe to the unsafe area for reconnaissance. "I know." Ji Xinghe followed closely behind Ji Xinghe, looking left and right and answering with expectation. "It's more refreshing to kill?" This is obviously not the answer Ji Xinghe wants, but it makes sense and fits his idea very well. During the previous meeting, Li Hangfen and Chen Sun all believe that the attack against us must be swift and fierce, because if the time is too long, we will be able to get more support, and the dust storm cannot completely isolate us from the world. In addition, We have already annihilated a large number of Imperial Earl armor, so they all believe that the Empire will dispatch an anti-galaxy corps composed of Marcus armor this time. The number is expected to be more than 1,000, Ji Xinghe said. Grandpa, you mean to say that the Marcus armor is completely different from the Imperial mecha I faced before, and there are so many of them that we can't beat them even if we assemble the entire independent regiment? Because they have dispatched so many Marcus armor, they must be equipped with Prince armor. That's right, Ji Xinghe said calmly. The Imperial Marcus armor in the past was even able to defeat our race mecha warriors. Later, we found out that they were all Marcus armor driven by the Imperial Marcus who had received gifts. Now, the drivers of the Marcus armor of the Anti-Galaxy Corps are very likely to have received gifts at the Marcus or even Duke level. Ji Xinghe didn't feel scared, and said in a relaxed tone. If that's the case, then they would not have attacked us like Uncle Li's Hangfin and Uncle Chen soon said. Ji Xinghe laughed silently. Why do you say that? Because I'm not used to it, Ji Xinghe said. It took me 3 months to master a talent as talented as me who got the gift of the 3rd stage. Even a talent like Uncle Sichuanian hasn't been able to do it after more than 3 months, so you haven't let him participate in the war. Therefore, those Imperial guerrillas must not be able to do it either. Ji Xinghe nodded with satisfaction. Yes, I also think that the Empire will not be in a hurry for success. But this also means that this war will enter a state of hunting and being hunted, Ji Xinghe said confidently. Grandpa, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I won't show off. If I choose to show off, it means that I can definitely do it. Ji Xinghe no longer reminded anything, but talked about more practical things, that is, combat experience, or one's own combat awareness. Although Ji Xinghe did not lack relevant teachings, the meaning of a book will become clear after reading it 100 times. In the case of insufficient combat experience, this kind of unremitting and non-stop teaching can allow her to gain unlimited experience in limited actual combat. Xinghe Jia and Guanjinhao kept running back and forth in the Sanlu Grand Canyon, as if they wanted to look at every corner of the canyon to prevent the emergence of any entrances and exits of underground passages. Digging holes is also good at the Empire. In the sky, a spaceship warship that was not on the command sequence of the Federation was flying over the Sanlu Grand Canyon under the cover of the dust storm. Xinghe was in it, ready to launch the final fortress, or nuclear weapons and the final fortress at any time. She didn't care that the Federation used nuclear weapons first, which would give the Empire the opportunity to use nuclear weapons. Anyway, it couldn't kill her or Ji Xinghe and his grandson. If she was lucky enough to find the exact location of the Empire's jump base, she would use nuclear weapons to blast a road and then seize the jump base belonging to the independent regiment. This was an unprecedented opportunity for her who had always wanted to study jump technology in depth. Unfortunately, it was impossible to conduct a comprehensive detection of the Sanlu Grand Canyon before, and it is even more impossible now. We can only wait slowly. Because she also thinks that Ji Xinghe is right. The Empire will not and has no ability to rush for success. My lord, you are about to enter the communication interference area. Yes, I know, Xinghe, don't worry, my grandfather and I will pass the signal to you as soon as we find the Imperial mecha. Okay, Zixin, come on, be careful. The grandfather and grandson drove Xinghe Jia and Guanjinhao respectively, entered the first communication interference area, and continued to perform the reconnaissance mission. The king of Zhendong had a quarrel with the king of Zhenan because the king of Zhenan did not help it test the true strength of Ji Xinghe before. Ji Xinghe's participation in the war was really beyond its expectations, and Ji Xinghe's strength shocked it. To be honest, with the combat power currently shown by Ji Xinghe, it is definitely not enough in front of it. But the problem is that as the king of Zhendong, how could it be like the idiot king of Zhendong and take several sons to participate in the war? If it only sent out the Duke armor level combat power, it might not be enough in front of Ji Xinghe. So it hoped that King Zhenan could take advantage of Ji Xinghe's participation in the battle in the Mountain of Gods to test Ji Xinghe's approximate limit. As a result, King Zhenan not only did not help, but also mocked it for being frightened by a human child, so the two guerrillas quarreled. But this quarrel was more effective than King Zhenan's persuasion before, and prompted it to make a decision that it would cooperate with Ji Xinghe. However, the premise of cooperation is to establish a communication link, and to establish a communication link, it is necessary to first seize a roughly intact federal mecha. The 36th Grand Canyon is not the Battle Scar Canyon war zone, nor is it the mountain of God's war zone. Although the newly arrived King Zhendong has a high-standard jump base, he does not even have half a federal mecha under his command. And this matter is not easy to be entrusted to the guerrilla, so it made another decision when the dust storm began. 2 Prince Armors, contrary to their usual practice, entered the 36 Grand Canyon from one of the exits of the jump base without a large force, and ran towards the direction of the number 6 base. It was quite like leading by example. But in fact, they were just taking advantage of the cover of the dust storm to ambush the federal reconnaissance mechas, which were far inferior to them and very few in number. How could the Empire, which had secretly built a jump base in the 36 Grand Canyon, not conduct a comprehensive detection of the canyon? Before, when Li Zhangfen arranged people to come for reconnaissance, they were discovered by them when they were mainly arranging various detection equipment. Moreover, they were able to determine that those detection equipment needed regular maintenance, especially when dust storms occurred. Although the canyon was less affected by the dust storm due to the terrain, it was impossible to completely isolate the impact of the dust storm. Some devices such as detection eyes, if buried by the dust brought by the dust storm, would be no different from being scrapped. Do you think those humans will come? Yes, they don't know we are here, but they may not be driving mechas. The dust storm on this planet only looks fierce, but in fact it has no power due to the density of the atmosphere. Even without protective clothing, it can be easily withstood, whether it is or not. They will definitely carry communication devices. It is better without mechas, which saves some effort. Why does father want the federal communication device? This question slowed down the speed of the 2 Prince Armors. The 2 brothers were both sons of the King of Zhendong. They were also in this jump base. The King of Zhendong could really trust them, and they were always strong enough to deal with emergencies. I don't know, and I don't recommend you to think about this problem. The tasks that father gave us, we just need to complete them. And the rest is not what we should care about, okay? The 2 Prince Armors began to run in silence, just like the 10-kilometer safe area that Ji Xinghe and Ji Rongzhen passed through. They also had a safe area, based on those detection devices arranged in advance. They were very sure that there were no federal mechas within a distance of hundreds of kilometers ahead, so they did not turn back to detect. However, the safe area passed quickly as they ran in a straight line, and they entered a naturally formed communication interference area. It was not the communication interference area where Ji Xinghe and Ji Rongzhen were at the moment, but both sides were running in both directions. Chapter 723 I Want It All. Unlike most canyons on the Azure Star, the canyons on the Alien Star are like natural stone sculptures in the desert because there are no rain, rivers, vegetation, etc., with jagged rocks and uncanny craftsmanship. Walking through them, one can still feel its majestic momentum. The few similar landforms on the Azure Star also make it difficult for people to feel isolated and independent because of the completely different sky, atmosphere and other environments. On the Alien Star, unless you are in a crowd, you will feel lonely in any position. 3 or 5 people do not make a group, let alone 2 people. However, Ji Xinghe is not alone, and Ji Rongzhen is not alone either. The grandfather and grandson are very happy. Although they have entered the 6th naturally formed communication interference zone starting from the number 6 base, the shortwave communication between the 2 has not been affected much. The communication device upgraded specifically for this special environment is not a problem at all on the 2 national level mechas. Although Xinghe has always claimed that Xinghe Armor and Champion Marcus are both unparalleled level mechas, Ji Xinghe and Shen Mu, the 2 top mechanics, agree that Xinghe Armor and Champion Marcus are still national level mechas. Especially Xinghe Armor, it can only be rated as a national level mecha when it is in overclocking mode, and it can only be barely regarded as a general level mecha in the regular mode. Of course, when the mecha reaches this level, the gap is actually not big. Especially Ji Xinghe's key-controlled armor, which can almost ignore the performance gap between mechas. This is why, after the independent regiment came to base number 6 for such a long time, Shen Mu, Lao Liu and others still have no intention of building a new mecha for Ji Xinghe. The new mecha built by the Federal Academy of Sciences for Ji Xinghe was given to the cripple by Ji Xinghe, and it did not encounter much opposition. This is also the reason. Is this the place where you fought for the first time, Grandpa? Ji Rongzhen saw a very familiar landform, which was the landform that existed as the background in the battle video she had watched countless times. Yes, it's here. Ji Xinghe has a good memory. Before Ji Rongzhen asked, He had already recalled his first battle because of the familiar scene. Grandpa is not as good as you. In the first battle, he only destroyed 3 imperial mechas, but Grandpa, you were only driving a regular level standard mecha at that time, and the weapons were ordinary weapons. If you were driving a champion or a star moon armor at that time, it seems unnecessary. If I was given a mecha of the level of star moon armor and champion Marcus at that time, it would be difficult for me to exert their due combat power. Ji Xinghe told the truth. His experience in driving mechas before that was only the severely distorted driving experience in the game, and the experience gained from the actual machine testing in the machine repair area. These experiences were useful, but not very useful. If you really want to count, the test for obtaining the mecha driving qualification certificate is his real driving experience. But the test is the test. No matter how high the score of the mecha warrior is, it is a question whether he can fight on the battlefield. But it's really not necessary, Ji Xinghe added. A mecha that can fully exert its performance is the most suitable mecha for you. A high-performance mecha is like suddenly having an enhanced mechanical body. For example, your Uncle Wang Gui has very good combat awareness, experience, and skills, but after changing his body, he is not as good as before. I understand, Ji Xinghe said by analogy. In addition to defense and the strength of weapons, the key to whether the combat power of a mecha can be exerted lies not on the performance of the mecha, but in the driver's operating level. Of course, there is also the ability to withstand loads. That's right, Ji Xinghe was very pleased. Even though it was not the first time he heard Ji Xinghe's insights, he could still feel gratified every time. Grandpa, Ji Xinghe asked again, what were you thinking at that time? I mean, you decided to join the battle instead of retreating and reporting the situation according to the request of Uncle Wang Gui and Uncle Li Lin. Before, Ji Xinghe would answer this question without hesitation, but now, he hesitated for a moment, and made a decision while running back and forth in the canyon, checking the status of the monitoring equipment and collecting relevant data. I didn't think so much, I just wanted to kill the 3 gorillas. His answer did not surprise Ji Xinghe. Before, many people made many interpretations about why Ji Xinghe chose to fight at that time. Some people said that Ji Xinghe was unwilling to give up his teammates. Some people said that Ji Xinghe thought of Ji Xinghe, and when he looked at the cripple, he seemed to see Ji Xinghe who chose to fight to the death. Some people said that Ji Xinghe was very confident in his victory, so he asked that question at that time. Some people said that Ji Xinghe's ordinary life made him have no accurate understanding of his own strength. Defeating Han Li, passing the assessment, etc., made him begin to doubt that he was the legendary peerless master. But this suspicion needs to be proven, so he chose to verify it in the most risky way. Some people say. But only a very few people can guess the truth, and these very few people have never spoken their guesses to the outside world because they don't want to destroy Ji Xinghe's heroic image. He just wants to kill the gorilla. This kind of purity, although it can also inspire some people's hearts, is difficult to inspire more people to the greatest extent like the previous reasons. Grandpa, do you know why I am so anxious to return to Alien Star? Ji Xinghe's question itself already contains the answer, because she said to return, not to come. Ji Xinghe thought about what he heard, and the words that Ji Xinghe said in person, and sighed in his heart. Why? Because, I am as serious as you and Uncle Li Yuanba about killing all the gorillas. This sentence reminded Ji Xinghe of his first conversation with Emperor Wu Ii. Ji Xinghe obviously heard through Xinghe the attitude Zi and Li Yuanba expressed to Emperor Wu Ii at that time. What about Liu and the others? Ji Xinghe asked another question, and he actually didn't know the answer. It was as if he still didn't know whether it was right or wrong to let Ji Xinghe join the war in advance and let Nanshanmen tell the world that Ji Xinghe had become an ace mecha warrior by announcing the award to the whole army. The wheel of history rolls forward, who knows what is ahead? Ji Xinghe laughed. Grandpa, have you forgotten? They are not them, they are apes, and they may call themselves apes in the future. But no matter how they are called, they are no longer orangutans. Ji Xinghe didn't forget. He just needed someone to support him. Yes, they are different now. Yes, we want to destroy the imperial orangutans and those imperial monkeys. We can't just kill all the orangutans and monkeys on the Azure Star because they are called orangutans and monkeys by us, right? Ji Xinghe's tone was relaxed, as if he was saying that the teacher in the school assigned very little homework today, instead of discussing the will to exterminate an intelligent civilization. Ji Xinghe also laughed when he heard it. Speaking of which, the orangutans and monkeys on the Azure Star have been treated much worse than before in recent years. Especially those monkeys who like to snatch tourists' food in backpacks before, they are simply hated by everyone. Although some experts have said that they are only similar to the gorillas and monkeys of the Empire, the degree of similarity is not as high as the degree of similarity between humans and the gorillas of the Empire. But people's indignation always has some channels to vent. Those who can't come to the alien planet to participate in the war are venting wantonly on the blue planet. It's so boring. Ji Xinghe looked at Ji Xinghe while collecting data, and said a little aggrieved, "Grandpa, why don't we act separately, so that the data can be collected faster, and I won't be so bored?" No. Ji Xinghe's tone is majestic, as if facing a granddaughter who doesn't want to go to school. But there are no signs of the imperial apes here, Ji Xinghe argued. They must not dare to show their heads easily in order to avoid exposing the jump base. Now the dust storm has affected our reconnaissance satellites and other equipment. Even if they dare to show their heads, they will only dare to move around near the jump base. It's safe here. No. Ji Xinghe refused again, and his tone was even more severe, like a granddaughter who didn't want to go to school and wanted to chase stars. Slightly. Ji Xinghe stuck out her tongue and made a cute face, but no one knew except her. Xinghe couldn't see it because of the loss of communication. Even if she really saw it, she wouldn't tell Ji Xinghe. From the beginning to the end, Ji Xinghe's meaning to Xinghe was greater than Ji Xinghe, the Lord. That was the meaning of her birth that Xinghe would never forget. Ji Xinghe, who couldn't leave Ji Xinghe's side, could only fiddle with 6 small drones, similar to the one configured by Han Li's trump card exclusive mecha before, taking into account the functions of reconnaissance, attack, and supply, and could also self-destruct at critical moments. This thing is expensive, but for Ji Xinghe, no one in the independent regiment was stingy. Moreover, the account spent because of Ji Xinghe has been repaid by Ji Xinghe himself, and there is still a lot of surplus. The predecessor of Champion Marcus, Prince Armor, was captured by Ji Xinghe, who can settle accounts with Ji Xinghe. The expenditure is only in the transformation and weapon configuration. Judging from the value brought by the more than 500 conventional Imperial standard mechas destroyed by Ji Xinghe, all have been recycled. It is worth it and profitable. Because the communication is interfered by the natural environment, the 6 drones cannot fly too far and can only conduct reconnaissance within a range of 100 meters around Champion Marcus. The reconnaissance within a range of 100 meters on the surface is actually not very meaningful, but if it is changed to a height of 100 meters, the reconnaissance is much more meaningful. The dust storm in the night of the alien star made the canyon very dim, and it was pitch dark. The light source of Xinghe armor and Champion Marcus was not turned on at full power. In order to conceal themselves, the illumination range was less than 30 meters. However, the range of reconnaissance of drones equipped with the most advanced night vision imaging system far exceeds the maximum communication distance between them and the Champion Marcus at this time. Ji Xinghe, who has been watching for a long time, has begun to train various maneuvers because of boredom. Only one mecha is enough to collect data. If this time is wasted without training, it would be a shame for the wish he made in his heart. Ji Xinghe's relief has reached the extreme. If Ji Xinghe's previous hard training was to drive a mecha to participate in the war, then now that he has become an ace mecha warrior, and has achieved this achievement in a very short time, his own strength has not been fully demonstrated. It is really commendable to be able to stick to these basic trainings and try not to waste time as much as possible. Like me. Like Grandpa, Ji Xinghe suddenly stopped the maneuvering, with a surprised tone. I found the Imperial mecha. They haven't found my reconnaissance plane yet. I am controlling the reconnaissance plane to conceal myself more. Ji Xinghe stopped collecting data at the first time, and quickly approached Ji Xinghe's Champion Marcus, and got the intelligence shared by the Champion Marcus. In the night vision imaging perspective, there are 2 humanoid objects moving on the green screen. The screen switched, and the 2 humanoid objects turned red, indicating that they released a lot of heat energy during the movement, and everything around them was cold. 5 drones flew back, and 1 drone found a place to hide and looked on. The picture became clearer. There are only 2 Imperial mechas, and they all look like noble mechas, Earl Armor and you. No, it seems to be 2 Prince Armors. Ji Xinghe's constant reporting voice did not make him nervous because of the Prince Armor, but became more and more excited. If we don't move, they will cross paths with us. From the current situation, there are indeed only these two imperial mechas, and they have no reinforcements. Moreover, this is a communication interference area, and they can communicate with the imperial jump base. If it is confirmed that they are all Prince Armors, then the imperial guerrillas inside them must know the exact coordinates of the imperial jump base. As long as we capture both of them alive, then we will be invincible. Ji Xinghe was able to analyze everything that Ji Xinghe said, because these analyses were too simple. And no matter how he analyzed it, he would not let the other party go if he encountered two imperial Prince Armors in the communication interference area. Whether to kill or cut, that depends on the situation. But he couldn't make a decision immediately, because he knew what kind of request Ji Xinghe wanted to make. As he expected, Ji Xinghe paused while talking, and when he spoke again, his tone had changed from excitement to expectation. "Grandpa, I think this should be my first battle." The previous ones were just appetizers. Ji Xinghe, who had been thinking and hesitating for some time, pondered for another 3 seconds before asking, "Which one do you choose?" Ji Xinghe cheered first, and then said excitedly, "Only children do multiple choice questions, I want them all." Chapter 724 Only one can survive. My granddaughter has grown up and doesn't want to go to school. She also wants to chase virtual idol stars. These are actually acceptable to a grandfather. But what if my granddaughter wants to go on a spontaneous trip with a young man riding a motorcycle? Ji Xinghe feels this way now. Grandpa Ji Xinghe began to act like a spoiled child, with a long-tail tone, like a long-awaited call, echoing endlessly in the valley. Ji Xinghe, who originally wanted to refuse sternly, felt a little reluctant. He knew that this was wrong, but he was thinking about the feasibility uncontrollably. In theory, the imperial guerrillas and the two Prince Armors were unlikely to pose any threat to him, nor were they likely to cause any harm to Ji Xinghe in front of him. Penetrate armor with key. As long as they are not top masters like the four kings of the empire, they can't escape from his hands. And looking at the empire, there are only 5 guerrillas with this strength, including Emperor Wu III. They are all guerrillas that are impossible to appear here, so what is there to worry about? After Ji Xinghe hesitated for a moment, he saw that the two Imperial Prince Armor didn't notice him and Ji Xinghe at all, and ran straight from about 500 meters away from them to the direction of base number 6. He finally made a decision. "You can try, but when the battle begins," Ji Xinghe said seriously, "Lieutenant Colonel Ji Xinghe, tell me, what is the duty of a soldier?" "Commander, it is to obey orders." The title became formal, and the grandfather and grandson reached an agreement, then put away the drone and put the mecha into stealth mode, following the footprints left by the two Imperial Prince Armor, groping forward at a not slow speed. The communication interference area of the Sanlu Grand Canyon not only interferes with communication signals, but also includes detection equipment such as radar, which will all be interfered by the special natural environment here. Therefore, whether it is Xinghe Armor or Champion Marcus, or the two Prince Armor, they can't detect each other remotely. The only two methods are to appear within the line of sight and to track the new marks left by the mecha running past. However, the first method was almost completely unusable by the two Imperial Prince Armor due to the darkness and the dust storm. The second method allowed the two Prince Armor to discover the traces left by the Star Moon Armor and Champion Marcus. There really are Federation mechas. They are here. The two Prince Armor stood next to an obvious mecha footprint and began to conduct a more detailed analysis. It didn't take long for the footprint to appear, because there is almost no dust from the dust storm in the footprint. Dust storm? Isn't it impossible to blow in? Are you blind? Can't you see the dust? Haha, just kidding, don't be so nervous. The half-brothers of the Imperial Orangutan obviously don't have a very harmonious relationship. After a boring reconnaissance mission, they finally found some traces, and their emotions changed significantly. There are two mechas. They are indeed carrying out the task of reconnaissance and maintenance of detection devices. Their footprints show that they are running back and forth, and they stop next to each detection device. Don't they know that the two of us are coming? No, this is a communication interference area. They can't receive real-time monitoring information. Unless they turn back and come to these detection devices to collect data, then what should we do? Should we wait for them or chase them? Don't rush, one of the Imperial Prince Orangutans frowned and asked, don't you think it's strange? These two federal mechas have been together, what's strange about this? Another Prince Orangutan said, aren't we two together all the time? It's different. The two of us entered the federal occupied area, and we're not sure if there is an ambush here, nor are we sure how many federal mechas we will encounter, so we have to be together. But what about them? This is their occupied area, with various detection equipment. As long as they get data from one of them, they can be sure that our mechas have not been here, so what? So, when there are only 2 mechas, they should separate to collect data, shorten the mission time, complete the mission as soon as possible and return to base number 6, I know what I mean, so, base number 6 is very likely to know of our existence, and even know that we may appear at this time, I know this too, what's the next so? The next. In this case, there are only 2 federal mechas, which means they are very strong, ha ha ha. Very strong? How strong can they be? A royal gorilla sneered. Wu Chen, do you still want to say that these 2 federal mechas may be Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba? Wu Chen frowned and said, 11, don't joke like that, the 11th son of King Zhendong, and the 11th royal member of their generation to be named a prince, continued to maintain a sarcastic tone. You said Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba might appear here, it's better to say that Her Majesty might appear here. This is simply impossible, I know, Wu Chen said helplessly. What I mean is that these 2 federal mechas may be masters, at least one of them is a master. Because from these traces, one of them is not responsible for collecting data and checking detection equipment, but more like a guard. The 11th king sneered twice again. Apart from Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, does the Federation have any masters? There are a few who are still very powerful. Jackson, Han Li, Ravich, Sichuan and others. Wu Liashan can easily kill Caitlin who are at the same level as them, and I can easily kill them. What about Ji Rongzinayu? Wu Chen reminded. Don't forget, my father said that Ji Rongzinayu may have the power to surpass the 3rd stage. If it is Ji Rongzinayu, it will be even better. The 11th king laughed. Then our mission will become very simple. At that time, you block the other federal mecha, and I will be responsible for dealing with Ji Rongzinayu. Wu Chen was too lazy to discuss anything with the 11th king, and began to search along the traces, and soon found the direction of those traces. Still going deeper inside, Wu Chen said in surprise, could it be that they really know of our existence? The 2 younger brothers of Wu Emperor I obviously didn't know about the jump base in the Sanliu Grand Canyon, which was told to Li Hangfen by Wu Emperor I. I guess they want to use the dust storm to go to the former number 3 base of the Federation. After we captured it, the Federation has not used it again. Now, their troops are somewhat abundant, and the dust storm will last for a long time, so it is very likely that they will repair the base. The 11th king analyzed it very well, and his expression became tense at the same time. In a serious tone, if that's the case, it is really possible that it is Ji Rongzinayu, because the strongest person in the number 6 base is Ji Xinghe, and Ji Xinghe obviously won't perform such a mission. Whether Ji Rongzinayu has obtained the power beyond the 3rd stage or not, she can be regarded as the 2nd strongest Federation mecha warrior in the number 6 base. Moreover, she has just joined the army and needs to obtain military merits faster. Ji Xinghe will definitely give her great privileges in this regard. Wu Chen listened to the analysis of the 11th king and suddenly felt that the other party was playing dumb with him. Speaking of which, these 2 half-brothers are really not familiar with each other, and they even had a grudge when they were young. If it's Ji Rongzinayu, then the bodyguards that Ji Xinghe sent to her. Wu Chen hesitated. The 11th king laughed. If you don't have confidence, then you will deal with Ji Rongzinayu, and I will deal with her bodyguards. Wu Chen immediately agreed. Okay. The 11th king laughed. Ha ha ha. Okay. The 2 imperial mechas followed the trail and soon came to the edge of the canyon. The nearly 2-kilometer high cliff was extremely steep, and even mechas could not climb up. The key is that some places look very solid and can be used as fulcrums for climbing, but in fact they are severely weathered and fragile like paper. Cave. Wu Chen was the first to discover a dark hole on the cliff, which was even darker in the dim canyon. There are signs of mechanical excavation, the 11th king said. It should be the Federation's outpost. The 2 mechas went in to rest or resupply. Alice, if they need to rest at such a far distance, then it must not be Ji Rongzinayu. Wu Chen also felt a little pity and asked, what do you mean? The 11th king did not make a decision. You say, we are about to be exposed now. As long as they come out, they will definitely be able to find the traces left by us chasing us. With defense, it is possible to launch flares to attack the Federation at the same time. So I think we should take action and seize these 2 Federation mechas to complete the task. Since it is not Ji Rongzinayu, the 11th king suddenly asked, Why don't you go in and deal with them yourself, and I will leave the communication interference area now and notify my father to come over." Wu Chen did not respond. The camera with night vision function turned on the head of the mecha stared at the 11th king with a pale green light. "Okay, let's go in together and solve it quickly." After the two prince armors confirmed that they were going to take action, they rushed in without any hesitation. They did not even choose to use stealth mode. Amidst the loud noises of dong dong dong, the simple outpost set up by the Federation in the Sanlu Grand Canyon was dusty due to the vibration, and it looked like it was about to collapse. This was also in line with the mentality of the two prince armors. In their opinion, no matter who the two federal mechas in this outpost belonged to, they could not be in danger. Instead, they would destroy or capture them with overwhelming force. Even if it was Ji Xinghe, who could not appear here, they would have the opportunity to turn around and run. At least, one of them could run away. As for the two of them, they were confident that they could run faster than the other. With a swishing sound, two flares were directly hit into the cave by the two prince armors. The cave, which was not very wide, instantly became bright. The orange-red flares were reflected on the soil containing a large amount of hematite, making the entire cave look scarlet. Like a ghost nest in a horror movie. "Listen, humans inside, you two have been..." The dragon language coming from the mecha speaker of the 11th king stopped abruptly, as if someone was strangling his neck. "Ji Xinghe," Wu Chen's exclamation came from the loudspeaker. Originally, he wanted to shout like the 11th king. After all, their mission was to seize the federal mecha with intact communication devices. If they really resisted, what would happen if the communication device was damaged? But now, Wu Chen looked at the Xinghe armor that came out of the mountain wall at the entrance of the cave, as if he saw ghost. "Ji Xinghe," the exclamation of the 11th king also suddenly sounded. He looked at the champion Marcus who came out of the mountain wall on the other side, as if he was looking at a monster. "It really is a ghost nest." After the two prince armors exclaimed, they all fell silent, motionless as if they had suddenly died. They determined at the first time that they could not rush out of this cave, let alone Ji Xinghe, even if there was only Ji Xinghe. Using ki to penetrate armor is a skill that only their father can barely use, and Ji Xinghe has killed many gorillas with this trick, including Wu Liasheng, who is more powerful than them, and the king of Xianbei. So you must not take action. The only outcome of taking action is death. The two gorillas used the shortwave communication channel to communicate quickly, and thousands of words could be summed up in just 2 words, surrender. Just as the two of them were discussing how to surrender, Ji Xinghe's voice finally rang out. "Have you discussed it? Dead or alive?" "Alive." The two imperial prince gorillas spoke at the same time without any hesitation, as if they were fighting for it, and the language they used was also relatively standard dragon language. "Okay." Ji Xinghe's voice of agreement made the two imperial prince gorillas overjoyed, but in an instant they felt a little aggrieved. Because Ji Xinghe put forward a condition. "You two, come one by one, and practice with my granddaughter. I am a dignified imperial prince, driving a prince armor, and you actually asked me to be a sparring partner for an 11-year-old human girl? Even if you are Ji Xinghe, so what?" When the two gorillas thought about this, they said in unison, "No problem, I'll go first." Ji Xinghe got what he wanted, but he was not happy at all. Like a girl who wanted to travel with a young man on a motorcycle, she suddenly found that the young man and her grandfather were in a motorcycle team, and he not only took her but also her grandfather. She was very unhappy to control the mecha and walked into the cave. The area was only about 500 square meters, which was not suitable for mecha combat, but the Prince Armor and Champion Marcus did not need the long charge distance of ordinary mecha. Ji Xinghe stayed at the entrance of the cave nervously, but he was not really worried. The Champion Marcus was also made of tungsten steel gold, with super strong protection. From the performance of these two imperial gorillas, it is obvious that they are not gorillas of the level of Zhendong King. And it is impossible to use the tactics of gas-penetrating armor. Moreover, even if they really know this kind of tactics, the Champion Marcus is not without a response strategy. Not only the Champion Marcus, all the federal mechas of the general level and the national level have been modified accordingly. Moreover, Ji Xinghe personally conducted the test, and the protection ability has indeed improved by more than one level. Besides, these two imperial prince gorillas who want to survive obviously dare not do anything cruel to Ji Xinghe under the moon. But what Ji Xinghe didn't expect was that Ji Xinghe suddenly increased the difficulty of this uneventful battle. She said, "Of the two of you, Only one can survive, the one who beats me. Ji Xinghe wanted to stop her, but gave up. Because he knew Ji Xinghe was lying, and the imperial apes all deserved to die. Chapter 725. Do you guys do it yourself, or should I do it? No more fighting. Ji Xinghe was very angry. He stopped after shouting and stood there looking at the two imperial prince armors. At this moment, the champion Marcus she was driving actually gave people and apes a feeling of being angry, as if Ji Xinghe had achieved a higher level of human-machine integration, and even emotions could be shown by the champion Marcus. Ji Xinghe laughed. His guess was right. These two imperial prince apes were indeed very sensible. Even with the threat of Ji Xinghe in front of them, they both understood who could decide their life and death at this time, and what this person cared about. You are worthy of being the champion Marcus of the Federation. Your combat power is far superior to mine. The 11th king was the first to compliment, without any intention of being a prisoner. The battle with Ji Xinghe in the mecha just now did not seem to be carried out under threat, but was based on friendly exchanges and actual machine training to promote peaceful coexistence between the Empire and the Federation. Wu Chen was not to be outdone, and exclaimed, "You are so powerful at such a young age. If the champion Marcus grows up a few more years, even my father will not be your opponent." The flattery of the two princely gorillas was very stiff, and Ji Xinghe was too lazy to pay attention to them. Ji Xinghe did not comment, but the interrogation had to begin. "Who is the father you are talking about?" "The king of Zhendong," Wu Chen confessed without hesitation. The 11th king was also not to be outdone, and he shouted out the truth like a bamboo tube pouring beans. "Our father is the king of Zhendong, one of the 4 kings of the empire. The king of Zhendong, whom you killed before, is our father's brother. I am the 11th king of the empire, because I am the 11th son of the king of Zhendong, and the 11th member of our generation of royal family to be awarded the title of king, and I was awarded the title of king earlier than Emperor Wu III. My name is Wu Chen." Wu Chen interrupted the 11th king and confessed in an urgent tone, "The order we received was to seize at least one federal mecha with intact communication functions. This was an order directly issued by our father. I think, no, you should be able to hear that the order issued by our father is to do something shameless." The 11th king cursed in his heart and spoke again, "Now the Grand General of the Mountain of the Gods War Zone, that is, the Commander-in-Chief of your Federation, is held by the King of Zhenan. It only brought 3 sons with Prince Armor and 36 Duke Armor. Of course, it can mobilize at least 1 Prince Armor and 10 Duke Armor at any time. The Anti-Galaxy Corps has been reorganized because you killed too many of them. After the reorganization, it is composed of 1,200 Marcus Armor, divided into 4 Mecha Corps. There are 2 on the Mountain of the Gods side, and we have 2 on our side," Wu Chen answered again, even though Ji Xinghe didn't ask anything. "The Earl Armor of the Anti-Galaxy Corps has been disbanded and incorporated into the regular Mecha Corps of our empire. This is to help our regular Mecha gain an absolute advantage when we engage in a large-scale Mecha group battle with you. At the same time, it will also force you to disperse the forces of each independent regiment. Our father, King Zhendong, is now the general of the Second Canyon. The Second Canyon is your 36th Grand Canyon, which is here. We call it the Second Canyon because there is a second jump base built by our empire in the canyon. As for the exact coordinates of the jump base, both of us know it." The confession that was like answering without asking paused. The 2 imperial princes said something and concealed the key, no doubt wanting to fight for a chance to survive. This is now. If it were before, they would not even say a word of intelligence, but the aura they both possessed was enough to make them, in a sense, the guests of honor of the Federation, and the ones who were in prison. But the appearance of Ji Xinghe made the aura they possessed almost meaningless. And if they use their brains a little, they will know that Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe appeared here at the same time, and ambushed them in this cave-like federal outpost. They must know something about them. Although they don't know how Ji Xinghe knew it, it is the most correct way for them to tell Ji Xinghe about the information he might know to seek a certain degree of trust, and then conceal the information that Ji Xinghe must need as a condition. Ji Xinghe was a little surprised. He really didn't expect that these 2 imperial princes would cooperate so well. Not to mention facing death with courage, at least you should try to resist stubbornly, right? Kaisman is stronger than the 2 of you, and Bilrosi IV is the benchmark. If Ji Xinghe hadn't obtained the power of Ki later and Dongguo Silian betrayed the empire, the imperial Duke Gorilla who only allowed Ji Xinghe to complete the mountain slaying would even be able to face death with courage. Grandpa, your reputation in the Empire is really... Ji Xinghe's voice sounded in Ji Xinghe's ears through the shortwave channel, with an envious tone. Famous. No, the word famous cannot describe the pressure you bring to these two imperial princes. Can you teach me what word is more appropriate at this time? Ji Xinghe was embarrassed to teach, and said as if to change the subject, although your academic performance is good, it is not comprehensive, and it is only the academic performance of the appropriate age that is good. After you go back, don't always think about driving mecha training, or learning to repair mecha and so on. Improve your academic level. I will take the exam. Ji Xinghe didn't want to pay attention to Ji Xinghe, and rolled her eyes at Ji Xinghe, then asked excitedly, Grandpa, what should we do now? Should we let the two of them notify King Zhendong, saying that they have seized the mecha with intact communication function? Maybe King Zhendong will come to our door and be captured by us. This is indeed a good idea. If any of Sichuan, Lame, Qin Tong and others were with Ji Xinghe, then Ji Xinghe would definitely try it. Even if the two prince gorillas told the real situation to the king of Zhendong, and the king of Zhendong brought a large army to rescue, Ji Xinghe was relaxed and casual between advance and retreat. But the one who came today was Ji Xinghe. From Ji Xinghe's silence, Ji Xinghe understood Ji Xinghe's concerns and regretted following Ji Xinghe today. She was very sensible and knew that now was not the time for her to show off. Even if she was confident in her own strength, she believed that Ji Xinghe was confident in her strength. It has nothing to do with strength, but with relationships. Just like surgeons rarely operate on their relatives, and relatives of police and judges who break the law must be avoided during investigation, arrest, and trial, human emotions are the top priority for humans to maintain the social system, and are also the biggest bond between humans. Grandpa, I'm going back to call for support now. You are watching them here alone. If there's any problem, remember to send a signal to Xinghe as soon as possible. Ji Xinghe made the most correct choice. Just like a few years ago, she would always stay inside the base obediently and give the greatest support to Ji Xinghe, who went out to perform combat missions. The king of Zhendong will not come. Ji Xinghe had already cut off the delusion in his heart and said softly, its sons are so afraid of death, it must be more afraid of death. Without absolute safety, it is impossible for it to be convinced by its two sons, even if they are its own sons. Ji Xinghe thought about it and it seemed to be true. There are many imperial gorillas who are not afraid of death, but most of the noble gorillas are afraid of death, and the higher the title, the more afraid of death. The education they received since birth is that they are different from other gorillas, and they are superior to gorillas in all aspects. The royal family like the king of Zhendong is even higher by who knows how many levels, so they are naturally more afraid of death. Then we will just capture the two of them. Yes, but we have to tell King Zhendong that we captured his two sons, and we have to give him a gift in return. I understand. Then when we go back, let Xinghe prepare to send a mecha over. No, just send a communication device over. The mecha's gift is too big. Well said. The grandfather and grandson finally finished their discussion. The two gorillas who had been waiting in fear for half a day were relieved after listening to Ji Xinghe's explanation. At the same time, some hope was born. If you want to pass the message to King Zhendong, you must leave this communication interference area. Because of the influence of the dust storm, even in the area where communication could be maintained before, it is difficult to maintain good communication. Besides, how does Ji Xinghe know if he has sent the message back? As long as you use the excuse of passing the message, take Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe deep into the canyon closer to the jump base. There is a chance. However, before the ambitions of the two gorillas were fully born, they heard Ji Xinghe's order. Take off your armor. Huh? Take off your armor. The two gorillas thought for a moment that they were hallucinating, or that the dust storm had distorted the sound coming from Ji Xinghe's mecha speaker. General Ji, if we take off our armor, how can we pass on the message? Yes, don't worry, we will cooperate. With your strength, General Ji, if we make any unusual moves, you can kill both of us in an instant. Facing the pleading voices of the two prince gorillas, Ji Xinghe was too lazy to talk nonsense. The solemnly standing Xinghe armor suddenly rushed to the side of a prince's armor, and the 6 arms in the regular form instantly completely controlled the prince's armor. No, click. The cockpit door of the prince's armor opened, and the 13th king in it looked ashen. It knew that Ji Xinghe was very strong and it could not be Ji Xinghe's opponent. But it never thought that Ji Xinghe's strength was beyond its expectations. It just wanted to fight back, and it knew that the regular form of Xinghe armor was not as good as the prince's armor it was driving at this time. But when he tried to control the mecha to make some movements, he found that the mecha seemed to be down and motionless, which meant that he was controlled without the power to fight back. The mecha opened the hatch automatically and uncontrollably. How to fight this human? Wu Chen was very smart and did not choose to take the opportunity to escape. Ji Xinghe, who was eyeing him covetously, did not fight him easily just now. Moreover, although he let it go in the battle just now, it can still be seen from it that Ji Xinghe's real strength is very strong. Even if he goes all out, he can't solve it for a while. As for penetrating armor with ki, it can't. And who knows how strong Ji Xinghe's ki is? What if he is stronger than it? Click. With another sound, Wu Chen took the initiative to open the door of the cockpit, and jumped out of the cockpit faster than the 11th king, looking like he was captured. When the two gorillas took off their armor, Ji Xinghe actually took off his armor as well. Seeing Ji Xinghe jump out of the Xinghe armor, the two prince gorillas once again had ambitions. Although they certainly can't beat Ji Xinghe, but in a 2-on-1 situation. Grandpa, do you want to break their legs first? I think they are both a little dishonest, so just break all 4 of their legs, Ji Xinghe's voice sounded, which made the two prince gorillas feel a little broken and a little relieved. Fortunately, the human child is still young, otherwise, Ji Xinghe would definitely break more than just our 4 legs. Okay, when Ji Xinghe responded, he did not make any moves, as if he wanted to give the two gorillas more time to prepare. It was like. He asked, do you do it yourself, or do you want me to do it, brutal? The two prince gorillas were going crazy. They had heard a lot of rumors about Ji Xinghe before, and watched a lot of videos with Ji Xinghe. But no matter how they listened or watched, they didn't feel as fierce, vicious, cruel and tyrannical as when they faced Ji Xinghe at this moment. Emperor Wu I didn't do this either. Doesn't the Federation emphasize equality for all, compliance with the law, and peace and friendship? I will do it myself. Wu Chen made the decision first, but it still asked unwillingly, but, our mechas always need us to drive to your base, right? Moreover, you have to pass the message to our father, and we have to go. The 11th king was angry. You are stupid. This is General Ji Xinghe, the first galaxy-class mecha warrior of the Federation, the first awakener with a gift of power, and the creator of the armor clone technique of controlling armor with air. Why do you need a fool like you to drive just 2 prince armors? Its anger was somewhat unprovoked, but if the target of its anger was changed to Ji Xinghe, it would be excusable. Not to mention how desperate the two gorillas were, they eventually broke their legs and lay on the ground like dead. Ji Xinghe did not get into the cockpit of one of the prince armors as they expected, and then drove the prince armor to the imperial occupied area to negotiate with their father. Instead, after checking their 4 broken legs, he threw them back into the cockpit of the prince armor. Is there a chance? The two prince gorillas had hope again. They had a chance to use the power of ki to recover from their injuries when Ji Xinghe used ki to control their mechas, and then regain control of the mechas and run for their lives at the right opportunity. The sky is high and the land is vast outside. Even Ji Xinghe may not be able to catch up with the two of them. Seeing that Ji Xinghe was about to return to the Xinghe armor, the two prince gorillas who were already in the cockpit had a strong glow in their eyes. But the next second, they were all stunned. When Ji Xinghe walked to the side of the Xinghe armor, as if he suddenly remembered something, he turned around and came to the side of the two prince armors, as if he was not worried at all that the two prince gorillas would take the opportunity to attack. Then, before the cockpit door was closed, he put his hand on the 11th king in the cockpit of one of the prince armors. The 11th king's eyes were instantly terrified, and he began to struggle frantically and in vain. What happened? Wu Chen suddenly thought of a rumor. His expression of horror was just like the 11th king at this moment, just like the Xinghe king before his death. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.